Hello and good morning, everybody, and welcome to another Swish stream with Steven. My name is Steven. My team is Swish Gaming. If you enjoy the content that you see today, please give us a follow on YouTube at The Swish Gaming YT, Twitter, The Swish Gaming, Facebook, The Swish Gaming, and Twitch, The Swish Gaming. Today, we are going to take a little bit of a break from competitive, well, from actually playing Magic the Gathering, and we are just going to talk about some of the new cards that are coming out in the new set. We're going to do a little bit of a set review today. I'm going to give a limited rating and a constructed rating for all these cards. We'll talk about their playability in both Standard, which I haven't looked a ton at recently, so I might miss on some of these cards in Standard completely. We'll also talk about their playability in Pioneer, because, I mean, obviously both are super relevant, and then obviously there's Modern and other constructed formats as well, so we'll kind of go in depth a little bit on some of these cards for sure. Big shout out to my teammates, Andrew Wolfeis and Larry Fields, for helping me make a top 4 of another NRG this weekend. That was really fun. It was a bummer that we couldn't win, but it was cool to see a friend of mine, Connor Mullally, take it down, so congratulations to him and his team. It'll be cool seeing them at DreamHack. Connor's a really good player. We've had him on the podcast before, and honestly, a very, very nice dude. If you know Connor Mullally, you know what I'm talking about, but really cool kid, so happy to see him break through and start having a lot of success. But anyway, big shout out to my teammates, like I said, and big shout out to Chris Smith, who top 8'd the Modern event on Sunday, with Green Black Yogg. Again, he went undefeated in Swiss. Second time he's done that with that deck. A little bit unfortunate that he lost in top 8, but regardless, still a great run. And I had a pretty good run with Rhinos on Sunday as well, getting a 6-2, so that was pretty cool. But with all that being said, let's kind of start diving in. Let me real quick explain how the rating system is going to work. So last time I did a set review, I graded them on a 5-point scale, and I think the 5-point scale was fine, but I think this time I'm going to try a 10-point scale to give myself a little bit more room for, like, differences between playability and cards, because, the difference between, like, a 4 and a 3, or a 3.5 and a 4, like, sometimes I had to give cards both, like, a 4, even though I thought one was slightly better than the other. And I think if I grade on a 10-point scale, things might be a little easier to differentiate between some cards. So that's what we're going to try today. I'm going to go through and keep track of what I'm rating these cards. We're just going to go in alphabetical order here, and I think it's sorted out by color as well. And what will probably happen is I will probably post this on our Patreon as well. I'm going to keep track of what I rate these things, and I'll create a Excel sheet. If only there was more numbers than 0.5 and 0.0. That's true, Zioxide. I could do that too, but I'm just going to use a 10-point scale. But I agree. All right, so let's kind of hop in here, and let's talk about this Karn Living Legacy card. This is an interesting Planeswalker, to say the least. So it's 4 generic, Karn Living Legacy, Legendary Planeswalker Karn, +1, create a tapped Power Stone token. It's an artifact with tap, add generic mana, add waste, and this mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. Okay, -1, pay any amount of mana, look at that many cards from the top of your library, then put one of those cards into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Then -7, you get an emblem with tap an untapped artifact you control. This emblem deals 1 damage to any artifact. So, I want to give this card the benefit of the doubt, I really do, but every time I look at this card, it gets worse. When I initially looked at this card, I did not realize that the Power Stone token could only tap for artifacts. I don't really get why they did that. I don't think that's super necessary at all, but I guess they did it because they want to promote Karn and artifact decks. So that must have been why they did it. They want you to go like artifact tribal with this guy. I don't really get it, to be honest. I feel like when I initially read Power Stone token, I thought Worn Power Stone. So I was just thinking a card that could generate generic mana, because that would make sense. I will say this for Karn. I think his -1 is like okay. -1, pay 1, draw a card is not the worst, and I feel like that's what Karn will do a fair amount of the time. Obviously, there will be times where you have excess mana and you can do it for more than 1, but like, -1, pay 1, draw 1 is okay. And Matt, yeah, it would be a pretty busted ramp walker for sure, so I guess that's why they didn't do it, obviously, but I don't know. I don't feel like that would be that crazy, but maybe I'm just not respecting how good that would be, especially because the Power Stones enter tapped. But anyway, regardless, I think the minus on this thing is okay. I think the plus on this thing is also okay if you're in like an all artifact deck. Will that be able to exist in Standard or Pioneer, other formats? You know, maybe. But as far as constructed playability goes, I don't think this card is very good. I could be missing on this. I know a lot of other people are saying they don't think it's going to be particularly good either. I think I would give this, like, on a 10-point scale, I'm probably going to give this, like, a 3 in constructed. I really don't think this card's very good. I'll be surprised if this sees much play. But, again, I could be totally wrong on this. You know, it'll be a pretty cool... You can activate abilities, though, right? That's true. You can use the Power Stones to activate abilities on that thing, so that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. It's a good point, Matt. Nobody cares about 60-card decks anyway. Yeah, that's fair. I think I would give this thing a pretty low rating in Constructed, though. I'm going to stick with a 3. So we're going to give it a 3 in Constructed, 3.0. As far as Limited goes, I think it's a little better in Limited for sure. Like, it's got a lot of loyalty. Any deck can play it. And even if the Power Stones aren't generating good mana for you in Limited, it's still just like -1, pay 1, draw 1, or -1, pay 2, whatever you need to do. So I think this thing's like fine in Limited. I'm not like jumping up for joy if this is the rare I open, but I'm... Are you really writing these down not using a spreadsheet? Yes, Matt, I am. I'll transfer them to a spreadsheet later. I don't have a spreadsheet made right now. Excuse me. Anyway, I think in Limited, I would give this like a... Incredible. It is incredible, isn't it? I think in Limited, I'd give this like a... I'll be nice. I'll give it like a 7. I think this is a playable card for sure, especially if you have like a nice curve or a deck that can like defend it for a couple turns, because it's going to give you cards, and it's going to make your opponent commit time and resources to it. And I assume that the Power Stone will be able to do something for you in your Limited deck more often than not. So I think it's fine. I'd give it like a 7 in limited. When I was initially looking at it, I thought this card was pretty garbage, but the more I'm like thinking about the -1, I'm like, well, that's okay. And the +1, you know, we might be able to get something out of it, but it's a fine card. You'll play it in a fair amount of your limited decks just because it's a colorless planeswalker that you can fit in. And, you know, being able to put cards in your hand in limited to filter through your deck is pretty good. So the -1 will be usable, and hopefully you can get a couple -1s off this thing in limited. That is the idea, I think. But regardless, we'll give it a 7 in limited, which certainly may be a little high, but that's okay. All right, let's talk about the next card here. Anointed Peacekeeper. 2 generic, 1 white, human cleric, vigilance. As Anointed Peacekeeper enters the battlefield, look at an opponent's hand, then choose any card name. Spells your opponent's cast with the chosen name cost 2 more to cast. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name cost 2 more to activate, unless they're mana abilities. This card gives me... excuse me. This card gives me mad Elite Spellbinder vibes. Very similar card. I think Spellbinder is probably a little better because Spellbinder permanently makes the card cost 2 mana. This thing only makes the cards cost 2 mana if this thing doesn't die, but it is, you know, it's got a lot more toughness than Spellbinder. It's got vigilance. It has the activated abilities clause on it, which is really cool. I mean, this card's definitely strong. I would be very, very happy to play this in both constructed or limited. I'm not certain that it will ever see play over Spellbinder, because Spellbinder, again, permanently does that cost increase and as evasion, which is really, really tough to give up. But I do think this card is strong. As far as constructed playability, like I said, it's competing for a spot with Elite Spellbinder. But in Standard, this card will probably be very good. So I'm going to give this, like, if we're considering all constructed formats, I'm going to give this thing like an 8. I think this is a very playable card. There will be plenty of white aggro decks that are very interested in this, and just getting that information is huge too. But it's a nice body, gives you information, you know, fits on the curve in an aggro deck. We're going to give it an 8.0 for constructed. And as far as limited goes, I think this thing's really sweet and limited. It's certainly not like a bomb rare, but it's a card that I am very happy to play on turn 3 in any game in limited. It's got a very good rate. A 3/3 for 3 with vigilance is very solid. As we saw from Jewel Thief in the last set, and that was a frickin' common. But then it's got a lot more text with the looking at your opponent's hand and the other clauses, obviously. So I think I'd give this also an 8 in limited. I'm very happy to play this in my deck. It's certainly not a card that's just going to win me games. Always, I wouldn't say it's a bomb, but it's a very, very good rare, and I'd be very happy to have this in my deck. Fits on the curve nicely, good body, good stats. I'm happy with this card. So I'm going to give it an 8 in both constructed and limited. Pretty happy with that card. All right, another one that I think is pretty sweet is this Archangel of Wrath. It's an angel, 3/4, 2 white, 2 generic. Has kicker for black and or red. Flying lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it deals 2 damage to any target, and then again, if it was kicked twice, it deals an additional 2 damage to any target. I think this card in limited is honestly insane. A 4-mana 3/4 flying lifelinker is already great. I'm already super happy to throw that in any limited deck that is playing white in it. And then we just get these random kicker value additions to it as well. So, you know, it can be a 5-mana. I think in limited, a lot of times this is going to be a 5-mana 3/4 flying lifelink that kills a creature, which is just unbelievably good. And it's also good just as a 4-mana 3/4 flying lifelinker. I think I would give this thing like a 9 in limited. I know I'm doing limited before constructed in this one, but that's because I'm pretty excited about this card in limited. Like, if I open this, I'll be very happy. I'm going to give this a 9. I don't think it's like an unbeatable rare, but I think it's very good. The potential to 2-for-1 your opponent, or even 3-for-1 your opponent if you somehow end up being Mardu or having a light splash. The potential to 3-for-1 and then also just get a flying lifelinker is huge, or just playing this as a flying lifelinker is also very good. So I'm going to give it like a 9. I think this is about all you can ask for in Limited are cards like this. Just a very good body, very good rate with more value attached to it. It's just a sweet card. So we're going to give this a 9.0 in Limited. I'm really, really thinking this will be a strong one in Limited. I cannot imagine many white decks not playing this card. Mob Psycho, thank you very much for joining the Swarm, man. Appreciate you. What about Constructed? Well, Constructed, I'm a little hesitant on this one because it's certainly slow. But again, I haven't played a ton of Standard recently, so I'm curious how a card like this can play in Standard. It seems okay. It definitely seems okay. It's still pretty good rate. I think I'm definitely going to rate it lower in Constructed, though. I don't think this card is playable in any other format besides Standard, but in Standard it might be able to see some play. I know Thundering Rebuke is a pretty popular removal spell right now, but does that one rotate? With the introduction of the next set, I have not been paying that much attention to Standard, I'm not going to lie to you. But either way. Okay, you're a Standard player, so you're talking about Standard. I have not touched Standard in a minute, but I think, you know what, this card certainly has potential. I'm going to give it like a 7. I'll give it a 7 in Standard. Again, I might be missing on this one. The Karn, I gave Karn a pretty generous rating in Limited. That's what you would give it to? Sweet, man. Well, I'm happy we're on the same page there. But yeah, I'm going to give it a 7. I think it has good potential. If Standard is like pretty slow, I could see a card like this being sweet, and especially if a lot of decks play X2s in them. 5 mana, kill your thing, get a 3/4 flyer is really good. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, it's 7 or 8 tops. I agree with that for sure. And it might be lower than that, but we'll give it a 7. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt here, and hopefully it is playable in Standard. I would enjoy a Standard format where a card like this is playable. This is it's just a good card. A card that has a nice body, and then has some value attached to it if you put in more mana to it. It's a well-designed card, I think. Oh, I would agree. It's no matter what, it'll probably be playable. All right, let's move on down. Start talking about some of these commons here, see if there's anything too exciting here. Argivian Cavalier, 2 generic, 1 white. Orc Knight, 2/2 Enlist. What does Enlist do? I haven't even seen this mechanic yet. As this creature attacks, you may tap a non-attacking creature you control without summoning sickness. Okay? When you do, add its power to this creature's until end of turn. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Okay. Constructed playability, this card's whatever. I'll give it like a 4. I could see a card like this being playable, but it's competing for a lot of good 3-drop slots. I'm probably being a little too generous. This card's probably not constructed playable, but things that make tokens, you never know. Sometimes they can pay off in like token strategies. And the Enlist mechanic is interesting too. I don't think it's super good, but I have no idea. It'll be one of those things that I have to play with it to really figure out how good it actually is. They really made sure to not make it broken by you having to you can't tap a creature with summoning sickness. It's like very specific. They clearly did not want that to be a thing, which is why they added it. But I think it's still like fine. As far as Limited goes, I'd be very happy to play a card like this in my deck. It's a 1 card that produces 2 creatures, typically pretty good in Limited. Effects like this are typically good in Limited, and the Enlist will probably be good too, because I can just get in some good attacks. I think I'm going to give this card like a 7. I'll give this card a 7. This is a common that I think most white decks are going to play, especially if they're more aggressive. But even if you're like more mid-rangey, I think it seems solid too. So I'm going to give this a 7, and honestly, I might be underrating it a little bit. I'm gonna actually edit. I think it's a 7.5. Most white decks are going to play this, and you'd be very happy to play this. So I'm going to go 7.5 on the Limited rating for this. I think it's a very solid card. I'd be happy with it in pretty much any white deck that I play in this format, I would imagine. Let's move on to the next card here. Argivian Phalanx. 5 generic, 1 white. Human Core Soldier. Costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control. And is a 4/4 Vigilant. Okay, well, I can already tell that, I mean, the Argivian Cavalier and the Phalanx, there's some synergy here in the fact that you can play Cavalier, and then the following turn you can play a Phalanx as a 4-mana 4/4 Vigilant creature, which is pretty good. I imagine this card is pretty reasonable in Limited. As far as Constructed goes, maybe. I don't think it's super good, but who knows? It is it has like all relevant creature types, which is kind of cool. Human, Core, and Soldier could all be abused. Specifically Human, though. I don't feel like this thing really will fit on the curve very well in Constructed decks. Maybe in like a token strategy it could be okay, but I don't think this card's going to really see play in Constructed. I'm going to give it like a 4. I think it's probably worse than Argivian Cavalier, but I could see it potentially being abused in something. So I'm going to give it a 4. Not something that I expect to see play, but if it did end up seeing play, I wouldn't be shocked if someone could figure out how to break this thing a little bit. But I just don't think it'll be like consistent enough. I don't know. But we'll see. But as far as Limited goes, I think this is another really solid Limited card. Pairs very well with the Cavalier that we just looked at, and obviously you could have other creatures in play too, so it can be even less mana than the 4-mana 4/4 Vigilant, which is already an okay rate. For playing like a 2 or 3 mana, 1 mana 4/4 Vigilant creature, that'd be pretty insane. And if we're in like a token strategy, that could happen. So this card's sweet. I'll give it a 7 in Limited. I think it's worse than Cavalier, but not by much. Another card that I think I would be pretty happy to play in a white creature deck in Limited. All right, let's look at this Artillery Blast. 1 generic, 1 white. Instant Domain. Deals X damage to target tapped creature, where X is 1+ the number of basic land types among lands you control. Okay, this is like, you know, a whatever card in Constructed. Again, I'm going to give it like a 4.0. I could see it seeing play. I don't think it's awful. I don't think it's unplayable. It's similar to Eiganjo, but Eiganjo is just also a land. So anytime you want this effect, you're probably putting at least 1 Eiganjo in your deck. But I mean, this is serviceable. We'll give it like a, honestly, a 4.0 might be a little high. Whatever, I'll still give it a 4.0. In Constructed. As far as Limited goes, though, I like cards like this. They're fine. They give white some access to removal, but it's removal that your opponents can kind of read and play around. Promotes playing at least 2 colors in most of your decks. Then it's like a 2-mana deal 3. Sometimes it'll be even better than that, but I think you're very happy if this is just 2-mana deal 3 damage. It's totally acceptable. Even 2-mana deal 2 damage is like not the worst. You're typically going to want it to deal 3, though. I'm going to give it like a... Cards like this I certainly think are worse than the creatures we just talked about, because there are times where cards like this line up really poorly. I'm going to give this one like a 6 in Limited. I'm not sad if I'm playing this card, but I'm also not like super happy about it either. Conditional removal can be very awkward if your opponent reads it well. They can kill a lot of your mana. So cards like this can be detrimental to games of Limited if you are sitting on them waiting to use them and your opponent has the read. That is fair, Glanceman, for sure. It is nice, I guess, that it deals it to target tapped creature. I missed that, or just didn't pay attention to that. I was thinking it had to be an attacking creature. So that's nice, at least, that you can just do this, you know, whenever something is tapped. That's kind of cool. But I'm still going to give it like a 6.0. Effects like this can be awkward for sure. Alright, let's move on down here and talk about Faith Bonder. Banalish Faith Bonder. 1 generic, 1 white. Human Cleric, 1/3, Vigilance, and Enlist. As this creature attacks, you may tap a non-attacking creature you control without summoning sickness. When you do, add its power to this creature's until end of turns. End of turn. This card's fine. I think in Constructed, this is Probably not playable. I think we have better options. Although, who knows? Maybe it'll surprise me. What's up, Ginger Brute? How's it going, man? We're just doing a set review today. And probably a little bit tomorrow, too. We'll see. Last time I did a set review, it took 2 days to get it done. So I would not be surprised if that happens again. But as far as this Faith Bonder goes in Constructed, excuse me, I think it's a pretty whatever card. I'm going to give this like a 3.0. I do not expect this to see play. But if it does, good for it, I guess. It's possible. Have we talked about the best Planeswalker ever printed? We did talk about Karn. I gave it a 3.0 in Constructed, and actually I gave it a 7.0 in Limited. I think it still has pretty good potential in Limited just because any deck can play it. And I think its -1 is decent in Limited. But we'll find out. We'll see what happens. Faith Bonder in Limited. I think this card is fine, but it's not... Again, I'm interested in this enlist mechanic. It's a new mechanic, so it's hard to, like... It's hard to envision how good it is, but the fact you can't tap creatures that you just played is really awkward. So, like, you can't play this on turn 2 and then play a 3-drop on turn 3 and enlist and, like, make it a 4/3 with Vigilance. I guess they probably tested that, and it was probably too good, would be my inclination. And to be fair, that does seem kind of nuts. 2 mana, 1/3 Vigilant, and then, like, play a 3-drop and attack for 4 would be pretty absurd. I feel like Enlist would have been kind of nuts if you would have been able to do that, honestly. So it's probably good they didn't let you do it. I think I'm going to give this like a 5. I think I'm fine to play this card in my deck, but I'm not like super stoked about it either. I think it's okay. This card is okay. I'm going to give it a 5.0 for Limited. I might be a little low on that one for sure, but the Enlist mechanic for me is kind of hard to see how good or bad that mechanic is without playing it. I'm sure it's good because it just gives you options, which are typically nice to have when you're thinking about combat, but that it can't tap a creature. Oh, interesting. It can't tap a creature with Vigilance, huh? No, it's not Battalion for sure. Anyway, I think this card's, like, fine. Honestly, this card might be the best in, like, mid-rangey or control decks in Limited, just because it has a really nice body, has Vigilance, and then later you can make it bigger, which is kind of cool. Just kind of stall the ground out, and then later it can actually attack for better damage. But either way, let's move on to the next one. Now, this is my kind of 2-drop right here. 1 generic, 1 white. Phyrexian Human Soldier. Kicker black. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, each player sacrifices a creature. It's a 3/1. So, a nice high-powered 2-drop. I'm a fan of that. It's a human, relevant creature type. It's kind of cool that it's also a Phyrexian and a human. Pretty hilarious. But being able to Edict off this thing for 3 mana is pretty sick, too. So, like, in an aggro deck, your opponent like plays a 3-drop or whatever, and you already have a 2 or a 1 in play. You play this, you kick it, you trade off your 3 for a 1. I think that's pretty good rate. Hey, Logan, nice to see you. Nice to hear from you, man. Yeah, yesterday we didn't get home till like 7 o'clock actually, so reminds you that black card with Kicker from Zendikar. Yeah, I think that's probably what they were kind of going for, to be honest. But I agree. I think this card's like maybe even playable and Constructed, who knows. I know some people were wishing that they would have gotten a chance to play with this card in Luris. This card in Luris would have been obscene. But anyway, I'm going to give this like a... I don't know. I think this is fine and Constructed. I'm going to give it like a 5.0. It could see play, especially in Standard. I would not be surprised if a card like this at all could see some play in Standard. Pretty nice body, pretty nice effect. Nice creature type. Every card with Luris was obscene. That's true. Oh, we have like a 5. I think it's a very serviceable card. I'm not sure that it'll fit into the white archetypes in Standard or not. But if it does, I won't be shocked. I think it's a reasonable card. As far as Limited goes, I think it's very, very solid. I'm going to give it like a... Oh, let's see. Do I want to give this a 7 or a 7.5? I think it's certainly one of those. Because it's got some added value on it, I'm going to give it a 7.5. I think it's about as good as the 3 mana 2/2 that makes a 1/1. So we'll give it a 7.5. You're gonna give it an 8 out of 10, Ginger Brute. That's fair. I'm gonna go in the middle of 7 and 8, 7.5. That's what we're gonna call. Speaking of calls, let's talk about the captain's call here. Initially, I thought this card was an instant, which would make this card a lot more playable. It's a sorcery, create 3 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. I think this card is, like, pretty bad, if I'm being honest. I might be undervaluing just making a lot of bodies, but, like, sorcery for 3 1/1s? Like, I don't get it, to be honest. Yeah, it is. It's bad Hordling Outburst, and it's honestly also bad Midnight Haunting. So I think this card is poor. Constructed, I don't think it's even playable, like, at all. I'd be shocked if this thing sees constructed play. I'm going to give it, like, a 2. I'm going to give it a 2 for constructed. I do not think this card is good. If you're trying to make... like, why wouldn't you just play Secure the... I guess that's Pioneer, but Secure the Waste is just miles better than this card. And as far as Standard goes, I cannot imagine paying 4 mana to do this when we could pay 4 mana to do literally anything else. So I think this card is poor. I'm going to give it a 2.0 in constructed. Ironically, I think it's the worst card we've seen yet. And as far as limited goes, like, I don't think this card's good in limited either. I remember in original Dominaria, there was like a 4 mana make 2/2. You made 2/2/2 knights with vigilance. This is like infinitely worse than that card too. So I just, like, I don't know. I just don't think this card is good. Oh, that's really cool, Logan. I have not seen that yet. Very cool, though. As far as limited goes, though, I think this card's also bad in limited. I think it's, like I said, I think this is the worst card I've reviewed yet today. Do I think it's better or worse than Faith Bonder? Would I give it lower rating than Faith Bonder? I think I would. Like, there might be a way to abuse tokens, and I'm sure there will be things that pay off tokens in this set, so maybe it'll be worth it in those kind of decks, but I just don't think this card's very good. I'm going to give it like a 4.5. It's slightly worse than Faith Bonder, but there will be some decks that will be happy with this card. A 4.5 is still a card I'll put in a fair amount of my decks, but it'll also be the card that, like, gets cut a good amount of the time too. So we'll give it a 4.5. I think it's fine. Let's move on to the next card. Charismatic Vanguard. 2 generic white, dwarf soldier. 5 mana, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. A white and 4 generic. Card's fine. It's a, a 3/2 for 3 that has some added text to it. As far as constructed goes, I cannot imagine this seeing play. I'm going to give it like a 2.0. That might be being generous, to be completely honest. You could show up to a local FNM and play this in a standard deck just to screw around. But unless you're doing that, you're probably not throwing this in a deck. And as far as limited, it's better than a generic 3/2 for 3, which is playable. Not good, but playable. I'll give it like a 6.0. Maybe it actually is a 5.5. I think it's probably a little worse than a 6.0. That one's close. That one is close to me. Do I think it's better or worse than Arterial Blast? I think it's about on par with Arterial Blast, to be honest, and that was what I gave a 6 earlier. I'll give it a 6. I'll play this in a lot of my white decks just because it fits the curve pretty well. It has relevant text, and it attacks for 3 damage on a 3-drop, which is fine. But I'm not, like, I'm not happy about this card. I'm just, like, shrugging my shoulders like, yeah, this is playable and moving on. So we'll give it a 6.0. You'll play it in a good amount of your white decks, but you'll also cut it some of the time. So let's go look at Citizen's Arrest. 1 generic 2 white enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls until Citizen's Arrest leaves the battlefield. These effects are typically pretty good. The fact that this hits any creature or planeswalker is pretty awesome. As far as constructed goes, the card's fine. you know, in Pioneer we have better effects than this, I think. But as far as Standard goes, this will probably be a pretty playable card, to be honest. I think I'm going to give this like a 6.5 in Constructed, because I think it'll see some play in Standard. I would be surprised if a card like this is not playable in Standard. That'd be a weird Standard. So I think I'll give it a 6.5. It might even be better than that, but the only reason I'm going to kind of dock it a little bit is this is just a worse version of other cards in other Eternal formats, or Pioneer and onward. And as far as Limited goes, this card's awesome. I feel like you're going to draft this very early, and you'll be very happy to have this in a lot of your sealed pools. It is a little awkward that it's double white, so like you can't really splash this card. You have to be a white deck, but I think that's okay. I think I'm going to give it like a 7.5, maybe even an 8, honestly. It's just a very, very good removal style card. Deals with planeswalkers is huge. So very close to a Banishing Light, but not quite as good. I'm going to give it a 7.5. The mana constraints and the fact it can't hit any type of permanent are going to make it less than an 8 for me, but I still think this is a very, very good card. All right, let's look at the next thing here. Cleaving Skyrider. 3 mana, 2 generic, 1 white. Flash, kicker for 2 and a red, and flying. Okay, it's already, and it's a 2/2. This already looks like a pretty good card to me. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of attacking creatures. Okay, so you're not typically going to get the kicker value off this. 6 mana is a lot of mana, but I think it's like pretty playable. A 2/2 flying flash creature is already like really sweet. In Constructed, I don't think this is very good. I'm going to give it like a 3.0. You could play it, but you probably shouldn't. And as far as Limited goes, I think it's a very, very solid uncommon. I'd give this like a 7.5. I'm very happy with 3 mana, 2 power flyers. Having Flash is just added value, and then having Kicker is even more added value. So, I mean, typically it's just going to be a 3 mana, 2/2 flyer with Flash, which is already pretty good rate for Limited. I'm pretty happy with that. So I think it's pretty good. I'm going to give it a 7.5. All right, let's move on to the next card here. Clockwork Bridge. 1 white, 0/3. Defender, Wall. Artifact creature. 3 mana, tap target creature. This card's fine. Tap effects are usually pretty good. 3 mana to tap something is a pretty big investment, though. A lot of times when you have a tap effect, it's 1 mana. In Constructed, this card is like not good at all. I would give it like a 2, and I'm being generous with a 2. You just shouldn't play this. But as far as Limited goes, it's certainly playable. I'm, again, not happy to play this in a deck, though. Maybe like a dirtily control deck can make it work fine, but it seems pretty bad to me. I'm going to give it like a 4. I'm going to give this a 4.0. This is a card I'm probably not trying to play in most of my decks. A 4 might even be generous. This might be like a 3.5 or a 3. So I just don't see that being very good. Yeah, in fact, I'm not giving this a 4. I think a 4 is a bad rating on this. I'm going to give this a 3. I do not think this card is good. There will be some decks that can utilize it, but it is just 3 mana to tap something is just a lot of mana investment. And a 1 mana 0/3 ain't amazing either. It's not blocking much. It'll block a lot of 2 power creatures, and then we also have the Enlist mechanic in this format, so a lot of creatures with Enlist will be able to punch through this anyway. It does not seem very good to me. Speaking of Enlist, we've got another Enlister coming up here in a moment. It's a 3 generic, 1 white, Coalition Sky Knight, Human Knight, 2/2 flying Enlist. A flyer with Enlist seems pretty cool to me. I think... So a 4 mana 2/2 flyer is not amazing, but Enlist is pretty powerful on a flying creature, I think. Constructed, this is not good. There are Defender Matters themes in this set, but otherwise the wall seems meh. That's fair. I didn't know there were Defenders Matter themes, but even then, like, it just does not seem very good. I think this card in Constructed is quite bad. We'll give it like a 2.0 as well. You could play this, but why would you type of deal. As far as Limited goes, though, it seems pretty okay to me. I'm going to give it a 7.0 just because 4 mana for a 2/2 is... I mean, that's a lot of mana to commit, but I think Enlist on a flyer is good. This might be a little higher than a 7, but I'm going to give it a 7 just because 2 toughness in a lot of limited formats can be pretty bad. It dies to a lot of removal. It also is just going to trade down a lot. A lot of 3-mana things will probably be able to block and kill this via either reach or also just having flying. So I don't think this card's amazing. 7.0 actually might even be a little high, but I'll still give it a 7.0. It is still a flyer in Limited that can have pretty big attacks because of having Enlist. So I think it's fine. We'll give it a 7.0. Danitha, Benalia's Hope. 4 generic and a white. Legendary creature, Human Knight. First strike, Vigilance, Lifelink, 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, you may put an aura or equipment card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield attached to Danitha. Well, its rate is already pretty reasonable. A 5-mana 4/4 first strike Vigilant Lifelinker is nothing to disrespect at all in Limited. That's a very nice body. And if you can make the ETB relevant, if you can have like some nice auras and equipments in your deck, I feel like this card's pretty sweet. Yeah, I think this card is pretty gas and Limited as well, Logan. I think I'm going to give it... like an 8.0, and it could be better than an 8.0 if you can make its ETB good, but I think just its stat line alone is already really solid. But if you can pay this thing off, it might even be like an 8.5 to 9.0. I think the flyer from earlier is better than this card, but not by much. I'm going to give it an 8.0. So we're going to give this 8.0 in Limited. Constructed, I don't think it's good. But I could be wrong. We'll give it like a 5.0 in Constructed. I could see somebody figuring something out with this and it being sweet, but I don't think that's going to happen. But either way, it's still got some pretty good power to it. But I don't think this card will see playing Constructed, but could be wrong. We'll give it a 5.0 just because it does cool stuff. Maybe someone can make it work. All right, let's talk about Defiler of Faith. And I know that this card is basically a cycle. We'll talk about that cycle in a second here. But it's a Phyrexian human, 3 generic, 2 white, Vigilance, 5/5. As an additional cost to cast white permanent spells, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost white less to cast if you paid life this way. And this effect reduces only the amount of white mana you pay. So it makes all of your white spells Phyrexian, but they still have their generic in the cost. So every white pip you can replace with Phyrexian with this thing in play, which is pretty nice. Pretty powerful effect for sure. And there's a whole cycle that do this. So there's a blue, a black, a red, and a green creature that have that effect as well. And we'll get to all those later. But let's talk about whenever you cast a white permanent spell, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. This card's really good. First of all, a 5-mana 5/5 Vigilant is pretty reasonable. Then the stat line of making all your spells cost reduced with Phyrexian mana is also pretty nuts. And then the fact you just get 1/1 white creatures when you're casting permanents off this is also pretty insane. So I think this card is good. It has a better body than the last creature we talked about, but less stat line on it for sure. But I think it's probably a little better than the last card we talked about, to be honest. It's got better. It's a 5/5, which is obviously better than a 4/4, and then it just like helps you go wide and cast things for cheaper. I think this thing's like an 8.5, to be honest with you, at least. It might even be better than that. God, you get to make a lot of 1/1s off this thing. Every spell you're drawing, basically. You'll have a little bit of interaction in your white decks in this format, but a lot of your interaction can be permanent-based, because we just saw a Banishing Light type of card, which would trigger the 1/1. It's got to be a white permanent, which is interesting, but I could see, like, mono-white maybe being possible, like, in Draft. I'm going to give this thing an 8.5. 8.5, and that might be underselling it in limited. As far as constructed goes, I think it's fine. Maybe good top end to like an aggro deck or something. I think 5 mana is a lot to commit to this kind of thing, though. Might be good in like a mid-range deck. I feel like you want to be an aggro deck, though, so you can like benefit on the going wide. I don't know. It also has really good play with Wedding Announcement. I really like how this card plays with Wedding Announcement, and Wedding Announcement is still going to be legal in Standard. It's like you could build a like more chunky red or white deck with like this and Wedding Announcement in it, and Wedding Announcement is a permanent, which would give you a 1/1, and then the flip half of Wedding Announcement obviously anthems all the 1/1s that you've made off of both Wedding Announcement and this, which seems pretty awesome, honestly. I'm going to give it like I think this card actually has a lot of potential. I'm thinking about this in Wedding Announcement and how I would like build a permanent style deck in Standard. And it seems kind of cool. Is it good? Who knows? It's something to try in the near future. We'll brew up decks and play them on Arena in the next few weeks. But yeah, I think I'm going to give this actually like a 7.5 in Standard, and I might be underselling it again, to be honest. I think this card has a lot of potential to be pretty messed up, especially if the format of Standard is like reasonable. As long as no like crazy broken things are happening that make a card that is 5 mana not relevant, then I think this card's pretty cool. Like I said, I really like how this will play with Wedding Announcement. That's the most obvious synergy that I'm thinking of right now, and I'm sure there are other really good ones too. But that seems very good to me. All right, let's move on to the next card. Destroy Evil. 1 generic, 1 white, instant. Choose 1. Destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. Destroy target enchantment. Card's fine. I'm going to give it like a 3.0 in constructed. It's a card that will see some sideboard play maybe, if it's good. If this effect is what you want in Standard, then it'll see some sideboard play. It might see sideboard play in other formats too. It just really depends. I don't think so, but you never know. I honestly, I really wish it exiled creature with toughness 4 or greater, but that might be too good. That would be really sick. Either way, I still think it's a very playable card. As far as limited goes, it's going to be like a sideboard card in a lot of spots, unless the format is just filled with huge creatures and enchantments, which it could be. So I'll give it like a 5.5 in limited. It's always going to be a sweet option to have out of your sideboard, but if the format goes a specific way, it'll actually be a perfectly main deckable card. So let's kind of have to see how the limited format, the limited environment shakes out. All right, let's move on to the next card. Griffin Protector, 3 generic, 1 white. It's a Griffin, 2/3 flyer. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Typically, that kind of effect is pretty powerful and limited. It's a pretty good body. I generally think this card is probably better than the Enlist flyer we talked about earlier, just because it has 3 toughness, and it pumps both power and toughness when you're playing more creatures. This really makes token strategies pretty sweet, because you can play this and then drop a couple tokens into play. Like, think about this. Play this, play Captain's Call. I'm attacking with a 5/6 flyer on turn 5. That's kind of sweet. So I think this card's going to be good. I think in limited, I'm going to give this like a 7.5. Very happy with this in token strategies, I think. And constructed, I mean, this card's whatever. We'll give it like a 3.0. Give me a second here. We'll move on to the next one. All right. Guardian of New Benalia. 1 generic, 1 white. Human Soldier, 2/2. As Enlist, whenever it enlists a creature, scry 2. Discard a card. Excuse me. It gains indestructible until end of turn, and you tap it. So, similar to Seasoned Hollowblade in that regard. This card seems probably just like a better Seasoned Hollowblade to me, honestly. It gives you the scry power. It's going to attack harder. This card seems good. This card definitely seems good. Very, very Seasoned Hollowblade-esque card but with even more text on it. The Scry 2 is nice. Yeah, I think this card is pretty solid. Constructed playability, I'm going to give it like a 7.5. And limited playability, I'm actually going to also give it a 7.5. I don't think your deck is like busted if you have this card in it, but I mean, I think it's like a real, maybe, you know what, I'm gonna bump it up to an 8 in limited. The fact that you just like can't kill this thing and it gets to attack like for a lot of damage, right? Because you just get to enlist every time you attack with this. It's just like play another creature, start enlisting every single turn. If it's a 3-power creature, you're attacking for 5, which is just like a 4-turn clock. Your opponent kind of has to block over and over again, and you just get to keep this in play, keep discarding lands and things like that, giving it indestructible. This card's actually going to be a real pain in limited. 8 might also be underselling it. The more I think about this, yeah, the more I think about this in limited, the more I do not want to play against somebody with this in their deck at all. I'm actually going to give this an 8.5. 8.0 is not good enough. This card is going to be a pain in limited. It is just better than Hollow Blade. Yeah, I mean, it has 1 less power when you don't enlist, but you're like pretty much always going to enlist when you attack with this thing. I know that Stormy Golem for sure, but I still think this card is kind of nuts. Obviously, you can't enlist the first turn you attack with it, more likely than not, at least. You could have played a 1-drop on turn, but I still think this card's really good. I'm gonna give it an 8.5. I don't think it's quite as good as the Angel from earlier in limited, but it's very close. If it was a warrior, we'd be talking Pioneer Hammer. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, we're going to move on over to Heroic Charge. Just a classic pump spell effect here. Instant, 2 white, 2 generic. Kicker for 1 and a red. Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. If it was kicked, they also gain trample until end of turn. So it's basically just a better Inspired Charge. It's Inspired Charge, and they added Kicker to it to give trample. I like that. I think that's cool. There will be some decks that can utilize this really well. In limited, at least. In constructed, I don't think you're playing this in constructed very often. I'm going to give it like a 3.0 in constructed. As far as limited goes, there will be some decks that really like this effect. Not many, but there will be some. It's possible, Andrew. Inspired Charge from the last a few sets ago didn't really see standard play, but it could. I think it'll certainly see limited play in some decks, though. I'll give it like a 5.5. I think it's like fine. There are decks that'll want this, and then there'll be white decks that just want no part of this. It really just depends. But it's a fine card. You're not going to draft it super high. It's a card that'll go around the table, and you'll be able to pick them up pretty late. But it's a solid card nonetheless. Next card here is another pump spell. Join Forces, 2 generic, 1 white, instant. Untap up to 2 target creatures. They each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Effects like this are, fine to have access to in limited. I'm going to give it a 2.0 in constructed. You're almost never going to play this. As far as limited goes, it's a good trick. It'll be serviceable. It's another card you're not going to take super high, I don't think, but you'll be happy to have 1 or 2 in your deck. You think Enlist is great, and it's going to shake up the meta. Psycho, that might be true. That may be true for sure. Join Forces in limited, I'm going to give like a 5.5. Pump spells, I'm typically not going to give higher or lower than a 5.5. I think pump spells typically have their spots where they're really good and have their spots where they're not really good. You're not going to play that many of them in a deck. This one is serviceable. It's not busted by any means, but it's good. And that's about where I'd put Heroic Charge as well. Mob Psycho, though, I agree. Enlist seems cool. Juniper Order Root Weaver. 1 generic, 1 white. Human Druid, 2/2. Has Kicker for a green. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Card's fine. It's serviceable. In constructed, 3.0. If you're into 2-mana 2/2s, you'll play this, but there are better options. As far as limited goes, Again, if you're into 2-mana 2/2s, it's got some upside, which is cool. I'll give it like a 6.0. It's certainly better than some of the 2-drops we've seen, but it's worse, I think, than most of them. I think it's fine. I mean, it's just like a 2-mana 2/2 with some upside, which, you know, 2-mana 2/2 get like a 5 in limited normally, but the fact we have upside, we'll give it a 6.0. Knight of Dawn's Light. 1 generic, 1 white. Human Knight. First strike, 2/2. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. And it has 2 mana, gets +1/+1 until end turn. This card is really, really sick. I like this card a lot. Constructed playability. Honestly, it's like close to constructed playable. 2/2 for 2 with first strike and then pump. And then also has more relevant text with the life gain, which you could abuse in something, I'm sure. I'm going to give it like a 5.5 in constructed. I could see this seeing play in something for sure. As far as limited goes, this card is sick. This is so much better than Juniper Order Rootweaver. I'm going to give it like a 7.0. It's a card that I don't think makes your deck busted, but you're going to play this in like every white deck, and you're going to be really happy about it. A very good body. Being able to pump is huge, especially with first strike, and then gaining additional life will matter in spots too. So I'm going to give it a 7.0. That might even be a little bit of an underrate. You know what? That's definitely. I'm going to give it a 7.5. If we're going to give cards like the 2/2 that makes a 1/1 token earlier, 7.5. There's no way I can give this less than a 7.5. So we're going to give this a 7.5, and I could even make an hear an argument that it's even an 8. Like almost every white deck will play this and be very happy about it. All right, let's move on to the next one. A Leyline Binding, 5 generic and a white. It has flash. It's an enchantment. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each basic land type among lands you control. So in limited, this is typically going to be a 4-mana card, I think. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until Leyline's Binding leaves the battlefield. On constructed, I think this thing's awesome because in a 5-color deck, this thing is like busted. Like playing this in a Niv deck, it's not multicolored, but it's pretty sweet to just have like a 1-mana Banishing Light. Works really well with Triomes, which is pretty cool. I think this card is sick. I'm going to give this like an 8.0 in constructed because I can see decks in like Pioneer maybe abusing this really well. Standard, it's probably playable in something. And as far as limited goes, I think I'm also going to just give it like an 8 because it's a banishing effect that can deal with anything. If we're in a 3-color deck, it's, you know, able to do it for 3 mana. And the fact that it has flash is just great. So I really like this card. I think it's good. We're going to give it an 8 in both. I might be overrating it a little bit in limited, but I think in construct, and, you know, in constructed too. Maybe it just won't fit into anything, but if it fits into something, it'd be pretty sick. All right, Love Song of Night and Day. 2 generic, white, read aheads. This is another new mechanic. Choose a chapter and start with that many lore counters. Add 1 after your draw step. Skipped chapters don't trigger. Sacrifice after the 3rd chapter. So we can start this wherever we want. Chapter 1, you and target opponent each draw 2 cards. All right, typically not a very great effect. Chapter 2, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying. Okay, that's acceptable. And then Chapter 3, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Okay. This is, like, fine. The fact that we can read ahead on it is really nice. The first chapter is very rarely going to be something I'm interested in. Although, at least, like, we get more out of this card. This is not the same as the crappy white card in whatever format it was, I forget. That was just like a sorcery that you and your opponent both drew cards. Because that card was terrible because you were down a card. But this card actually has more text on it, so it's at least playable. Chat lag is real. Is that me? Am I the reason the chat lag is real, or is that from your end there, Stormy Goal? I'm sorry about that. But yeah, Binding is sick. But as far as Love Song of Night and Day, I love that this has read ahead because there will be times where you don't want to give your opponent's cards and you just want to make a 1/1 flyer, and you just want to then put counters on a few creatures the turn after. But I think this card's pretty sweet. I would give this in Constructed. I don't think it's particularly good in Constructed. Who knows, though? I could be wrong. I'm going to give it like a 4 in Constructed. I could see this maybe seeing play. As far as Limited goes, I like it quite a bit, though. I think Chapters 2 and 3 are both really good, and there will be spots where Chapter 1 is sweet, too, so you won't read ahead. But a lot of times you're just going to read ahead on this one. I'm going to give it like a 7.5, honestly. I really like Chapters 2 and 3 here, and I think Chapter 1, like I said, like there will be times where you and your opponent are both like Hellbent, or you're Hellbent, you're an aggro deck, you want some cards, you don't necessarily care that you're giving your opponent some cards, and you know that Chapters 2 and 3 are going to be really good for you too, but I think a lot of times on this one we're going to read ahead. I think this is going to be a Chapter 2, 3 card more often than not. Alright, let's look at the next card here. Mesa Cavalier, 2 generic, 1 white. Human Knight, 2/1 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Card is fine. Not the best body in the world, but it does fly and it does gain you 2 life. So can swing some races for sure. Constructed, not great. I'm going to give it like a 3.0. As far as Limited goes, though, I'm pretty happy with this. I'd give it like a 6.5, maybe even a 7.0. Let me think on that. Do I think this is a 7.0 or a 3.5? Or not a 3.0, a 6.5. It's close. I'm going to give it a 7.0. I really like flyers in Limited, and the fact that this one can swing races is big. That gain 2 could be very relevant, and we've already seen a few cards that, like the 2-mana 2/2 First Striker, that would, if you played that into this, you gain 3 life, which is just a massive swing. So I think it's pretty good. So we'll keep that at a 7.0. All right, Phyrexian Missionary, another Phyrexian human cleric, 2 mana, 1 generic, 1 white, has kicker for 1 and a black. It is a lifelinker. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So this is a Gravedigger if we had black mana and white mana on a 2/3 lifelinker, which is already like a 2-mana 2/3 lifelinker is already very good rate. I think this card is excellent, to be honest. As far as constructed playability, it actually might be constructed playable. It's a pretty nice body. Doesn't die to Stomp and Pioneer, which is cool. But in Standard, it's almost certainly playable. A 2-mana 2/3 lifelinker as human as a creature type, which is nice. I think this card's very good. I'm going to give this like a 7 for constructed playability. I think this will see play in constructed. And as far as Limited goes, I'm going to actually give this an 8.0. This is about all you can ask for on a 2-drop. Very similar to the First Strike guy we saw a moment ago. Probably even better than that, to be honest. But this card is quite good. I'm very happy with this in a Limited deck. Prayer of Binding, a 3 generic 1 white enchantment, has flash. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. I really like this card. It's a banishing light effect. Not sure how good it'll be in constructed, but it does have flash, which is nice. So we like add a mana to gain flash as opposed to typical banishing effects, and we also gain 2 life. I think it's like probably constructed playable. I'm going to give it a 6.0. Typically cards like this are playable and constructed. The 4th mana on it's a little awkward. It's probably worse than Cast Out was, but maybe not. Doesn't have cycling, but you gain 2. You know what? This is underselling this card. I'm going to give it actually a 6.5. No, I'm going to give it a 7.0. I think this card will be played in Standard almost certainly. In some capacity, but we'll see. And then as far as Limited goes, you're very happy to take this card, I think. I'm going to give this a 7.5. Very good removal. Honestly, in Limited, this card is probably better than Leyline Binding a good amount of the time, which is interesting. The gain 2 is going to be relevant, and it's pretty much the same card if you're only a 2-color deck, but you just gain 2 on it, so that's kind of sweet. Resolute Reinforcements. It's our next card here. 1 generic, 1 white, human soldier, 1/1 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. I like this card a lot. This is pretty much, in my opinion, just better Raise the Alarm. Raise the Alarm is a instant that makes 2 1/1s. Resolute Reinforcements is a creature with flash. It also is going to make you 2 1/1s, and then you can like bounce this thing, flicker this thing. You can get more value off this thing later. So I think I like this card quite a bit more than Raise the Alarm, and Raise the Alarm was already a pretty playable type of card. So I think this card's sick. It also will play really well with the Phyrexian guy that we looked at earlier because it's a permanent. So I think that's really good set design from Wizards here, is instead of having Raise the Alarm, we make Raise the Alarm on a permanent to have good synergy with some of the other stuff going on. And I think just having synergy with Blink effects is pretty cool too. As far as Constructed goes, I think this card's actually playable in Constructed. I'm going to give this a 6. I'm going to give it a 7.0. I think this card's probably playable in Constructed. I really do. And as far as Limited, I'm going to give it a 7.5. That might be a little high. This might be worse than the 2/2 that makes a 1/1, but it is cheaper. So you have to take that into consideration for sure. But I really like, so I'm like imagining like this Resolute Reinforcements into the 3-mana 2/2 that makes a 1/1 into any 3-drop, and then we're just playing that 4/4 Vigilant guy for 1 mana on turn 4. So you could do some really cool stuff with some of these white cards in Limited, and maybe that's even a thing you could do in Constructed that would be reasonable. Who knows? But seems very, very powerful potentially in Limited. So I like that a lot. I think it's certainly better than like a generic 2/2 would be. I like this card. Alright, so we're going to give that a 7.5. Runic Shot. 1 white, sorcery, kicker for blue, destroy target tapped creature. If the spell was kicked, scry 2. I don't love that this is a sorcery at all, but I get it. It's 1 mana. This card is fine. I don't think it's very good in Constructed. I'd give it like a 5 at best. I think I'm going to give it a 4. We get a 4.0. And as far as Limited goes, the kicker value on this is nice. I think it's like okay. It sucks that the creature is going to have to deal damage to you before you get this off, though. I'm going to give this like a 5.5. Like, you'll play this in a lot of blue-white decks, but you're not thrilled about it. It's fine. It's a fine removal spell. I guess it would probably be too good as an instant. Just like 2 mana, destroy a tapped creature, attacking creature, and then scry 2 would be insane. So I get why it's a sorcery, but it's certainly much worse being a sorcery. So we're going to give it a 5.5. Samite Herbalist. 1 generic, 1 white, human cleric. Whenever it becomes tapped, you gain 1 life and scry 1. Oh, that's really nice with the enlist mechanic. That's really cool. If you enlist this onto the rare that we were looking at earlier, you're gaining a life and scrying 3 every single turn, which is pretty awesome. It's not quite a scry 3. It would be a scry 1 and then a scry 2, or a scry 2 then a scry 1, depending on how you'd want to stack that. I assume you would scry 1 first typically, but in any case, this card seems pretty playable in Limited at least. As far as Constructed goes, this card's whatever. I'm going to give it a 3.0. But as far as Limited goes, I really like how this plays with the enlist mechanic. So I think I'm going to give it like a 7. I think this card will be a and it's already like a fine 2-drop anyway. It's a 2 mana 2 power creature, which I'm typically happy to play, and even if we aren't enlisting it, we get this trigger when we attack, too. It's whenever it becomes tapped. So we can attack, gain 1 life, scry 1. That's pretty sick, honestly. So, yeah, I like this card. We'll give it a 7.0 in Limited, and it might even be a little higher than that. Alright, let's check out Sarah Paragon, another mythic here. 2 generic, 2 white. Angel, 3/4 flyer. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land from your graveyard or cast a permanent spell with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it gains when this permanent is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, exile it, and you gain 2 life. This is a bomb in Limited. This card is insane. As far as Limited goes, I'm going to give this like a 9.5. Like, this is about all you can ask for on a Limited creature right here. It does pretty much everything you could ever want. It flies, it's a very good rate, very good body, and then it just gets to replay. It's kind of like a fixed Lurrus in a way. It's pretty much just Lurrus on a 3/4 flyer that can't be a companion. But like this seems ridiculous. And then when those permanents leave play, they exile, but you gain 2 life, so you like still get a ton of value gaining 2 life. Like, I don't know, this card seems ridiculous to me. I don't know if this is constructed playable. It probably is, and I'm imagining this with like Extraction Specialist. My god, you like lose an Extraction Specialist in a 2-drop, and then later you play this, replay Extraction Specialist out of the yard, and then buy something else back with the Extraction Specialist. Seems pretty awesome to me. I'm going to give this like an 8 in Constructed. I could see this being a very real card in Standard for sure. But this card is really sick. Also worth noting that the Paragon, the things you buy back, it is not a leaves the battlefield trigger. It is a put into the graveyard trigger, which means if you buy things back with Paragon and then flicker them out, they lose that clause. And then they could die again, and then you could replay them again, which is something to keep in mind for sure. Pretty cool little loophole to the buying it back and having to exile the card. You can actually get around that with blink effects, so kind of neat. But anyway, I think this card's insane. This is something, if you open this and you're not playing it, I would be very, very, very surprised. You're probably just not playing white if you're not playing this card, because this card seems unreal. Shalai's Acolyte is the next card we're going to look at here. 4 generic, 1 white. It's an Angel, a 3/4. Has kicker for 1 generic and a green. Flyer, and if it was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters on it. This card's fine. It's a 5 mana 3/4 flyer that will sometimes be a 7 mana 5/6 flyer. I'm going to give, this is not a constructed playable card. This is just too much mana for this. I'm going to give it a 3.0. And then as far as Limited goes, a 5 mana 3/4 flyer is fine. A 7 mana 5/6 flyer is also fine. We're going to give it like a 7. There will be some decks that are interested in this. There will also be some decks that are not interested in this. It really depends how good a 3/4 flyer lines up in the format for 5 mana. But it seems okay. Stall for Time. 2 generic, 1 white. Instant, kicker, 1 and a blue. Tap up to 2 target creatures. If the spell was kicked, put a stun counter on each of those creatures. Would become untapped. Remove IC. Okay? And draw a card. This card is fine. You tap creatures on your opponent's turn, draw a card, and then, if you have 5 mana, you basically get 2 turns of tapping your opponent's creature, because you can do it on their upkeep, basically freeze 2 of their things, which is pretty cool. I think this card is fine. I don't think it's, insane, but I don't think it's bad either. As far as constructed goes, I think on this one for constructed, I don't think it's very good. I think I'd give it like a 3.0. If it ends up seeing play, cool, but I don't expect it to. We're gonna give it a 3.0. And as far as Limited goes, like I said, I think it's playable. There will be some tempo decks that can really utilize this. I'm going to give it like a 7. I think there will be some decks that can really, really punish you with a card like this. They can, stall for time with this card and get to their mid-range, late-game type stuff with an effect like this. But to truly get the full, you really want to put 5 mana into it to get the full effect out of it, which is a pretty big investment to get a freeze. So we'll see how this goes. 7.0 might be a little high, maybe more like a 6.5, but it is a good card. Let's look at Take Up the Shield. 1 generic, 1 white. Instant, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. This is a very good combat trick. A combat trick or a pump spell that can blow out removal and also give lifelink. Basically gonna win combat all the time with this. This is a combat trick I'm very happy to play like 2 copies of in a deck. It's efficient. 2 mana is very reasonable. And getting a permanent +1/+1 counter, it's not even +1/+1 until end of turn. You get a permanent counter, which is awesome. And then gaining lifelink indestructible until EOT is big. I think this is a very good combat trick, actually. I don't think it's particularly good in Constructed. We'll give it like a 4.0. I could see it seeing play, but I don't expect it to. But as far as the limited, I actually think this is a 7.0. This is a combat trick that I would play multiple of in a deck and would be like very happy about it. This is a great trick. By far the best trick we've seen yet, I think, in this review. Temporary Lockdown. 1 generic, 2 white. It's an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less until it leaves the battlefield. So initially, when I was hearing about this card, I thought it was a sorcery, and I thought it was completely broken. But this being on an enchantment is kind of reasonable, to be honest, because yes, you can get a lot of things with this, but you can get initially when I heard about this card, I was thinking about like how insane it is against obviously it's still very good against like aggro decks. It's very good against Cat Oven and like Pioneer, Historic. But the fact that we can combat this by blowing it up and then get all our stuff back is nice. So I think this card's very good. I think it's like a 7.5. It is very good against tokens, no question about that. I'm going to give it a 7.5 for Constructed. I think it's quite good. In fact, I'm gonna up that. I'm going to give it an 8.0. I think this card will see play in Pioneer. It'll be an option in Pioneer at least. I think it's certainly going to see play in Standard. Very good counter to aggro decks. But I don't think it's like busted because at least we can combat it by blowing it up. Neon Cheeseman, thank you very much. Appreciate the follow, man. As far as limited goes, a card like this actually is not usually that good in limited just because, games grind out. People play bigger cards. This card's fine in limited, but I would actually be pretty upset if I opened this in a sealed pool because you're not going to get what you want to out of this card more often than not. Some people have aggro decks, but even the aggro decks play a lot of like 3 and 4 drops in limited, at least in a lot of formats. Maybe not in this one. It'll depend, but I think this card is honestly worse in limited than it is in Constructed by a pretty wide margin. I would actually give this a 6.5 in limited because there will be times where this is good, but you're actually not going to start this card very often. It might even be a 6. I'm actually going to change it to a 6. This is going to be a sideboard card more often than not, and you're not going to be happy to open this either in most sealed events that you play. And it's not one you're going to draft super highly either. So, but I think it has high potential in Constructed. I'm going to give it an 8.0 there, 6.0 in limited. Let's move on. All right, now this card, I've seen this card. I think this card is nuts. Urza Assembles the Titans. 3 generic, 2 white. It has read ahead. So it looks like pretty much all the sagas in this format are going to have read ahead, which is cool. Scry 4 is the first chapter. Then you may reveal the top card of your library. If it's a Planeswalker card, you may put it into your hand. So 5 mana Scry 4 is already like pretty sweet. And then if we hit a Planeswalker, we're just also drawing a card off this. So that's very, very powerful. Let's look at Chapter 2. You may put a Planeswalker card with mana value 6 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. That, as well, is quite good. I can already imagine this like in a blue-white shell with 5 mana Teferi, maybe Elspeth Sun's Champion, Narset, things of that nature. Seems pretty good. Chapter 3, you may activate the loyalty abilities of Planeswalkers you control twice this turn rather than only once. So this card like really pays you off for playing Planeswalkers. I think this card is sick. Fully expect this to be a constructed playable card, if not in Pioneer, at least in Standard. But I think being able to just cheat in Teferi Hero of Dominaria, cheat in Elspeth Sun's Champion, cheat in the Wandering Emperor, things like that, pretty sweet. So I think this card will be good. I don't think you're playing a ton of it in your decks, but I think, you know, in a Planeswalker deck, this could be really, really sweet. So as far as constructed goes, I'm going to give it like a 7.5. There will be some decks that can really utilize it, so I think it'll be pretty cool. As far as limited goes, I actually think it's like significantly worse in limited because you have to open a Planeswalker for this to really do what it is supposed to do. This is actually probably a pretty bad card in limited in a lot of spots. I'm going to give this a 5.0. It's either a 5.0 or it's going to be like an 8. If you like somehow get multiple Planeswalkers in your deck, then sure, this card will be sweet. But it's just so unlikely that it would ever happen. So I'm going to give it a 5.0. I don't think this card's going to be very good in limited all that often. Valiant Veteran is our next card here. It's a part of another cycle that we're going to see, which is a cycle of Lords. 1 generic, 1 white, core soldier, 2/2. Other soldiers you control get +1/+1. And you can exile it from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on each soldier you control. I think this card's really, really sick. If we can make like a soldier tribal deck. Is Adeline a soldier? I need to look that up. I know Thalia is a soldier, so it already has really good synergy with Thalia. Let's look up Adeline and Extraction Specialist. Those are the two that I'm going to check out here a moment. I'm going to do that over here. I could do it over here so everybody else can see. There are other soldiers as well that are OP. Yeah, I agree. Adeline is the one I really want to check out here. It's a human knight. And it creates human tokens. So this does not, it is not a soldier, nor are the creatures it makes soldiers. So that's pretty relevant. How about Extraction Specialist? I think Specialist is a rogue. Yeah, it's a human rogue. Okay, so neither of those being soldiers is interesting. Very, very interesting there. So who knows what a deck with this is going to look like, but it seems like a very interesting card. Neon Chessman, unfortunately, no. Extraction Specialist is a rogue. It's a human rogue, which I thought it was when I started thinking about it, but we had to check. We had to check. Either way, though, I think this card, you know, could certainly see some constructed play. We'll give it a 7.5. This card could be sick if somebody can figure out a sweet soldier archetype. I think it's more likely this would be good in Standard than in Pioneer, but who knows? Maybe we can figure out a soldier deck. As far as Limited goes, it's a 2-mana 2/2 that has a lot of upside. I think I'd give it a 7.5 because you're just randomly going to have soldiers in your deck in Limited. That's just going to happen. Just going to kind of go back and scroll through and see how many soldiers. We got one there, and then it also makes a soldier. Okay, we actually... Alright, this is a soldier, but it's a rare. Honestly, not that many soldiers. Looking at these cards, he's a soldier. Okay, here's a soldier. This makes 3 soldiers. That's pretty cool. Okay, here's another soldier. Does this create a soldier? It does. So it looks like all the tokens, for the most part, are soldiers. Give me one moment here, Chessman. I'll check that out. the link you just sent here. Like, this card seems like it could be pretty sweet. Next week on Arena. Oh, I see. You sent me all the soldiers, or possible soldiers at least. Okay. So some of these cards, Guardian of New Benalia is awesome. That's a card we'd be playing 4 of in a Soldier's archetype for sure. It's kind of a problem. I'm not seeing any 1-mana soldiers. Not having a 1-mana soldier is pretty terrible. So we'd probably have to play non-soldiers in our deck too, because our white aggressive deck just has to play 1-drops. Unless we're trying to play like a white mid-range soldier deck, which I guess is possible, but probably bad. It's interesting, though. In any case, I'm going to give it a 7.5 in both Limited and Constructed. I think it's got a lot of potential in Constructed, and I think in Limited it'll just end up being good a fair amount of the time. Wing Mantle Chaplain. 4 mana, 3 generic, 1 white. Is an 0/3, a human cleric defender. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 bird with flying for each creature with defender you control. Oh, okay. Interesting. Whenever another creature with defender enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying. Okay. I think this card is not very good in Constructed. Let's just get that out of the way. I'm going to give it a 3.0. It's a fun build around, but it's probably not even remotely good. As far as Limited goes, this card obviously scales with the number of defenders that you have in your deck and the number of copies of Wingmantle Chaplain in your deck. If you get a deck with like 3 Wingmantle Chaplains and just a bunch of defenders, I see this card being kind of busted. But it's got a pretty bad body, honestly a very bad body for its mana cost, and 0/3 for 4 mana is a really bad rate. You do get a 1/1 off it no matter what, which is cool, but even then, a 4 mana 0/3 that makes a 1/1 flyer is still pretty poor. I'm going to give this card like a 5.5. Obviously, you could build around this card. There are spots where you're going to get a lot of this card, and you might be able to set up something cool, but I think typically this card is not very good. But there's some potential to do some cool stuff. I mean, if you're doing a draft and you see this at pick 1, you could take it and try to build around it, and something sweet could happen. But I think generally this is not going to be very good. But we'll see. Maybe we'll find some other defenders that do some cool stuff as we move into probably green, maybe white. I mean, we already see Academy Wall here, so we know that's going to be a defender. But I don't think this card's going to be particularly good, but I could see spots where it is really good. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like Spider Spawning from original Innistrad. That card itself was like kind of garbage, but when you built around it, it was nuts. In before defenders is the best archetype in Limited. It could be, man. It could be, but it looks at surface value, it does not look very good. But if you can pay it off, it's going to be sweet. So we'll see what happens. All right, Academy Lore Master. We're into the blue cards now. So that is the end of our white set review there. Had some cool stuff going on for sure. All right, so Lore Master. It's a 2/3 for 2 blue, human wizard. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player may draw an additional card. If they do, spells they cast this turn cost 2 more to cast. Huh. It's a very interesting card. I feel like this could be really powerful in certain archetypes, but maybe I'm wrong with that. I don't know. Giving your opponent options to draw extra cards is always a little awkward. This card's really hard to evaluate. I have no idea on this. I assume that this could be busted and constructed in certain archetypes to just draw extra cards, but your opponent gets to draw extra cards too. And making all your stuff 2 more to cast means you like can't like combo off or whatever with this, at least the first couple turns. Very awkward, your opponent gets to draw the extra card before you do. So that's kind of weak. So like if you play this, your opponent like has, or if you play this like in the late game where they can afford to remove it, then they're just gonna 2-for-1 you on this. I don't know. I think this card is medium at best in both constructed and limited, so I'm gonna give it like a 6 and a 6.5, and I might be overrating it, but you know, it's a fine card, I think. Let's look at the Academy wall. Maybe this one will be a little easier to tell how good or bad it is. It's a 0/5 for 3 mana. Defender, when you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Card seems fine. Not particularly good, not particularly bad. As far as constructed goes, you're not playing 3 mana 0/5 walls in constructed, I don't think, so probably 3.0. And as far as limited goes, I mean, it's a wall. You know, it might have some payoff with the defender, the defender's matter decks. I'm gonna give this like a 5. I'm not trying to register this unless I have a reason to register this in a limited deck, but there will be times where it'll come up. Mainly the defender's matter decks, I think. But being able to loot off instants and sorceries is pretty good too, I guess. So maybe it's a little better than a 5. I'm going to give it a 5.5. Probably undervaluing the wall a little bit here, but it doesn't seem crazy exciting to me. All right, let's look at Aether Channeler. 2 generic, 1 blue, human wizard. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Create a 1/1 bird with flying. Return another target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. This card seems really good. Especially in, like, this could be, like, a collected company card in Pioneer. In fact, I think I saw Aspiring Spike posting something about this on Twitter, saying that he's going to add it into his Bant Cocoa Piles, which makes sense. This card just does all sorts of things. And it seems really good. So I'm gonna give this like a 7.5 in constructed, and in limited, I'm also going to give it a, honestly, I'm gonna give it an 8.0 in limited, because this is like always a 2-for-1 in some way. It's either giving you a flyer and a creature on the ground, it's either bouncing something for your opponent for tempo, or resetting something for you. Or it's just a 3 mana 2/1 draw card, which is still really good rate too. So I think I'm going to give this an 8.0. I'd be happy to open this as a rare for sure. This is going in like every blue deck I play, I imagine. Very happy with this card. Battle Wing Mystic. It's a 2 mana 2/1 flyer. I'm already a big fan of it. 1 generic, 1 blue. Bird Wizard has kicker red. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. Okay, this card seems like actually very, very, very good. I'm gonna give this a... This is like very playable and constructed, I think. Because it's just like a... It's like not... It's playable and constructed. Very is probably a stretch, but I'll give it like a 6.0. In constructed, I could see this being good. As far as limited goes, I'm giving this an 8.0. And the reason I'm giving this an 8.0 is a 2 mana 2/1 flyer is already just great, right? Like 2 mana 2 power flyer is just going to attack and kill people very effectively. It puts people on a real clock really quickly. And then this card is also just a great top deck in an aggressive blue deck. Like if you're Hellbent and you draw this, this is just a 3 mana 2/1 flyer, draw 2 cards, which is just unbelievable. So I think this card is actually, like, very good. I would give it an 8.0 in limited. It's going to be great on turn 2. It's going to be great on turn 10, which is just exactly what you want out of like an aggressive flyer like this. Just the types of cards you want to play in limited are cards that are great early and great late, and this is going to be great early and it's going to be great late. So I cannot imagine not playing this in pretty much any of my blue decks. The card looks really awesome. Let's look at Combat Research. 1 blue, Aura, enchant creature. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. And as long as enchanted creature is legendary, it gets +1/+1 and has ward 1. This is huge. This card is going to be huge for Constructed because now Mono Blue in Pioneer has access to 8 Curiosity effects. And I'm not sure that they want 8, but I think they want more than 4 because every time I did leagues with the Mono Blue deck, the nut draw of that deck is 1 mana creature, throw an enchantment on my creature, hit you, draw a card, 1 mana leak. And this makes that nut draw more likely. I'm not convinced they won't play 8, but I think they will at least play 2 of these, maybe even 3 of these, despite not having any legendary creatures in the deck at all. The deck just doesn't care. You don't need... The Curiosity is just good enough, and then it has the added text where potentially you'll get even more out of it than Curiosity. Maybe there will be a good legendary 1 mana flying creature later that we could strap this onto as we go through the spoiler here. But regardless, this card is huge for Mono Blue and Pioneer. I think they're going to play at least 2 copies of this. You're hearing that right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just play the full set and just go all in on the Curiosity effects, because those are the games that I was winning the most with that deck. But we'll kind of see where things move. So Constructed, I'm actually going to give this a 7.5. Almost even an 8, but it only really goes in like 1 archetype that I can think of, but I think it's huge for that archetype. So we're going to give it a 7.5. I'm very interested in this being in the Mono Blue deck and Pioneer. As far as Limited goes, I mean, this is pretty ridiculous. Curiosity, like imagine this on the Battlewing Mystic. Play Battlewing Mystic on turn 2, throw research on it, start hitting people, drawing cards. Very solid card. All you need to do is get 1 hit with this. Just throw this on a flyer. If you get 1 hit, it's already replaced itself. If you get 2 hits, it's starting to spiral. Any more than 2 hits, and you're almost certainly going to win that game. But I think I'm going to give this like a 7.5 in Limited as well. I'm very happy to play a good amount of these in my deck if I have a lot of flyers that can get through. So we'll kind of see what happens with that card, but I think it's pretty good. All right, let's move on to the next one. Coral Colony, 1 generic, 1 blue. It's a wall. It has Defender. Target player mills X cards. You can pay blue, generic, tap it. Target player mills X cards, where X is the number of creatures you control with Defender. Now, I like this card a lot. The reason I like this card a lot is it has a very good body. A 1/4 for 2 mana is a nice rate. Having Defenders, whatever. It's going to pay off the Defenders Matter archetype. But it's also just like, the activation of this is like pretty real too. 2 mana is not too much mana to be paying to mill people out. I think this card will be pretty sick in Limited. There's a reason this is an uncommon. This is like kind of gross. This card seems much better to me than the 4 mana 0/3 we looked at earlier, just because I think the body of this, for the mana you're putting into it, is just like so much better. Obviously both those cards are going to go in the same deck probably, but I like Coral Colony. This card looks nice. I'm going to give this in Constructed. I mean, maybe you'll try building a Defenders deck. I don't think so, but, you know, who knows. We'll give it like a 4.0. 5's too much, but a 4.0, somebody could maybe make this work in a Defenders Matters deck, I guess. As far as Limited goes, I'm going to give this card a 7.5, and it's almost an 8, to be honest. Mob Psycho, thanks a lot, man, for the raid. Appreciate you. But I just think this card's good, honestly. Typically, mill you out effects in Limited can be pretty scary, and this one is on a really good body. Very hard to attack through this. Very hard to kill this because it has 4 toughness. I assume most of the red spells will not be able to kill it. Looks good to me. Let's move on to our next card here. Defiler of Dreams. 3 generic, 2 blue, Phyrexian Sphinx. It's a 4/3 flyer and has an additional cost to cast blue permanents. You may pay 2 life, so it's part of that Phyrexian cycle. This effect reduces the amount of blue mana you pay. Whenever you cast a blue permanent spell, draw a card. Oh my. Alright, that's pretty gross. That is a really good payoff. As far as Constructed goes, like, I don't love the body on this thing. Only having 3 toughness means it's going to be able to get killed by, like, Lightning Strike, which I'm not a fan of. I'm going to give, as far as Constructed goes, like, if you untap with this, you can do some powerful stuff, but I think this one is kind of weak, to be honest. I'm going to give it a 3, or no, not a 3. I'm going to give it like a 5. Oh, very cool, Impulse. Good to see you, man. I'm going to give it a 5, and the reason I'm going to give it a 5 is I don't love the body on this. But if you untap with it, you're going to do some really powerful stuff. Maybe I should give it a 6. Hey, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Awesome, Psycho. Sounds good. I'm actually gonna give this a 6. I'm a liar on that 5.0. Let's give it a 6. Lore Master or Lore Mancer done already. Which one is Lore? I'm not sure if we've done that one. We just hit blue. We just started with blue. But I think in Limited, this card is quite good. Much less likely your opponent's going to have removal for it and can really spiral out of control. I'm going to give this an 8 in Limited. It's also just a 4 power flyer for 5 mana, which is not a terrible rate at all. But I think this card will be really, really sweet in Limited. God dang it. Look, Ginger Brute, I gotta think, man. I gotta think. I give my initial impression, and then I change my initial impression sometimes. Anyway, let's look at Djinn of the Fountain. It's a 4/4 flyer for 4 generic 2 blue. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, choose 1. Djinn of the Fountain gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Exile Djinn of the Fountain, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step, or scry 1. This card is fine. It's a lot of mana to invest into a 4/4 flyer. If you untap with it, it's got a lot of good tricks going on. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Ginger Brute. I like kind of moving things around as I think. What color is it, Impulse? As far as constructed, this is not a constructed playable card. That's just too much mana for that effect. Imagine ever playing this instead of Avatar, which also is not a constructed playable card, which was one of the best limited cards in the last set. It's blue. Oh, is that the 2 blue, 2/3 creature that each player draws an additional card? I had no idea how to rate that card, Impulse. We did go over that one already. I gave it a 6 in constructed and a 6.5 in limited. But I have no idea how good that card or bad that card actually is. As far as this card in constructed, I'm giving this a 3. Just don't play this in constructed. There's no way. As far as limited goes, it's 11 at least. That's funny. As far as constructed or limited goes, I think this card's fine. It's good top end. I'll give it like a 7. I mean, I'm probably not sad to play like one of this in a blue deck with a good amount of spells in it, especially. But I think it's like, it's fine. It's a fine card. It's a 6 mana 4/4 flyer. It's a pretty common thing that gets printed in limited sets, and typically that effect is usually fine at best. Sometimes it's bad, but it does have a lot of things it can do, which is pretty cool. So I think it's okay. So we'll give it a 7. A lot of blue decks will play 1 copy of this card, I could see. Urtai's Scorn, 1 generic 2 blue. It's 1 less to cast, 1 blue less to cast. If an opponent casts 2 or more spells this turn, counter target spell. So just like cancel with upside. This card's fine. Constructed playability, I'm going to give this like a 5. I'm going to give it like a 5.5. Standard control decks might like this card. I'm not sure if there's a better cancel right now than this, but this is cancel with upside, which is sweet. And as far as limited goes, I'm also going to give it like a 5.5. You know, it's as good as a cancel gets in limited. Cancel is like fine in limited. It's not good in limited, but it's playable in certain decks. And that's about all I've got to say on it. It's a very average card. It's fine. It's cool that it's got the, you know, the cost reduction, but overall, it's pretty much just a cancel. Now, Essence Scatter, this one's big, and this is a card that I think is going to certainly be standard constructed playable. I'm going to just immediately give this like a 7. I think Essence Scatter and Negate are always just like around a 7. Especially if creatures, in this case, if creatures are relevant. But Negate's just like always very good to have in any format. A lot of decks are happy with it. Control decks, some like tempo decks, some creature decks play Negate. But anyway, Essence Scatter going to be good for control type decks. I gave Karn less than a 10, so hard to test my ranking or trust my rankings. That's fair. But anyway, Essence Scatter I'm going to give a 7 for Constructed. Very nice to have this in Constructed. And in Limited, I'm actually going to give this a 7 as well, because Essence Scatter, like 2 mana is so much less than 3 mana. Essence Scatter is so much better than Cancel most of the time, because every Limited deck is going to play some creatures, and typically the bombs in formats are also creatures. So Essence Scatter usually gets to tag like the best creature in your opponent's deck, if you have it, obviously, when they play it. It's also just like a really tempo-positive exchange in Limited, usually. Opponent's typically going to tap 4 or 5 mana for a nice creature, and you get it for 2 mana. 2 mana is a lot easier to hold up than 3 mana, so it just ends up cashing in. It ends up being a cancel in Limited, but it's just less mana a lot of the time, because usually the busted stuff is creatures. So anyway, I'm going to give it a 7 in both. I'm very happy to play Essence Scatter in probably every blue deck I play, and I'm certainly happy that it exists for the standard environment. Founding the Third Path. Only thing better is Nyx. Yeah, we can't play that one in Pioneer or Standard, though, yet. Founding the Third Path. 1 generic, 1 blue. Read ahead. So, yeah, so far it's looked like every saga has read ahead on it, which is pretty cool. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell. This is Chapter 1. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 1 or 2 from your hand without paying its mana cost. Okay, that's kind of cool. Chapter 2. Target player mills 4 cards. Okay. Chapter 3. Exile target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy. So this can copy any instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. It doesn't have to be 2 or less. Yo, is there a way to break this card? We can cast, like, Enter the Infinite from our graveyard with this. Or do you, oh, you can't cast it for free, though. You have to pay mana. Okay, never mind. You have to pay mana, so this is not nearly as broken as I thought it was when I was first looking at this. Yeah, I figured that out, Golem. I figured that out. I came to that conclusion. Yeah, so this is going to be really cool with cards like See the Truth and Pioneer. I still don't know that See the Truth is a playable Magic card, but with this, it might be. You're going to take a binder to pre-release this weekend? That's fair, Ginger Brute. Oh, that's funny, man. I am probably gonna make a spreadsheet and put it on our Patreon, I think. Right now, I'm just writing all the ratings. I'll come back and put the names of the cards next to the ratings when we're done with this, and then I'll probably have Zach Bly help me make a spreadsheet. He did that for me last time, and it was really useful. But anyway, I think Founding the Third Path seems pretty sweet. For constructed play, I'm going to give it like a 6. I like that this could be sweet with See the Truth. And I also like that it's kind of just like a... It's not really a 2-for-1 necessarily, because the first chapter doesn't really give you value. It just lets you play a spell for free. You don't get value until the third chapter necessarily. I think this card's fine. I'm going to give it like a 6.0 in Limited as well. It'll line up well if you've got good cheap instants and sorceries to recast, but I don't think it's like amazing. I think it's fine. I'm going to give it a 6 in both. And I'll be happy to be wrong on that, but I don't think it like seems busted in Limited at all. Yeah, exactly, Ginger Brute. Pretty much the case. And then as far as... it doesn't seem crazy at all. Yeah, I'm going to give it a 6 in both. It might be a little worse, might be a little better, but it seems honestly like it might be a little worse to me. 6 might even be high. Let's look at Frost Fist Strider. 3 generic, 2 blue, elemental giant, ward 2. It's a 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Oh my god. Alright, this card is good. So this is just like a big Frost Lynx that just has ward 2 on it. A stun counter is basically just a freeze. So tap it and then it doesn't untap during its opponent's next unstep. Obviously, next untap step. Obviously, stun counters are a little worse than a typical freeze because there are probably ways you can remove stun counters. But yeah, this guy is going to be really good in Limited. I'm going to give it a solid 7.5. It might even be better than that. It might be an 8.0 kind of card, to be honest. It's just going to give you a lot of tempo in Limited. And then the fact it has Ward is just sick. As far as constructed, it's almost certainly not playable. Let's give it a 3. Like the Kaldheim Snow guy, yeah, but it's better than that because you don't need the snow payoff, and then it just randomly has Ward. So it's a 7.5 to an 8. I could see this being an 8, honestly. Let me go back and look at some of the cards we've given 8s. If I gave Coral Colony an 8, I think I have to give Frostfist Strider an 8 too. So we're going to give this an 8. This card's like really, really good. I cannot imagine a blue deck that does not play this card in Limited. It just seems good, like, probably all the time. But who knows? Maybe I'm off on that. I'm going to give it an 8, though, in Limited. All right. Haughty Jin. 1 generic, 2 blue, flyer, star 4. Power is equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Huh. I feel like this thing is pretty good. In Constructed, we can definitely build around this, which is very cool. I'm going to, in Constructed, give this a 7. I could see building around this card. Very fun build-around card. As far as Limited goes, again, now, in Limited, it's awkward, right? Because you have to play creatures in Limited. That's just how it works. You need ways to win, typically. So you can't just play necessarily all instant sorceries. I don't know. If you drafted this at pick 1, you could try to build around it. Maybe there are like some... Maybe you could build like a blue-black deck with this, a white-blue deck with this, where like all your spells produce tokens to attack people. I don't know. In Limited, I'm going to give it a 7 too, which may be a little high. And there are times where it's going to be like, if you could build around this and just have a deck that makes sense with all instant sorceries, it could be like up to a 9. Like this could be like a 10 power flyer for 3 mana consistently if you have it in a very, very specific deck. But I think typically it's going to be like a 7. You know, if you have 2 instants and sorceries in your yard, this card's already like a pretty good rate, right? A 2/4 flyer for 3 mana is very good. So you don't like need to even build around it that hard. Like if you have 2 instants and sorceries, I'm already happy with it. If you have 3, I'm very happy with it, and 4 and above, it's insane. Yep, I agree. I agree, Golem. It's exactly what I'm saying. So, yeah, I think this card's sweet. I would give it at minimum a 7.0. At max, it's probably like a 9.0. But either way, it's a really sweet card. Haunting Figment. 1 generic, 1 blue, 2/1 illusion, vigilance. Can't be blocked as long as you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. So this card seems fine. Constructed, I don't like it very much. I'm going to give it like a 4.0. And as far as Limited goes, I like it a lot more. It's a 2-mana, 2-power creature, which is always like my baseline for a 2-mana creature in Limited. And it's got pretty relevant text. It also has Vigilance, which is just kind of random on this card. I don't really know necessarily why it's Vigilant, especially on a blue creature. But either way, we're going to give this like a... I'm going to give it a 7. I mean, this is just a good 2-drop. I'll be happy to play this in most blue decks. Most blue decks are just going to have spells in them, so you'll get the unblockable text. But a 2-power Vigilant 2-drop is just already, like, really solid. So I'm happy with that. So we're going to give it a 7 in limited. Impede Momentum. 1 generic, 1 blue. Sorcery. Tap target creature and put 3 stun counters on it. Scry 1. Wow. Alright, so this thing freezes a thing down for quite a while. Gives you a scry. This will be, like, okay against aggressive strategies. It's a very, very long stall tactic. So basically, if you freeze a 2-mana creature with this on turn 2, that creature frozen. It can't attack you again until turn 6. This card seems kind of obnoxious. It's like not a removal spell, but it stalls for a very long time. It's named pretty aptly here. It certainly impedes your opponent's momentum. It's another hard one to rate because it's certainly a little bit worse. It's certainly worse than like a 3-mana tap your guy down, it stays tapped. Unless they have an answer to that aura, then it's a little better. But it doesn't count as removal because they do get the creature back, but it just takes quite a while. I don't think this is very good in Constructed, although it might be fine in like a control deck to just stall to a sweeper. But it's almost certainly worse than just a 2-mana kill spell would be ever. We'll give it like a 4 in Constructed. And Limited, God, it's another really hard card to rate. I'm going to give it a 6. I would play this in a lot of my blue decks, but, you know, it's really hard to evaluate this card because it's not removal, because they will get the creature back, but it takes a long time. This is like a tempo card, I think. I think this is going to be best served in, like, blue-red tempo decks, where you just, like, want to get blockers out of your way and just kill your opponent. So I think this will be best served in the blue-red strategies, especially with all the Spells Matter cards. Impede Momentum is a pretty cool one with Founding the Third Path. We can, like, found the third path, cast Impeding Momentum, and then Momentum again later. Kind of cool. So I'll give it a 6, and it might be a little better than a 6, to be honest. Impulse. So this is just a generically solid card. One generic, 1 blue. Instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand. The rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Just classic Impulse here. Reprint. I'm going to give it like 5 in Standard. It'll be really nice to have a manipulation card like this. And as far as Limited goes, I'll give it like a 6.5. You don't want to be spinning your wheels in Limited very much. You want to be applying to the board. So cards like this typically are not amazing. They're fine. And it will be good in like the Spells Matter decks. And there will be Spells Matter decks. So that's kind of cool. But overall, cards like this, you don't want to draft them like super highly. You know, you're not going to play many of them in a sealed pool. You'd play like 1, maybe 2, depending on the deck. But not something you're like crazy excited about. But it's still cool that it now exists in Pioneer. Like, it's going to be a cool card to have access to. Let's go ahead and look here at Joint Exploration. 1 generic, 1 blue. It's got Kicker for green. It's an instant. Scry 2, then draw a card. If it was kicked, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay, so this is interesting. This is, man, God, it's so close to Explore, but it's just not quite Explore. God, why couldn't they have made this a 1-mana blue instant with Kicker green? I guess because they just don't want Growth Spiral to exist again. Having 2, I want 2 Growth Spirals in Pioneer so badly, but I know how insane Growth Spiral was in Standard, so they're probably not going to put it in Standard like anytime soon again. But I do want 2 of that effect in Pioneer because there are multiple decks that I have been messing around with Growth Spiral that just wants 8 copies of it. But either way, I think this card is like fine in Constructed. It's, you know, if you pay that green, it is a Growth Spiral for 3 mana, for 1 more mana. And otherwise, it's Scry to draw, which is pretty good, honestly, for 2 mana. I'm not super sad about that. I think I think I'm going to give this like a 6 in constructed, because it's like, even if you're not paying the green on it, it's good. And if you do pay the green on it, that's also pretty good. As far as limited goes, 2 mana, scry 2, draw a card is, you know, about as good as Impulse. So I'm going to give this a 6.5 as well. I put this right there with Impulse. I don't think it's much better. I don't think it's much worse. Just a draw spell in limited. But not an actual card advantage draw spell, so not anything I'm like too interested or sad about. Will be good in the Spells Matter decks. Micromancer, 3 generic, blue. Human Wizard, 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for an instant or sorcery card with mana value 1. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay. Relevant that this is a wizard, for sure. So how many cards have we seen with mana value 1 thus far? I remember there's that destroy. There's no, this is a not. We have seen 0 of them in blue, and we've seen 1 of them in white. I think Runic Shot. So far, not a ton of things to tutor with this in the limited environment. However, in constructed, it's a little more interesting to me. Could be like a cool mid-rangey kind of card. I just think it's a little too slow, probably. I'm going to give it like a 4.5. I like what it does. I just think it's way too slow for constructed. As far as limited, though, this is going to depend on how many 1-mana spells exist in this format. For now, I'm going to give it a 7.5. I want to believe that we're going to get access to some good commons that we can play next to this card via, you know, maybe red removal spell, blue draw spell, things of that nature. I think we'll find some commons that can play well with this. So I'm going to give it a 7.5, just anticipating that there will be good spells to get. Oh, okay, we get a negate reprint. This is a little worse than Essence Scatter for sure. As far as constructed, I'm going to give it a 7.0. Just a good card to have in constructed always. As far as limited, though, I'm going to actually give this a 5.0. I think this is a card that you're not going to start very often, as opposed to Essence Scatter, which you're going to pretty much start all the time. But I still think, you know, it's a really good card to have access to in your sideboard and things of that nature. So we'll give it a 5. Let's go ahead and look at the phasing of Zhalfir. 2 generic, 2 blue. Read ahead. Chapters 1 and 2. Another target non-land permanent phases out. It can't phase in for as long as you control the phasing of Zhalfir. Chapter 3. Destroy all creatures. For each creature destroyed this way, its controller creates a 2/2 black Phyrexian creature token. Okay, this card is also pretty hard to evaluate. I think it's not really very good, but I could be wrong on that. Target outland phases out. I don't know. I don't like this one very much. I think this is one of the worst sagas we've seen thus far. It can line up okay, but I'm not like super excited about it. I'm gonna give it like a 4.5 in limited, or not in limited, a 4.5 in constructed, and in limited, like replacing all. It's not like a sweeper at all because it just replaces all our opponent's stuff with 2/2s. It can also replace all our things with 2/2s. It can like blow out big creatures and turn them into 2/2s, which is nice. And this card's like fine, but it destroys all creatures, so you're not going to be able to like put yourself crazy ahead with this. I don't know. I think this card's like okay at best. I'm going to give it a 5.5 in limited. Kind of hard one to evaluate, but I think it's not very good. Let's look at Phyrexian Espionage. 2 generic, 1 blue, sorcery, kicker for generic and a black. Draw 2 cards. If the spell was kicked, each opponent discards a card. Alright, so this is just Divination with kicker on it. Divination is already very good in limited, typically. And the fact that this can be Divination and your opponent discards is just gravy. I'm going to give this a, like, 4.5 in Constructed. It's better Divination, but Divination's already not usually playable in Constructed. Although that, you know, that might be a lie. Divination might be very playable in Standard, but it's not going to be playable in Pioneer, I don't think. As far as Limited goes, I'm going to give this a 7.5. I think Divination is already a 7. And I think the added kicker here is just, like I said, it's just gravy. So I'm going to give this a 7.5. I love this card. I'll play at least 2 of this, maybe even 3 in blue decks that I play. Also, it has a wonderful name. Phyrexian Espionage is a sick name. All right, Pixie Illusionist. It's a 1/1 flyer, so this could be relevant for like mono blue tempo strategies. Let's read this here. 1/1 flyer has kicker for 3 and a green. If it was kicked, enters with 2+1/+1 counters, and it has tap. Target land you control becomes a basic land type of your choice until end of turn. So at the end of the day, this is basically just a 1-mana 1/1 flyer. It's fine. If I were to rate this in Constructed, we'll go ahead and we're going to give this a 5.5 because if there's going to be a mono blue tempo deck in Standard, it would start with 1-mana 1/1 flyers regardless of what they do. And we just saw a curiosity effect up top, so keep in mind that's something we can do with this too. So we'll give it a 5.5 in Constructed. In Limited, I don't think this is very good. I guess it's like fine. It's a 5-mana 3/3 flyer, and it's a 1-mana 1/1 flyer. And then the tap effect could matter for, like, you know, if splashing. It can matter for the mechanic, the domain mechanic. So it's like, you know, it's a solid card. I'll give it a 5.0 in Limited, and maybe it should even be a 5.5, but I'm gonna go 5.0. I think it's like, it's not great, it's not bad. I'll play it in some decks. I won't play it in some decks, but I think it's fine. Now let's go look at Protect the Negotiators. 1 generic, 1 blue, instant, kicker for white. If the spell was kicked, create a 1/1 white soldier creature. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 1 for each creature you control. So this is kind of like Unified Will, but it's a little better than Unified Will because you get to kick and make a 1/1 in spots. I think this card's pretty sweet. It'll be cool in creature decks. But I kind of like this, honestly. A very cool card. As far as Constructed goes, creature decks, probably going to be big fans of this. I think I'm going to give it like a 6 for Constructed. Having a potentially better Unified Will is really cool. And then Limited, I'm going to give it like a 6.5 because I think creature decks can utilize this a lot. Might even be a little better than Essence Scatter in creature decks and Limited. This card's going to be sweet. I can foresee this card being a very good player in Limited for sure. Honestly, 6.5 might be low. This might be a 7. It really just depends how your deck looks. There are some decks that won't be able to utilize this very well, and then there are other decks that it's just going to be awesome in. All right, let's look at Rona's Vortex. Notably, this is the first 1-mana blue instant we've seen, which will combo with that 4-mana 3/3 that can tutor 1-mana spells. So it's got... it's a 1-mana blue instant, kicker for 2 and a black, return target creature or planeswalker you don't control to its owner's hand. So a better unsummon thus far. If it was kicked, put that permanent on the bottom of its owner's library instead. Okay, I actually really like this card. It's unsummoned that can hit planeswalkers that has very relevant kicker text. So I'm a pretty big fan of this one, actually. I'm going to give this Constructed, we'll give it like a 5.0. It's an unsummon with a little bit more text. And as far as Limited goes, I'm going to give it like a 6. Unsummon's nice to have. Unsummon is very nice to have. Alright, Shore Up. Another thing we can tutor with that 4-drop. It's 1 blue, instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. Okay, pretty good card. I'm going to give that... so basically a dive down, honestly. That's going to be pretty cool to have in Standard, a dive down effect. So I'm going to give that like a 5.5.
Might even be a 6, honestly, in constructed. I'm gonna bump it up. I'm gonna give it a 6. And then as far as limited goes, I'm also gonna give it a 6. It's not busted, but it's certainly not bad. It's a card I'm very happy to play. In a lot of blue decks, it's gonna be a very good trick. Okay, let's move over here to Silver Scrutiny. X, double blue. It's sorcery. You may cast it as though it had flash if X is 3 or less. Draw X cards. This card is awesome. This card is Jace's Ingenuity that scales up. Or it's, you know, a 4-mana draw 2 as well. But it's an instant. It's an instant if it's 4 or 5 mana, which means it's basically like a typical 4-mana draw 2 or a typical 5-mana draw 3. And then it scales up and just is a sorcery that draws you even more cards. I like this card a lot. Even though I probably like it more than I should. But in Constructed, I'm going to give this like a 7. I think this is going to be a sweet card in Standard, if nothing else. And then, as far as Limited goes, this card is absolutely awesome. I play cards like this all the time in Limited. Very happy with this in Limited. I'm going to give this like an 8.5. This card's going to win a lot of games, and I'm certain that I might be overrating this. But God, do I love drawing cards. And this is a very, very good draw spell. So, pretty happy with this one. Let's go over here, look at Soaring Drake, 2 generic and a blue, a 2/3 flyer. So it's just what? It's better Windrake. Pretty much better, what do they call 3-mana 2/2 flyer? Why am I blanking on it? Windrake is a 3/2 for 4, I believe, flyer. Either way, this card is very good. Constructed-wise, it's kind of whatever. Constructed, it's like a 3. Not very excited about it there, but Limited, this is a very good card. Limited, we'll go ahead and give it a 7.5, I think. Just very happy to play good, efficient flying creatures in Limited always. So, 7.5. Sphinx of Clear Skies. 3 generic, 2 blue, Sphinx, flying, ward 2, domain. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, reveal the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types. Among lands you control, an opponent separates those cards into 2 piles. Put 1 pile into your hand, and the other into your graveyard. Well, this card seems nuts, because no matter what, if you hit your opponent, even with just an island in play, your opponent gets to see 1 card, they put them in 2 piles, and then you just pick the card. So no matter what, this is hitting your opponent and drawing you a card every single turn. If you have 2 land types, you get to reveal the top 2, and then your opponent probably puts them into different piles, and then you still get 1 of those cards. This card seems awesome to me. It's also just... This card in Limited is going to be cracked. It's hard to kill. It's got an insane body. Very good rate. And then has a really busted ability. I'm going to give this like a 9. This card is like a 9 in Limited, I think. It's going to be really hard to kill, and games are going to end quickly when this card is in play, I think. I'm going to give that a 9.0. I'll play that like every day of the week in blue, and I'll be very, very happy about it. As far as Constructed goes, this is probably Constructed playable too, to be completely honest. This is hard to interact with. It's, again, got a very good body. It's like a very good win condition for a blue control deck. I think this card's awesome. This card's like an 8.5 in Constructed too. I think this card is like really good. This card reminds me of just like an Ojutai a little bit. It feels a lot like a Dragon Lord Ojutai. Really hard to interact with it. It's going to draw cards every time it connects. This thing's going to slam the door on a lot of games in Standard. And who knows, this thing could even be playable in like a Pioneer control deck, for God's sake. It's probably it's not as good as Dream Trawler, but it's cheaper. It's a very good card. It's a very good Magic card. I think Standard You're going to hate to see this card in Standard if you don't play blue and you play against a blue mage. I can almost promise you that. It's going to be a very annoying card to have to try and beat. But this card looks awesome. Very excited to sleeve this up in blue decks. All right. Let's move on to the next card here. Talus Lookout. 2 generic, 2 blue, 3/2, flyer, human pirate. When it dies, look at the top 2 cards, put one of them into your hand, other into your graveyard. Seems like a pretty good card to me. Especially in limited. Constructed, it's whatever. I'm going to give it like a 4. But as far as limited goes, it's a pretty good body. It's a Windrake with just upside, right? I mean, that's kind of insane. So, yeah, I think I'm going to give this like a 7.5. I'm, again, going to play this in pretty much every blue deck I play. We'll be very happy with this. It's good to block with. It's good to race and attack with because it replaces itself. So I'm pretty happy with this. Let's move on to the next one here in a moment. Give me a sec. Grab a drink. Okay. Let's talk about Tide Pool Turtle. It's a 2/5 for 3 generic and a blue. And it has 3 mana, scry 1. It's about what you expect from just a big generic butt creature. It's got 2 power, which is nice, so it's going to be a very, very good blocker. And the fact that you can sit there and scry with it's pretty cool too. Very defensive card, but I don't always hate defensive cards, especially in limited. We've seen a lot of flyers in this set so far, so that's a little awkward, but I think this card's fine. I'm going to, in Constructed, it's whatever, 3.0. In limited, I'll give it like a 6.5. I'm not jumping for joy if I have this card in my deck, but I'll play it in most blue decks. All right, another card we can tutor with that 4-drop. So we're up to 3 blue instants that we can tutor with that 4-drop now. Timely Interference, instant. Kicker for 1 and a red. Target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, that creature blocks this turn. If able, draw a card. Okay. This card's like fine, right? I mean, it's just a 1 mana draw 1 at worst. But it can be a nice trick in combat, both defensively and offensively. So, in Constructed, I think it's whatever. We'll give it like a 3.5. A 1 mana draw 1 is still like fine. And as far as limited goes, I think this is very passable. I'm going to give it like a 6.5. And maybe a 6.5 is a little high. Considering the like 2 mana draw spells, I gave a 6.0, I think. But I like that this can be a combat trick both on defense and offense. It has a lot of flexibility. I just think it's a pretty good card, honestly. So I'm pretty happy with this thing. Anyway, let's move on to the next card here. Tolarian Geyser, 2 generic and a blue. It's a sorcery. Has kicker for white. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Draw a card. If this spell was kicked, you gain 3 life. Okay, so this... I wish it were an instant, but it is already quite good at sorcery speed. So 3 mana, bounce a dude, draw a card is already pretty good tempo and limited. If you're bouncing a 4-drop or higher, you're getting good tempo on this. You're replacing it. And if you're gaining 3 life from the kicker, that's kind of just gravy. I think a lot of the times this is just going to be good as a bounce your guy, draw a card. You do not need the kicker on this, but it's cool to have the option. Constructed, it's whatever. 3. Limited, I'm going to give it a 7. This is a card I'm going to play in a lot of blue decks. Very happy to get the tempo. Again, spells matter in this format. There are multiple creatures that make spells matter. So, yeah, this is exactly the kind of card you want in your deck if you're playing blue. Tolarian Terror. 1 blue, 6 generic, Ward 2, 5/5. The spell costs 1 less for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Okay, so again, another creature that we're seeing spells matter. I think on average, this is probably going to be a 4 or 5 mana 5/5 with Ward 2, which is a super good rate. There are also going to be games where this is a 1 mana 5/5 Ward 2. And those games are going to be absurd. So I think I think this card is like really good in limited, honestly. This is, if you can have like the spells deck, I think you're pretty happy with this guy. Constructed, I think it's kind of whatever, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is a actually much better threat than I think it is. I'm actually, because I think I could be wrong on that, I'm actually going to give it like a 6 in Constructed. I could see this being good. I could see like, probably not in Pioneer, but you do get to fill the graveyard up a lot in Pioneer, so I don't know how interested people are in 1-mana 5/5 ward creatures. It seems pretty poor, but maybe it's good enough. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. The more I think about it, the better it seems. I think this card's like kind of sweet. I'm going to give it a 6.0 in Constructed, and I'll be willing to eat my words if it's even better than that. And I think in Limited, it's a 7.5. This is a type of common that, if you build around it, it's really going to be good. A 4-mana 5/5 Ward 2 is nothing to laugh at or joke about, and I feel like that's about what the average of this card is going to be. Maybe it'll be a little higher than that, but I think it's a good card. It's a good card. Vesuvan Diplomacy. 3 generic and a blue. Enchantment. Whenever you cast a spell that targets only a single artifact or creature you control, create a token that's a copy of that artifact or creature, except it's not legendary. Wow. Okay, that's a very interesting card. Fun build around. I don't think it's good at all, but I think it's fun. It's a fun card. We have 3.0 in Constructed. As far as Limited, probably pretty bad. I don't know. This could be busted, too. There are decks that could really break this, and then there are also things that kind of just make this seem whatever to me. I'm gonna give it like a 4 in Limited. I don't think it's good, but I can see spots where it is good. I'll just have to wait and see on this one. Being able to just copy your creature. Like, there's a lot of setup with this card, but if you set up, it's pretty gross. All right, let's look at Voda Sea Scavenger. 2 generic blue, Merfolk Rogue, Domain. Whenever it enters the battlefield, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the basic land type. Among lands you control, you may put one of those cards on top of your library. Put the rest on the bottom. So it's basically a Scry X, where X is Domain. Yeah, kind of. You can only put one of those cards on top. The rest have to go on bottom, so it's not quite a scry. This card is fine. Constructed, it's pretty bad. Give it like a 3. As far as Limited goes, though, I like this card just fine. It's a 3-mana 3/2, and it lets you top or bottom the top card at worst. Probably look at the top 2, put 1 on top, 1 on bottom, or we could put both on bottom. It's like not that bad at all. I think I'm going to give this a 7. It's a 3-drop. I'm happy to play in a blue deck if I have to. I'm not, again, jumping for joy, but it's certainly playable. Okay. Let's look at Vodalian Hexcatcher. 1 generic, 1 blue, flash, Merfolk Wizard. Other Merfolk you control get +1/+1. Sacrifice a Merfolk, counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 1. So it turns all of your Merfolk into curse catchers, and it itself is also a curse catcher with flash. And it can counter any non-creature spell. It's not just instants and sorceries. I can't remember if curse catcher was all non-creatures or just instant sorceries. Either way, this card is awesome. This is a really, really sweet Lord, and having a Merfolk Lord in Standard will be cool, but having a second Merfolk Lord in Pioneer is going to be especially cool. People are definitely going to try this out. I like this card. I think it's sweet. I'm going to give this like a 7 point. I'm going to give it an 8. I'm going to give it an 8 in Constructed. I think this card has a lot of potential and could add a new archetype to Pioneer, which would be awesome. Now that Pioneer has 8 Lords, it has Silvergill Adept, we have Collected Company, we have some really cool stuff. We have Kumina. We have some very, very cool Merfolk. Getting the access to the lords 5 through 8, and then turning all of our merfolk into curse catchers is just huge. I mean, that is massive. So hopefully, honestly, hopefully it is an archetype. Merfolk is cool. It'd be cool to see it come back. Hasn't really been playable for a while in any format, to be completely honest. As far as standard goes, or I'm sorry, as far as limited goes, I mean, I think this is like fine in limited. How many merfolk have we seen thus far? If you can get like enough merfolk to pay it off, it might be fine, but this is not a rare so far that I'm very excited about. Just because we haven't seen that many merfolk at all. This almost feels like a printing where they were just trying to put another lord into Pioneer, to be completely honest. And it probably won't be half bad in Modern either. This is the kind of card you want in Modern, because there's a lot of degenerate nonsense going on with non-creatures in Modern right now. I hate that this dies to Renin 6, but now we have like, what, 12 2-mana lords we can play? So this isn't going to be a 1-1 very often. I really like that we can counter like Teferi, Prismet. Yeah, this card's sweet. I think this card is going to be really good. I'm in limited. I don't love it. I think it's going to be like a 5 in limited. I just don't see this being that good in limited. We just haven't seen that many merfolk, so I'm going to give it a 5. Right as I say that, we see another couple merfolk here, but one of them's a rare. Vodalian Mindslinger, 1 generic, 2 blue. The art on this card is sick. I'm loving the art on this. I really love the beast that it's riding on. But anyway, kicker for 1 in a red and or 1 in a green. Enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters on it for each time it was kicked. When it enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature with power less than Vodalian Mindslinger's power for as long as you control Vodalian Mindslinger. Okay, this card is fine. It's going to be good in limited for sure. I don't think it's amazing in constructed, but it's fine to have access to it. We'll give it a 5.5 in constructed. As far as limited goes, though, this card could be a house. This is 5 mana, get a 4/4, steal a creature with power 3 or less. In most scenarios, sometimes it'll be 7 mana, get a 6/6, steal a creature with power 5 or less, which is obscene. I think this card's like pretty good. I'm gonna give it like a 7. I'm gonna give it an 8. I'm gonna give it an 8 in limited, just because I think typically it's gonna be a 5 mana 4/4 that steals an opponent's creature with 3 power or less, which is pretty real. So I think that's quite good. Volsci Tide Turner, our last blue creature here. Making pretty good time today so far. Volsci Tide Turner, 1 generic, 1 blue. It's a Merfolk Wizard. It's a 1/3. Tap it to add a blue. Spend this mana to cast an instant or sorcery spell or a kicked spell. So this reminds me a lot of the 1/3 from original Dominaria that could tap for only instants and sorceries, but it didn't add blue. It added colorless, I believe. I think this card's quite reasonable. I would play this in a lot of Spells Matter decks for sure. I don't think it's particularly good in constructed. We'll give it like a 4.0. As far as limited goes, I'm going to give it like a 7. I think it's going to be very serviceable as a 2-drop in Spells Matters decks. And we'll get started with the black here in a second. Okay. Got Aggressive Sabotage. 2 generic, 1 black, sorcery, kicker red. Target player discards 2 cards. If the spell was kicked, it deals 3 damage to that player. So, I must say, before I even give this card a rating, I really love what they're doing with the design space on Mind Rots. They finally decided that Mind Rots are just not quite good enough, and they should just add a little bit more to Mind Rots, and that's exactly what this card is. This is Mind Rot with upside. We can, later in the game, if we have a 4th mana, we can just bolt our opponent in the face with this card, which I think is really good. This is going to be a nice aggro deck type sideboard card specifically. It might even be good enough in the main deck. But just the ability to Mind Rot our opponent and then also bolt them, like, that's sweet. That's pretty sick. It's not much more playable than a normal Mind Rot, but it's certainly a little more playable than a normal Mind Rot. Normal Mind Rot is typically a one of in a fair amount of decks. No more, no less. Sometimes you'll play more depending on what you're playing against, but it's rare. If Cut Down doesn't get a 10, unsubscribe. That's funny, Impulse. But I think Aggressive Sabotage here, it's a pretty good card. It's a fine card, as good as a Mind Rot gets. Yeah, it's worse than Go Blank, I guess, but it's a solid card. I'm gonna give it like a 4 for Constructed. As far as Limited goes, I'm gonna give it like a 6.5 because sometimes Mind Rot is good enough, and sometimes it is not. It depends on the format and how it is, how aggressive it is. But if it's a big mid-range fest, this card's better than a 6.5 because you're going to put it in like all your black decks. It will. Go Blank will rotate out, yes. I don't. Does it rotate out with the next set? I think it does, but regardless. I think this card's fine. 6.5 in limited. All right. Balduvian Atrocity. 2 generic and a black. The art on this card is wild. Creature, Phyrexian Berserker, Kicker, Red, Menace, 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so this card's like fine. I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's a 2/3 with Menace for 3 mana at the end of the day, which is like pretty reasonable and limited, I think. And sometimes you're going to get sweet value off this card. So in limited, I'm going to give it like a 7. I think it's playable for sure. I don't think it's impressive, but I think it's playable. And as far as constructed, I just don't think this card is very good. Give it like a 3.5. All right, Battle Rage Blessing. 1 generic, 1 black. Instant, target creature gains Death Touch and indestructible until end of turn. Classic, good combat trick. I'll give it a 5.5 in limited, and I will give it a, I don't know, like a 3 in constructed. Just probably not playing it in constructed very often, but it's fine. Battlefly Swarm. 1 black, Phyrexian Insect. 1/1. Flyer. Pay a black, give it Death Touch. Very serviceable in limited. I think this is a 7.0 easily. It's a 1 mana flyer, and then it can just trade with anything. So it's like, honestly, just much better. Typhoid Rats is the one I'm thinking of. I'm pretty sure that's the 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch. I think this is just a lot better than that because it flies. And as far as constructed, it is a 1 mana creature with power, which I'm always a big fan of in constructed, but I think it needed to be a 2/1 to be considered playable. So I think, I mean, maybe it's reasonable. I don't know. I'm going to give it a 4.5 just in case, but I don't think this card's good in constructed, at least. Blight Pile. 1 generic, 1 black. Defender, Phyrexian, 3/3. Tap 3 mana. Each opponent loses X life, or X is the number of creatures the defender you control. This card's pretty sweet. I mean, not amazing in constructed, I don't think. In constructed, we'll give it like a 4. In limited, however, the body is great and the effect is reasonable too. I'm going to give it a 7. It's honestly almost a 7.5. It's a very reasonable body. People are not attacking through this without losing their creature as well in most spots, and it does give you a clock, which is cool. Bone Splinters. 1 black mana, sorcery. Sacrifice a creature to cast this. Destroy target creature. Solid removal spell. It'll have good synergy with some things, I'm sure. As far as limited goes, we'll give it a 7. Just a nice removal spell. You'll be happy to play this in most black decks. And as far as constructed goes, it's cool to have it. We'll give it a 4. All right, let's move on to Braids. Arisen Nightmare. Interesting. Legendary creature Nightmare. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice an artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker. So they're sticking with the classic Braids theme. If you do, each opponent may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with that for it, or that shares a card type with it. For each opponent who doesn't, that player loses 2 life and you draw a card. Huh. Artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker. Okay, this card seems potentially kind of abusable and just like a very fun card. I'll give it a 5.0 in constructed, and that may be wrong. And I'm going to give it like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 3-mana 3/3 in limited, and then it just has a lot more text on it. So I'm going to give it a 7.5 in limited, and I'm going to give it a 5.0 in constructed. There might be a way to break this. It is really good with cards like Gutter Bones, Blood-Soaked Champion. I like with Blood-Soaked Champion in Pioneer, we could sack the champion and still, while this is happening, we could still buy back that Blood-Soaked Champion. Kind of seems basically we'll upgrade like blood to draw. Yeah, we can turn our bloods into card draw, like actual card draw and deal 2s, which is pretty insane. But I think this card seems kind of good. We'll see what happens, though. I like this card. I think it's fun. All right, Braid's Frightful Return. We'll get to this in a sec. All right, so we got more read ahead going on. Chapter 1, you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, each opponent discards a card. All right, that's fine. Chapter 2, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. All right, that's pretty good. And then Chapter 3, target opponent may sacrifice a non-land, non-token permanent. If they didn't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. Non-land, non-token. If they don't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. Okay. I think this card seems pretty reasonable to me. I really like that you can sack a creature and then buy back the creature you sacrifice. That seems pretty obnoxious. Honestly, I think this card is sick. I like this card a lot in the limited environment, at least. I'm going to give this like a 7 or a 7.5 or an 8. I think this card's going to be really good. I'm going to go 7.5 in limited. And as far as constructed goes, it seems okay. I'll give it like a 5 there. But yeah, I think this one seems pretty sweet. Choking Miasma, 1 generic 2 black, has kicker for green. If this spell was kicked, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. So honestly, in constructed, this is going to be really nice in standard to have a 3-mana sweeper effect. We'll give it like a 6.5 for constructed because it will be a very good sideboard option to have access to. And as far as limited, I think it's kind of whatever. It's cool that it's got the kicker, but I still think it's pretty poor. I'll give it like a 6. And 6 is probably being generous. It's probably more like I'm gonna change this to a 5.5. I don't think 6 is right with that one. You're not gonna main deck this in most decks, and it's still just like kind of whatever. All right, let's go look at the Cruelty of Gix. 3 generic 2 black, read ahead. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a creature or planeswalker. That player discards that card. Search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand, then shuffle. You lose 3 life. So far we have like a Despise. So we have 5 mana, Despise on first chapter, Demonic Tutor on second chapter, but we do lose 3 life. And then third chapter, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. This card seems awesome. It is similar to the Eldest Reborn. Yeah, it is. I think it's a little better than Eldest Reborn, though, because Demonic Tutor, man, that's insane. And you're untapped. Like, you have all your mana when you get that off, too. So, like, I think this card is, like, really good, to be honest. Especially in limited. 5 mana for a Despise is a lot of mana, but like we can change, like because it has read ahead, it can always just be like 5 mana reanimate, right? We can just buy back a creature from either yard, but if we have time to set up, this card is like kind of cracked. I'm gonna give this like an 8 in limited. Honestly, I think it's like quite strong. 1 second here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Need to remind myself where I started the black cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, perfect. So right here. That's where we get the cutoff. Okay. All right. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to give this a 8.5 in limited. I think this is really, really a strong card in limited. We'll see, though. And as far as constructed, it's like a little slow for constructed, but still has the potential to be very powerful. It could be a really good standard card. I'm going to give it a 6.5. And we'll kind of see where it goes in standard, but I think it has a lot of potential. Cult Conscript. 2/1 Skeleton Warrior enters the battlefield tapped. 2 mana, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only if a non-skeleton creature died under your control this turn. I think this card is excellent. It's going to be, honestly, most interesting in Constructed because it's just another 1 mana, 2 power creature. It'll be potentially very good in Standard. It'll be potentially good in Pioneer because now we have access to even more 1 mana 2/1s. We can play like 12 to 16 of them now, which is pretty exciting. It's a lot of 1 mana 2/1s, and the warrior creature type is relevant as well, so that's kind of cool. But the fact that it can buy back is huge. Typical 1 mana black creature effect. But I'm going to give this like a 7.5 for constructed. I think creatures like this are awesome to have access to. And as far as limited goes, I think it's actually quite a bit worse than limited, but it's still playable. We'll give it like a... It depends on the kind of deck you have. If you have a good aggro deck, it's awesome. We'll give it like a 7 in limited. It could line up really well, or it could be medium. It really just depends. All right, let's look at Cut Down. Cut Down, 1 mana, black, instant, destroy target creature with total power and toughness 5 or less. So it's going to be better than Fatal Push some of the time. Some of the time it's also going to be worse than Fatal Push. But I think this card is like very good. I'm going to give it a 7 in both. Well, maybe it's even a 7.5. I'm actually going to give it a 7.5 in both constructed and limited, and maybe that's a little high. But I really like this card. I think it's nice. It's very reminiscent of Fatal Push. It's not quite as good some of the time, but some of the time it'll be better. So it's, you know, it's hard to tell for sure, but I think it's a solid card. The one thing I don't like is that it doesn't kill the 2 mana 3/3 green creature, which will be very awkward in multiple formats, to be honest. So 10. Yeah, it got a total of 15 if you add both together, so pretty good rating, really. I also really like the flavor text on this card. It's pretty hilarious, too. But either way, I think this card's good. 7.5 in limited, 7.5 constructed. Happy with that card. Let's move on here to Defiler of Flesh. 2 black, 2 generic, Phyrexian Horror, Menace, 4/4. As an additional cost to cast black permanent spells, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost black less to cast if you paid life this way. This fact reduces only the amount of black mana you pay. Whenever you cast a black permanent spell, target creature gets +1/+1 and gains Menace until end of turn. So I feel like if this card is good, it's actually going to be best in like an aggro deck because that ability really wants you to be aggressive. You want to be menacing, pumping, attacking, and you want a pile of 1-drop creatures in your deck because you can make all of them just 2 mana or 2 life to pay or to play. This card's interesting. I think it's pretty good. I think this whole cycle is going to end up being pretty strong is what it's looking like to me. I'm going to give this like a 7.5 in constructed. And I'm actually going to give it an 8 in limited because a 4-mana 4/4 menace is really good, and then it's just got a ton of other good text. So we're going to give it an 8. Move on here to the next card. Drag to the bottom. 2 generic, 2 black. Domain. Sorcery. Each creature gets neg X until end of turn, where X is 1+ the number of basic land types among lands you control. So this is like honestly just worse than Languish most of the time. So this card's like fine. I mean, it's a good thing to have access to in Standard, but typically it's going to be neg 3 for 4 mana, which is not amazing. It's like fine. I don't love it. I don't hate it either. I think it's like okay. I think we'll give it like a 6 in Standard. And we're going to give it a 6 in Limited as well. There are spots where it could line up well in Limited, but I don't think it's particularly good in Limited. And I don't think it's particularly good in Constructed because I just don't think it quite does enough. I'm not sold that this is much better than that Miasma card we just went over. It's maybe a little better, but not by much. Okay, let's move on to the Eerie Soul Tender. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. It's 2 generic and a black, a Spirit Cleric. And you can pay 5 mana, exile it from your graveyard, return another target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so this card's like playable. It's not good, but it's playable. Constructed, it's not good. I would not play it in Constructed pretty much ever. So we'll give it like a 3.0. It's like a fine card, but not particularly good. But as far as Limited goes, I mean, it's perfectly serviceable. Gives you a pretty reasonable creature on the curve, can trade pretty effectively, can attack pretty effectively, mills 3 cards to feed its ability later, or just feed your graveyard if you care. And then later, you know, for a lot of mana, can rebuy a creature, put it in your hand. So, you know, I'll give it like a 7. I think it's a very reasonable common that a lot of black decks will play and not be too upset about. All right, we've got another black 1-drop creature here, so we might have some potential for a mono-black aggro deck in Standard again, and certainly some cards we can try in mono-black aggro and Pioneer. Evolved Sleeper. It's a black 1/1 human. Pay a black mana. It becomes a 2/2. Pay a black and a colorless. If it was already a 2/2, you put a Death Touch counter on it and make it a 3/3. And then you can pay 3 mana to, if you've already made it a Phyrexian, so if you've already done the both level ups prior, you can level up again, put a counter on it, and you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This card seems really good. I also really like that this can just be in a black deck. You don't have to play any other colors. It's similar to, obviously, Figure of Destiny, that kind of effect. It's, I guess, more reminiscent even of the Snow creature that does this, because that one could also be in a monocolored deck. All of them could be in technically... Anyway, this card's good. I think this card's going to be sick. Eventually becomes a 4/4. It's also a human, which is a very relevant creature type, obviously. And it's a human the whole time, right? It doesn't... Does it lose its type? No, it doesn't. So it's always going to stay a human, which is really cool. And yeah, the fact that you can keep activating the last effect is just busted. 3 mana, put a counter on my guy, lose life, draw a card over and over again in an aggro deck. Absolutely the type of effect you want. This card is going to be potentially one of the better cards out of this set. I would not be surprised. And it also is going to work really well with Defiler of Flesh. They're going to fit very nicely into the same deck because just like playing Defiler, playing this on the turn you play the Defiler is pretty sweet. Getting triggers off the Defiler is awesome. But giving this, when this becomes a 4/4, giving it +1/+1 Menace will be really nice. Especially with Death Touch. Death Touch and Menace play really, really nice together when you're attacking. This card's going to be rated very high for me. I'm going to give this an 8.5 in Constructed. I think this card is good enough to see Constructed play, especially in Standard. And as far as Limited goes, I think it is honestly, it's almost a bomb in Limited because it's good early, and then you just get to keep activating that last mode. So I'm going to give it I'm going to give it a 9.0. This is like exactly the kind of card you want in Limited. Again, good early, good late, and you're just going to start drawing your deck with this guy if you have mana, and he's going to be pretty big. So I think this card is really, really good. Give me a moment here while I grab a drink again. All right, let's look at Extinguish the Light. 2 generic, 2 black, instant. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. If its mana was 3 or less, you gain 3 life. Pretty good card. Definitely going to be a standard playable one, I think. I'm going to give it a 7.0 in Constructed, and I'm going to give it a 7.5 in Limited. I typically like removal spells a lot in Limited. I like that this one, if you're killing something that is less mana, you get payoff by gaining 3 life. But just being able to kill creatures and planeswalkers is really, really sweet. So 7.0 in Constructed, 7.5 in Limited. All right, we've got another defender here. 1 black, 2 generic, Nightmare Wall. It's a 2/4 defender, and it has black, 2 generic, sack a creature, you gain 1 life, and draw a card. Okay, kind of a cool effect. A little awkward with the defenders because most defenders want you to build up the defender count. Jaya is dead now, according to the story. Impulse, yes. Can you guess who killed her? It's kind of a pretty wild. I was reading about it yesterday. It randomly came up on something I was reading. But anyway, the barricade I think is fine. Kind of awkward. I guess it works pretty well with that white 4-drop that makes birds. You can like sack the birds to gain life, draw cards off those, but it was a Johnny, yes. A Johnny killed her. This is not good in Constructed. We'll give it a 3.0. As far as Limited goes, it's fine. I'm going to give it a 6.5. A lot of decks won't want this card, but the Defenders Matter decks might want it. I mean, it has a pretty good body. 4 toughness, pretty good. 2 power, pretty good. It's going to be hard to attack into this thing, so it might be fine. Okay. Let's move on to our next card here. Knight of Dusk Shadow. 2 mana, 2/2, Human Knight, Menace. Your opponents can't gain life, and it has the pump effect. So just like the white creature, it has a lot of text on it. I think this card is very good. A 2 mana, 2 power Menacer that just also says your opponent cannot gain life, which is going to be really good for an aggro deck. And then being able to pump is also awesome, especially on a Menacer. So this card is like really solid. The more of these black cheap creatures I see, the more I'm believing that a mono black aggro deck might actually be good in Standard. moving forward, which is awesome. I love it when black aggro decks are good. They're fun to play. But in any case, I am actually going to give this card a 7 in Constructed because I think it's going to be a very good 2-drop. And again, it's also a human too, which could matter. And as far as limited goes, I'm also going to give it I'm going to actually give it a 7.5. This is like a lot of bang for your buck on a 2-drop. Has Menace, has your opponent can't gain life, which is nice, and then also, obviously, being able to Fire Breathe is huge. Oh, buddy, Liliana of the Veil. Liliana of the Veil, 1 generic, 2 black. If you don't already know what this one does, you probably didn't play Modern 10 years ago. But anyway, Liliana of the Veil, 1 generic, 2 black. +1, it's a Planeswalker. Each player discards a card. -2, target player sacrifice a creature. -6, separate all permanents target player controls into 2 piles. That player sacrifices all permanents in the pile of their choice. I'd be a maniac if I didn't say that this card is not going to make massive waves in Pioneer and in Standard. We're just going to give this like a 9.5. I mean, this card is going to completely shape the Standard format and is also going to make huge waves in Pioneer, I think. There will certainly be decks that can utilize this really well. And it's going to be cool to see what happens with it. But I'm going to give it a 9.5 in Constructed. And as far as Limited goes, I think it's a little worse in Limited, to be honest. But I still think it's a very good card. I'm going to give it a 9 in Limited. Just a really solid card that you're going to be happy with. But certainly a beatable card. But especially like against the token archetypes. Like honestly, against tokens, Liliana is going to be kind of embarrassing. But I'm still going to give it a 9.0. It's a card you're really happy to play with in a black deck. Monstrous War Leech, 3 generic and a black. It's a Leech Horror. It's got Star, kicker for blue. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, you mill 4 cards. And its power and toughness are each equal to the highest mana value among cards in your graveyard. Alright, this card's kind of interesting. If we're able to mill like an 8-drop into our graveyard, we're playing a 4-mana 8/8. But unless something weird like that happens, I don't think this card is particularly good. It's fine at best. I would give it like a... I don't know. I'm going to give it like a 5 in Constructed, 5.0. And I'm going to give it like a 5 in Limited as well, because you have to work to make this card good. You have to have a pretty high CMC to make the average power and toughness on this reasonable. But, I mean, it's, like, fine. And the fact that it counts, like, instant sorceries, it counts any card type, is nice. It's just any CMC in your yard, so not only creatures, which is kind of what you would think when initially looking at a card like this. At least myself would think that way. Phyrexian Rager, 2 generic and a black. It's a nice reprint here. Phyrexian Horror, when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. I mean, this card's just classic. This card's going to be good and Constructed. Probably, I could see this being a playable card easily. I'm going to give it a 6.5 in Constructed. As far as Limited goes, this card is honestly an 8. I think this card is an 8. It's just always going to 2-for-1 your opponent, and you're just always going to play multiple copies of this in any black deck you have, and you're going to be really, really happy about it. At least I will be. But I'm pretty partial to drawing cards. So, in any case, I think it'll be quite good. So my rating is going to be an 8.0. Phyrexian Vivisector. 1 generic, 1 black. Phyrexian Human. Whenever a creature you control dies, scry 1. And it's a 2/2. Alright, well, it's a 2/2, so it's going to be, like, fine and Limited. I'll give it I'm going to give it a 6.5. It's a card you're happy to play, but you're not, like, excited. But again, it's just better than a vanilla 2/2 for 2 mana, which a lot of times is just good enough in Limited. And as far as constructed goes, I don't think it's playable. Give it a 3.0. Give me a moment here. All right. Phyrexian Warhorse. 3 generic and a black. It is a Phyrexian horse. It has kicker white. It's a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. And then you can sacrifice another creature. Phyrexian Warhorse gets +2/+1 until end turn. You also have to pay a mana to do that. This card seems fine, but not particularly exciting. I really do like the art on this card, though. I will say that much. But as far as playability, you know, 3.0 in constructed, it's just not good, I don't think. And as far as limited goes, it's like fine. I don't love it. I think I'm going to give it like a 6.5. I do like that for 5 mana, we get to turn this into a 3/3 plus a 1/1. But that's still not the best rate ever. But it, you know, it's serviceable. It's going to be a serviceable card. Some decks will play it. A lot of decks won't. But you're not going to be like super sad if this is in your deck. Like, it's not a terrible card. It's certainly usable. All right, let's move over to Pilfer. 1 generic, 1 black. Sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Okay, Pilfer, not bad, not bad. I like this. It's very constructed playable, especially in Standard. Going to give it a 7.0 in Standard. And as far as Limited goes, I think it's playable, although not amazing. I'd give it like a 6.5. Some black decks will be interested in this. It's always awkward with cards like this in Limited because top decking them is so bad, but there are going to be times where your opponent has some really busted stuff going on and you just need hand hate spells. The Raven Man. 1 generic, 1 black, a 2/1, legendary creature, human wizard. At the beginning of each end step, if a player discarded a card this turn, create a 1/1 black bird creature token with flying, and this creature can't block. 4 mana, 1 black, 3 generic. Each opponent discards a card, activate only as a sorcery. So they wanted to make sure this wasn't busted, obviously. If your opponent was ever hellbent, you could have just chain doing this in their draw step, which they did not want a part of, so that's why they made it activate only at sorcery speed. But I think this card's kind of cool. Trying to think on this one. It's like, as far as constructed playability, I'd give it like a 6. I think it's okay. I don't think it's like good, but I think it's fine. And as far as limited playability, I like it quite a bit in limited. It's just a 2-drop with upside. I'm going to give it a 7.5. Anyway, going to give it a 7.5 in limited. I think can generate quite a bit of value, which is sweet. Move over to Sengir Connoisseur. 3 generic, 2 black, a vampire, a 3/3 flyer. Whenever one or more other creatures die, put a +1/+1 counter on Sengir Connoisseur. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. At its base, it's still a 5 mana 3/3 flyer, which is very good in limited, but it's going to grow. You can probably assume the average of this is about going to be a 5/5 or so. Yeah, I mean, I think this card's sweet, and I like that it triggers on both players' turns and off of any creatures, both your creatures and your opponent's creatures. So I think this card is pretty good. Constructed, it's whatever. We'll give it a 3. But as far as limited, it probably is not quite an 8, but it is very close to an 8. Very, very close to an 8. I mean, if I gave... If I gave Rager an 8, should I give Connoisseur an 8? Connoisseur seems quite... Yeah, I'm gonna bump Connoisseur up to an 8. I really do like this card. I think it'll grow pretty big pretty fast, and it's gonna end games pretty fast, which I like. All right, let's look at Shadow Prophecy. 2 mana, 2 generic mana, and a black mana. Instant, domain. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Put up to 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose 2 life. So this is basically a 3 mana draw 2, lose 2 in limited, which is still pretty good. And then if you have more domain, it's just better. It's like a better dark bargain. But typically it's going to be 3 mana, lose 2, draw 2. It's going to be a lot like a live fast kind of card. Or what was the name of the one that made blood? Pointed Procession or something like that in the last one of the last sets. In any case, I think this card is fine. It's not amazing. But I'll give it like a 4.0 in Constructed, and I will give it a 6.0 in Limited. You don't want to play too many of these effects in Limited typically, but it should be pretty good. Shadow Rite Priest. Other clerics you control get +1/+1. It's a generic and a black, a 2/2. And then it's got 5 mana, sacrifice another cleric, search your library for a black creature, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Interesting. You can cheat in some pretty wild stuff with this. Namely, I'm thinking Grizzlebrand in certain formats, but it takes a lot of setup, and Shadow Rite Priest is pretty fragile. So I don't know how good this card is. It's hard to evaluate this. Try and see what cards have been clerics. Very few of them thus far. Very few clerics thus far. Yeah, almost none in black. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think this guy is particularly amazing, but I could be wrong. I will say what's interesting about this is I think they're the 1 mana creature with lifelink that you can buy back as a demon is a cleric, which is kind of cool. Being only able to tutor for black creatures is a little unfortunate. But I still think this card's like fine. I'm going to give it like a 6.5 in Constructed. There's a lot of potential here. Although I'm not confident it's good, but who knows? Maybe somebody can break it. And then as far as Limited goes, I mean, this is just, if you have another cleric, you can sack it off to tutor any black creature in your deck, which is kind of cool. But I'm gonna give it like a 7. It's a 2-drop with a lot of extra text. A lot of it probably won't matter most of the time in Limited. Sheilodred, 10 out of 10. Sheilodred will be really good for sure. We'll check it out in a second. Give me a moment here. Grab a drink. All right. So Sheilodred, the Apocalypse, 2 generic, 2 black, legendary creature, Phyrexian Praetor. It's a 4/5 Death Toucher. Whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life, and whenever an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. Yeah, I mean, this card's really good for sure. Is it a 10 out of 10? I don't think it's a 10 out of 10, but it's pretty obnoxious, to say the least. Yeah, I like this card a lot. This pairs so well with black draw spells, you know? Like, imagine this and Peer into the Abyss, which is pretty hilarious. Just, like, peer and then gain 1,000,000 life. But it's got a good body, very good stats, good ability. I'm going to give this a this certainly deserves a good rating, doesn't it? Let's give this a 9 in constructed. It's going to be very good in constructed. And as far as limited goes, I'll give it a 9.5. I won't quite give it a 10, but I don't know, maybe it is a 10 to be honest, because this card is just going to win games without even having to attack or block. Just draw steps, draining people that much is like pretty crazy. But I still think I'm going to give it a 9.5. I think it could be a little bit better. The only like thing about this card that isn't amazing is like if you play this and your opponent has an instant speed removal spell, it didn't actually do anything, right? Like it's not unbeatable by any means, but it is a problem if you can't get it off the table for sure. So I think I'm going to give it a 9.5, but I've seen better rares than this for sure. But still very, very, very powerful card. All right, Shieldred's Restoration. 3 generic black. Sorcery has kicker for 2 generic and a white. Return target creature card from a graveyard to the battlefield. If this spell was kicked, you gain life equal to that card's mana value. Otherwise, you lose that much life, and then you exile Shieldred's Restoration. Okay, this card seems pretty sweet. It's like a 4-mana Reanimate, but it only targets things in your graveyard, and then it has kicker to gain some life. I think this card's like fine. I don't think it's amazing, but I don't think it's bad. I'm going to go with like a 6 in constructed. I could see this being playable. And as far as limited goes, I think I like it pretty well in limited as like a one-of in a lot of mid-range of your control decks. Let's give it like a 7. 7 in limited there. Okay. Let's go look at Splatter Goblin now. So a 2-mana, 2/1, 1 generic, 1 black creature, Phyrexian Goblin. When it dies, target creature and opponent's controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. It's like a fine card. I'll give it a 4.5 in constructed, and I'll give it a it's honestly a 7.0, I think, in limited. It's just a 2-drop that can give you some value. Yeah, 7.0. Happy with that one if it's in my deck. All right, Stronghold Arena. 1 generic, 1 black. Enchantment. Kicker for green and or kicker for white. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life for each time it was kicked. And then whenever, one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may reveal the top card and put it in your hand. If you do, you lose life equal to its mana value. All right, I think this card is disgusting. This is going to be like a really, really good anti-control card for that mono black aggro deck I've been talking about. Just have this in your deck, and then every time you're hitting them, you're just drawing cards, basically. Yo, is black aggro going to be playable in standard again? This is sweet. I love black aggro. I really do. So that's probably the first thing I'm going to try in standard. I can tell already. But I'm a big fan of this card. This card looks awesome to me. And I don't even care about the kicker on it, to be honest. I'm fine with just like playing this, and then every time I hit my opponent, I Dark Confidant, which is pretty awesome. So, yeah, as far as constructed goes, I'm going to give this a 7.5. I like this card a lot. And as far as limited goes, I'm actually going to give it less in limited, although it's still pretty fine in limited too. I'm going to give it a 6 in limited. There are some decks that will like this. There are some decks that won't care for it, but I think it's fine. It's a fine card. Okay. Tattered Apparition is our next card here. 3 generic and a black for a shade. It's a 2/2 flyer. In limited, isn't it just kill yourself card? I mean, it can be. It certainly can be. I think in limited, the gain life effect on it will be much more relevant. You're also going to want like life linkers in your deck if you're abusing this card, but I think it's still fine in limited, to be honest. Anyway, Tattered Apparition, 3 generic and a black. It's a shade. It's a 2/2 flyer for 4. And then it has Fire Breathing, basically. 1 black, 1 generic. Gets +1/+1 until end of turn. This card's like fine. It's not great in constructed, obviously, 3.0. And then in limited, I would give this a 7. This is a common that I'll play in a lot of black decks, and I'd be happy with it. Toxic Abomination. It is a 2-mana, 3/2 Phyrexian zombie. When it enters the battlefield, you lose 2 life. Okay, again, we've been talking about this mono black aggro deck. This is another card I like a lot in this. It's a 3-power 2-drop. I don't really care if I'm losing life, if I'm just killing my opponent. So this card's kind of interesting to me. I do wish it had 1 more toughness, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. This looks like a pretty good card to me. It's also a zombie, which is a relevant creature type for other formats. But anyway, 2-mana 3/2, I think in constructed, that's actually like a 6.5. And in limited, I also think like in an aggro limited deck, this is really good. So I'm going to give it a 6. Actually, no. I'm going to give it a 7.0 in limited. I think you can really pay this guy off if you're aggressive. And that's pretty cool. Okay, let's move on to Tribute to Urborg. 1 generic, 1 black, instant, kicker for 1 and a blue. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, that creature gets an additional -1/-1 for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. So this is just like 4 mana, kill anything. 2 mana, kill anything with 2 toughness. I think it's still a pretty reasonable card. That is actually constructed playable. We'll give it a 6.0. And as far as limited, probably a 7.0. It's a good kill spell. And it is good at pretty much any stage of the game. Urborg Repossession. Black mana for a sorcery with kicker, generic, and a green. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. You gain 2 life. If this spell was kicked, return another target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. It's not too bad. And it's any... The second one, if you kick it, is any permanent, which is kind of ridiculous. I think this card is actually quite good, especially in a green-black shell. I don't know if it's good in constructed, but it is definitely good in limited. Might even be good in constructed, honestly. I'm going to give it like a 5.5 in constructed, and I'm going to give this a 7.5 in limited. I think there's a lot of value on this card. If you just get 2 creatures in your yard, this is 3 mana. Buy back both of them, gain 2 life, which is like a really good rate for this kind of effect. I think that card's quite good. Writhing Necromass. 6 generic and a black. 5/5 Death Touch. Zombie Giant. Costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard and has Death Touch. So that's kind of cool. Deathrite Confidant. Isn't Underdog just better than this? Confidant, yes it is. I forgot about Underdog being in Standard, to be completely honest. But yeah, Underdog is just better than that by a huge margin, and it's not close. But anyway, this card is like typically likely going to be a 5 mana 5/5, maybe a little less, maybe a 4 mana 5/5 Death Touch. It's not that bad. We haven't seen anything crazy that like fills up creatures to the yard for a cheap amount of mana. So I think this card's like going to be kind of medium. I certainly think it's worse than the white version of this card that checks creatures in play. I'm going to give it like a 3.0 in Constructed, and in Limited, I'm actually going to give this like a 6.0. There will be decks that can utilize it, but I think it's worse than most commons we've talked about today. All right, and now we're going to move on here to red. So, let's talk about Balduvian Berserker. Already looks pretty good to me, but we'll read it in a moment here. Alright, Balduvian Berserker. It's a 2 generic, 1 red, core Berserker. It's a 1/3, and it has Enlist. When it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. So that can go upstairs, or it can kill another creature. I think this card seems really good. If you enlist like a 3-power creature onto this, it attacks for 4, and then probably trades with something, and then you can deal 4 damage to another creature or just to your opponent's face, which seems kind of insane. So just like enlisting a 3-power creature with this is kind of nuts. When it gets even more power than that, it becomes that much more ridiculous. But I think Constructed, it seems kind of medium. I'd give it like a 4 in Constructed. And as far as Limited goes, I like it a lot. I think I'm going to go with like a 7.5, almost an 8. I might even do an 8 with this. The only reason I'm hesitant to give it an 8 is it's a really bad blocker. So I'm going to give it a 7.5, but I really like what this card is doing. Okay, let's check out Chaotic Transformation. 5 generic and a red. Sorcery. Exile up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target enchantment, up to 1 target planeswalker, and or up to 1 target land. For each permanent exiled this way, its controller reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a card that shares a card type with it, puts that card onto the battlefield, then shuffles. Okay, so kind of like an Indomitable creativity effect, which is interesting. I don't think it's going to be particularly good. I'm going to give it a 4.0 in Constructed, and honestly, I'm going to give it like a 4.0 in Limited too. I don't want to open this rare at all. Keep this away from my sealed pools, please. But this, yeah, this is not a particularly good rare. I don't think. Alright, next card here, Coalition Warbrute, 3 generic and a red. Minotaur Berserker, 3/4, and it has Enlist, and it has Trample. Fine card. Enlist and Trample is a cool combo. As far as Constructed, this is not very good. We'll give it a 3.0. But as far as Limited, I'll give it a 7.0. I'd be happy to play this card in most red decks. Defiler of Instinct. 2 generic, 2 red. Phyrexian Kavu. That's hilarious. 4/4 creature. First strike, as an additional cost to cast red permanents, you can pay 2 life for the red pips. Whenever you cast a red permanent spell, it deals 1 damage to any target. Okay, interesting. I think this may be the worst of the cycle thus far, although funny enough, it still might end up being the most playable. I think I really like the mono black one. But I know Defiler will have some cool interactions that we'll talk about in a little while. Hammerhand is the one that I really like. But in any case, Constructed, I'm going to give this a 7. Could easily see this being playable. Limited, I'm going to give this an 8. the end of the day, it's still a 4-mana 4/4 first striker that's going to give you a bunch of damage when you cast permanent spells. So that's pretty messed up, and I think this will be a pretty good card. Okay, we've got a Dragon Whelp reprint, which is kind of cool. 2 generic, 2 red, dragon, 2/3, flying, and then this one legitimately has actual fire breathing. 1 red, Dragon Whelp gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If this ability has been activated 4 more times, you sacrifice this at the beginning of the next end step. I don't remember that being text on this card before. I feel like that's new, but maybe it isn't. I don't know. In any case, you don't want to activate this 4 more times unless it's lethal, I don't think. The Elder Dragon... Oh, sorry. We have to give this a rating. This is fine and limited. I think it's a 7.0 in limited, if not a 7.5. Honestly, I'm going to give it a 7.5 in limited because a flying fire breather is just good. And then, as far as constructed, it's just not very good. I'll give it like a 4. As far as, and that's going to be that one. As back to the Elder Dragon War here. Read ahead, 2 red, 2 generic. Whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. 2 red, 2 generic. Read ahead. First chapter, it deals 2 damage to each creature and each opponent. Okay, that's not too bad. Chapter 2, discard any number of cards and draw that many cards. And Chapter 3, make a 4/4 dragon creature token with flying. Okay. Card seems like not too bad, to be honest. It does a lot of potentially pretty powerful things. Constructed, I could see this being pretty good, and limited too. I'm going to give it a 7.0 in Constructed. I think this could definitely make some noise in Constructed. And in Limited, I think it'll actually be quite good. I'm going to give this a 7.5. The only reason is the first chapter can line up really awkwardly. I'm not sure where this card will fit the best, and so we'll kind of have to wait and see on that. All right, Electrostatic Infantry. 1 generic, 1 red, Dwarf Wizard, Trample. It's a 1/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Electrostatic Infantry. So this is the card that Apex Gaming came into chat last week and was really excited about. And I'm excited about this one too. It's effectively, in a lot of ways, just a better Sprite Dragon, to be completely honest. It doesn't fly, which is unfortunate, but it just has Trample. So its evasion is just in its Trample effect. It also doesn't have 1 toughness to start, which is nice. You can play it in mono red, which is huge. I guess I will say I think Sprite Dragon triggers off non-instant and sorcery non-creature spells, so that's something going for it. But I think Infantry is honestly very good, and I'm excited to see this card in both Constructed and Limited, to be honest. I think it's going to be very powerful. I know this is like kind of weird. I'm going to give this card an 8 in Constructed, despite it being an uncommon. I think it's like a really, really cool build around and is going to potentially promote some new archetypes. It's a wizard, so it makes Wizard's Lightning cheaper. A lot of cool stuff going on. But in any case, I think it's going to be really good in Constructed. I also think it's quite good in Limited. I would give it an 8.0 in Limited as well. There are going to be some decks that just grow this thing completely out of control very quickly. And that is going to be very annoying. So I think it's going to get an 8 in both Constructed and Limited from me. Let's look at Fires of Victory now. 1 generic, 1 red. It's an instant. Kicker for 2 generic and a blue. And if the spell was kicked, draw a card. Fires of Victory deals damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of cards in your hand. I think this card is like really good, to be honest. A removal spell that also can replace itself. Hard to argue with that. Really hard to argue with that. So what do I want to rate it? I think that's like constructed playable too, to be honest. It's not crazy, but it's not bad. You just get what infantry flavor's about. That's fair. Yeah, the flavored text is pretty funny there for sure. Let's see here. I'm going to give it like a 6.0 in constructed because it could line up pretty poorly in some spots. It's like a removal spell that's really bad off the top in the late game. In limited, though, I like it significantly more. I think I'd give it a 7.5 there. Okay, let's look at Flowstone Infusion. So this is an instant. 1 mana. It gives target creature +2/-2 until end of turn. So I actually like this card a lot. I think it's a good removal spell for red decks in the early game, and it's also going to be like an aggressive spell in the late game to just get in a few extra points of damage. So I think this card's very good, actually. I'm not sure how good it is in constructed. Play with fire is certainly better. Would you play both? Who knows? But I think in constructed, I'm going to give it like a 5. I could see this being playable in something. And as far as limited, I like this card a lot. I'm going to give this a 7.5. I think this will... Because at the end of the day, it's kind of like a shock. It's just a 1-mana removal spell in red aggro decks, and that's going to be good. And then, like I said, sometimes you'll be able to use it as a pump spell, which is cool. Now, let's look at Flowstone Kavu. Flowstone Kavu. Let's see what's up with Flowstone Kavu here. So it's a 2/3, 2 generic, and a red. It's a Kavu. It's got Menace, and it's got... Okay, so not quite Fire Breathing, because this one +1/-1's at until end of turn. But we can put 3 mana to make this a 5-power Menace creature, which is pretty gross. I think this card's going to be a very high-tier common. Looks quite playable to me. Constructed, I don't think it's anything impressive. We'll give it a 3.0 there. But as far as limited, again, another card I'm really happy to play. I'll give it a 7.5 and be happy with that. All right, how about Furious Bellow? 1 generic, 1 red. Target creature gets +3/+0, gains first strike until end turn, scry 1. So nice combat trick. Very nice combat trick. We're just going to give that a 5.5, as I typically give most combat tricks in limited. And then in constructed, not super thrilled. Give it a 3.0. Give me a second here, chat. I'm gonna grab a drink. I don't know what the deal is. I have like having a hard time with like a sore throat right now. I came home yesterday to Julia feeling kind of sick. She doesn't have COVID. She took a COVID test, but she's not feeling very well, and I wonder if that's passing on to me. Just a bad cold, I guess. I don't know. In any case, my throat is a little scratchy and making it harder to do what I normally do, which is just kind of talk all day long. But that's all right. Let's use the water to kind of help me out here. Okay. Anyway, where are we at here? We just finished Furious Bellows. We're on Jittu Amplifier. Jittu Amplifier, 1 generic, 1 red. Creature, human wizard, a 1/2. It's got kicker for 2 generic and a blue. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So it can be an unsummon effect for 5 mana. And then whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, the amplifier gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Alright, that's pretty sick. I actually like this card a lot. It's a good early aggressive creature if you're going to cast a bunch of spells. And then it's a good mid-range top deck because it can bounce something. Constructed, this is actually like kind of constructed playable. I'll give it a 5. As far as limited though, this easily gets a 7.5. This is a very, very top tier common in my opinion. It's going to be a really, really good 2-drop. It's going to threaten really, really nice attacks into your opponent, and then in the mid to late game it can be a bounce spell, which is just really sweet. But that being said, card's quite good. Let's go over here to Goblin Picker. 1 generic, 1 red. It's a goblin. It's got red, tap, discard a card, draw a card, so it's a rummager. You gotta pay a red and tap it, but it's only 2 mana. It's a 2/2. So I don't hate this card. I'm gonna give this like... I'll give this a 7 in limited, and in constructed we'll give it like a 4. The thing about this card is it's like you have to pay a mana and tap, so it's quite a bit of a commitment to do the rummage. And rummage is like good, but it's a lot of commitment, a mana and tap every time you need to do it. It'll be fine. It's not as good as some of the other 2-drops we've seen, but it's still a good card. Alright, Hammer Hand, 1 red, enchant creature, aura. When it enters the battlefield, target creature can't block, and enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has haste. So I think the best use for Hammer Hand in Standard, I think it already existed in Pioneer, but it might not have. This was like a really important card for boss Sly decks back when Tom Ross built a mono-red aggro deck in Standard. But I think this card has a lot of usage with the Defiler of Instinct. So you play Defiler of Instinct, then you pay 2 life, you Hammerhand Defiler of Instinct, you trigger both the Hammerhand and the Defiler of Instinct, you get a damage off the Defiler, and then you just get to attack your opponent for 5 damage because you give this haste. So it's a 5/5 first strike haster. Pretty cool stuff, and I think pretty good. But that's going to be a really, really cool thing to do potentially with Hammerhand in Standard. But this is like a pretty good card. So I'm going to give this like a 5.5 in Constructed. And in Limited, it also can be a really good card, depending on if you can make a super aggro deck or not. So I'm going to give it like honestly, I'm going to give 5.5 in both. There will be spots where this thing is really good. It's kind of a medium card on its own, but it lets you get people dead. It lets you be fast with a red aggro deck, which is pretty cool. So I think it will certainly see play, and I'm going to give it a 5.5 in both Limited and Constructed. All right, Hurler Cyclops, 3 generic, 2 red. It's a 5/4. It's a Cyclops. 1 generic, sacrifice another creature. It deals 1 damage to any target. It's like fine. It's a 5 mana 5/4, which is already pretty good. And then if there are good sack synergies, it'll be solid. So as far as Constructed goes, we'll give it a 4. As far as Limited goes, I think this gets at least a 7. I'm going to give it a 7.5. Maybe slightly high, but I think that is probably fine. All right, we've got the Hurloon Battle Hymn. 2 generic and a red. It's an instant. It's got kicker, white. Deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If the spell was kicked, you gain 4 life. All right, this card's sweet. It's a removal spell that can just randomly gain you 4 life. So again, just a very playable card without kicker, and the kicker is just a little more added value. So Nick creatures and walkers. I think this card's like probably standard playable too. I'm gonna give it like a 6.0 constructed rating, and I'm gonna give it a 7.5 limited rating, and it's really close to an 8 in limited in my opinion. Because if you are a red-white deck, paying 4 mana to kill something and gain, like War Leader's Helix was a really good card, and that's basically what this is if you pay the white. So I kind of like this card quite a bit, but anyway, we'll give it a 7.5. Take a drink real quick. All right, Enthrall to the Pit. 3 generic red, sorcery. 2 generic black is the kicker. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, sacrifice that creature at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so kind of cool. It's a steal effect that you sack the creature if you pay the kicker. I like that design space. That's nice. Pretty medium steal effect, though. It's 7 mana to do that. That's just insane. Constructed, this is not playable. Like 2.0. And then in limited, I'll give it a 5.0. It's not very good. I'm not happy to start this in most of my decks. Like 7 mana is a huge ask. Like if I can steal and sacrifice their creature with some other effect, maybe this is good enough. Or if they have some sort of bomb that we want to steal, I don't know. It does not seem very good. That's all I know. Okay. Jaya, Fiery Negotiator. 2 generic, 2 red. Legendary Planeswalker Jaya. +1. Create a 1/1 red monk creature token with prowess. Okay, that already seems very good. Okay, the -1 on this also seems very good. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them. You may play that card this turn. Okay, that's pretty awesome. So it's like, you know, basically -1, draw a card. But it's better than that because you get to see the top 2. -2, choose target creature an opponent controls whenever you attack this turn. Whenever you attack, Jaya deals damage equal to the number of attacking creatures to that creature. Okay, that's kind of cool. And then -8, you get an emblem with whenever you cast a red instant or sorcery spell, copy it twice. Oh my god. Alright, I actually think this card is really good. Making 1/1 prowess tokens is kind of nasty. If you have like a spell-heavy deck with this thing, this card is going to be really good. This might even be good in Pioneer. I know it's like weird because it kind of competes with other Chandra, but they want to be in different decks. I don't know. I feel like this Jaya might actually be sweet. I'm excited to try this thing out because I think this could be a very good card, to be completely honest. So for Constructed, I'm going to give this an 8. I think this card is good. This looks good to me. This looks very, very good to me. Just like play this, make prowess thing, make prowess thing. The following turn, start digging and just start to try to go off and kill our opponents. Like this is the kind of card that Underworld Breach deck that I was playing in Modern could maybe even utilize. 4 mana is a lot of mana, but like prowess is an insanely powerful mechanic. And just being able to make a prowess token every turn, being able to get card advantage with the -1, being able to remove things with the -2. Like, this is just like everything you want on a walker, in my opinion. It's got 4 activations, which is great. Historically, having 4 abilities on a walker is typically pretty good. And I really like the plus and -1. The -2 is just some gravy. And then the -8 is just unbelievable. Double copy every red spell you play. Like, okay, it seems pretty nuts. But I do like this card quite a bit. So I think it's going to be an 8.0 constructed, and that might even be a little low. I think this card has a lot of potential. I really do. As far as the limited component, I think it's probably really nuts and limited too. Has a lot of loyalty. Does something. Yeah, it is. It is reminiscent of Torch. It's probably a little worse than Torch Defiance, but it's still a good red Planeswalker in my opinion. I'm going to give this a 9.0 in limited. Like, if you are not behind and you resolve this, like, this card is going to be just a huge problem. You get a lot of prowess, especially if you have it in a deck that utilizes the prowess well. Not something that you want to play against super often. 9.0 might be a little high. I'm going to go 8.5. It's a little worse than some of the mythics we've seen thus far that we've given 9.0s, so... But I think it's really good. All right, next card here. Jaya's Fire NATO. 4 generic and a red. It's a sorcery. Deal 5 damage to a creature or walker, and then scry 1. This card's fine. You'll take it late in drafts. You're not going to take it super early. I agree, Golem. It's a different kind of Planeswalker, right? Like, Jaya is a prowess Planeswalker, which does not exist. But Torch of Defiance is like a mid-range and kind of was like an aggro Planeswalker as well. But Jaya, like, literally, it's leaning into the prowess mechanic, which I like. Prowess is a very fun mechanic. And I really like that. I think it's a well-designed walker. I'm excited to play with this card. But anyway, the Fire NATO, it's a card that's not constructed playable, really. We're just going to give it like a 3.0. And then as far as limited goes, I mean, you're not going to take this high. You're not going to play many of these in decks, but you're happy to have like one. I'll give this like a 6. This card's fine. Not good, fine. And that's about my rating of it. All right. 1 second here. Let me grab a drink. All right. Keldon Flame Sage, 2 generic and a red. Human Shaman, enlist, 2/3. Whenever it attacks, look at the top X cards of the library, where X is its power. You may exile an instant or sorcery card with mana value X or less. Put the rest on the bottom. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. That seems like quite good. Just getting free casts on spells. At minimum, when you attack with it the first time, you get to look at the top 2 and you can cast a 2-drop for free. Huh. It probably is too slow, but it is very interesting. As far as constructed goes, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna give this a 6.0. I think this card has some potential. We'll kind of see what happens. It's weird because you like want to play creatures and spells with this card, because you like want the enlist, but you also want to be able to cast spells. So I don't know for sure on this card, but it might fit into some sort of prowess archetype. Okay. And then as far as limited goes, I think in limited it's just fine. In limited, I like it quite a bit, actually. I could see games like, for example, you have this in play, you have a 3-power creature in play, you enlist with the 3-power creature, you attack with this, you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you cast a Fire NATO for free to just get something out of your way, which is pretty crazy. So, yeah, Impulse for sure, but I mean, obviously they made sure that wasn't a thing because they figured it was too good, which I do agree, it would probably be pretty busted. I'm going to give this a 7.5 in limited. I'm very happy to play this, I think. All right, Keldon Strike Team. 2 generic generic and a red. Has kicker for 1 generic and a white. It's a human warrior. It's a 3/1. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, you make 2 1/1s. As long as it entered the battlefield, creatures you control have haste. Oh, this card's sick. So it's a 3-mana 3/1 haste, all by itself. And then it's a 5-mana 3/1 haste that gives 2 1/1s with haste as well. I actually think this card's sweet. This is a nice card right here. Very good red aggressive creature, 3-mana 3-power haster, and then it has upside as well. So that's pretty sweet. Constructed playability, I'm actually going to give this a 6.5. I really like hasters in red with power equal to their CMC, and that's what this card has, so that's pretty good. A little awkward it trades with tokens, but that's fine. And then it's got upside, which I really like. As far as limited goes, I think, again, 3-power 3-mana hasters are typically pretty sick in aggressive decks in limited. So I think this will be a very good card as well in limited. I will say, though, it's awkward in limited a little more because it does trade with all these 1/1 tokens that people are going to be making. I really wish this card were a 3/2, but I get why it's not a 3/2. I still think it's very good. I would give this a 7.5. Very, very happy to play this in a red aggressive deck. Lightning Strike. I mean, this one's just obvious. This one's like at least a 7 in constructed and at least a 7.5 in limited. We're going to do that. We're going to, 1 generic, 1 red. If you don't know what Lightning Strike does already, it's already legal in Pioneer. It's been a standard all-star multiple times in its life, but it's basically 1 generic, 1 red, instant, deal 3 damage to any target, goes upstairs, goes to creatures. Sort of a very good card. But yeah, I would give a 7 for constructed and a 7.5 for limited. Let's check out Maria's Outrider. 4 generic and a red. It is an elf archer. 4/4 with reach. When it enters the battlefield, it deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. So it's typically going to be like a 5-mana 4/4 that shocks your opponent and has reach in limited, which is pretty good. I mean, I would take a 5-mana 4/4, deal 2 to the opponent with reach in most limited formats. Gives you some reach, which is ironic. Yeah, I think this card's pretty good. I would give this... Obviously, it's not very good in constructed, 3.0. And then in limited, I mean, it's at least a 7.5 in my opinion because it's a pretty good body. It's got reach, so it blocks those pesky flyers. And then it also just gives you some value immediately when it enters. Almost certainly going to deal at least 2. In some decks, it's going to bolt your opponent, which is insane. And sometimes it's even going to do more than that. But there'll be some limited decks where just like playing a 4/4 reacher that bolts your opponent for 5 mana, which is super good. So... solid card, I think. All right, Molten Monstrosity, our next card. 7 generic and a red. It's a 5/5. Costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control, and it has tramples. So there seems to be a cycle of these in the set too, of these big 5/5s that are a lot of mana that cost less if we do a specific thing. So again, I feel like this card is typically on average going to be a 4-mana 5/5 with trample, but you're probably not going to be playing it until about turn 5. Obviously sometimes it'll be better than that. But a lot of times it will not be. I'll tell you what, I really like this card with Rotting Regisaur in Pioneer. This is just a 1-mana 5/5 trampler if we have a Rotting Regisaur, which is kind of obscene. But either way, I think this card in Constructed, just because of that interaction with Regisaur, I almost want to like give this some amount of points. 1-mana 5/5 trampler is hot. But either way, I'm just going to give it like a 4.5. I could see it being abused, but it probably won't be good. And then as far as limited, though, I think limited it's very serviceable. It's a 7.5. We'll go 7.5 on this. All right, let's look at the Phoenix chick. We do have a 3-mana 6/4 now in standard. That's true. So this could be like a 2-mana. Maybe there's like a red-black aggressive deck that we could play. But honestly, I've been kind of liking the way that mono black looks and sounds thus far. We'll have to throw that together on Arena in the very near future. Phoenix chick, 1 red. Phoenix, 1/1. Flying haste, can't block. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, you may pay red. If you do, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking with a +1/+1 counter on it. I think this card's pretty solid and constructed. A 1-mana 1/1 haste flying creature is pretty sick. I don't really care that it can't block. You know, it seems pretty good. It also seems pretty good with the hammer hands and the strategy we were talking about earlier with the Phyrexian red creature. So I could easily see this being playable, just like a very low to the ground red aggressive deck. Would like a card like this. So I think it's pretty good. I also like that it can buy itself back, which is pretty cool. But what do I want to rate it? I don't think it's like crazy impressive. I'm going to give it like a 6.5. I think this card is very potentially playable and constructed. As far as limited goes, I think it's worse than limited pretty significantly, but it's still like playable. Can't block though, which is awkward. You would need a really specific deck to make Phoenix Chick like particularly good. I'm going to give it like a 6 in limited. It can be good in the right deck, but in a lot of decks, it's just going to kind of be medium. Which is obviously not what we're striving for with our cards. Let's look at Rada's Firebrand now. 1 generic and a red. It's a human warrior. It's a 3/1. Whenever it attacks, target creature defending player controls with power less than Rada's Firebrand's power can't block this turn. Okay. And it gets +2/+2. If we have Domain, we can pay red and 5 generic. This costs 1 less for every land type we control. So on average, in limited, it's going to be 4 mana to activate. Excuse me. In constructed, I feel it'll be that way too. But either way, and you can only activate this once each turn. So this card's like fine. At the end of the day, it's a 2-mana 3/1, which is pretty good. Constructed playability, I'm going to give it like a 6.0. I think it's like fine. And as far as limited playability, we'll give it a 7.5 because, I mean, at face value, it's just a pretty good 2-drop, and people won't be able to block it with tokens or anything annoying like that because you can say you can't block. It's going to trade up a lot. It's going to attack for a lot of damage in limited a lot, which is good. So we're going to give it a 7.5. Okay. Rundvelt Horde Master. 1 generic, 1 red, Goblin Warrior. Other goblins you control get +1/+1. When Rundvelt Horde Master or another goblin you control dies, exile the top card of your library. If it's a goblin creature card, you may cast that card until the end of your next turn. I don't think this card is very good, but I'd be willing to admit that I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing some cards that it interacts with from prior sets. Yet again, just not many of this creature type in this set, which is super awkward. So I think constructed, I'm just going to give it a 7.0 because it's a Lord. It's in a very relevant creature type. Maybe that will be good somewhere. But I don't think it's going to be particularly good in limited at all. I'm going to give it like a 5 in limited. I think this card's pretty bad. But maybe we'll find some more goblins that'll work well with. I don't know. So far, it just hasn't made... if we get a bunch of goblins, then this card gets way more playable. So I guess I'm going to assume that the set is going to give us some amount of goblins. Let's actually give this a 6.0. If you don't have goblins, this card's going to be pretty stinking terrible. But if you have a good pile of goblins, it will be pretty good. So, all right, now here's a card that's just going to be absolutely nuts and limited. I think in standard it's kind of whatever, in constructed it's whatever, but in limited this card's just crazy. And that is Shivan Devastator. So Shivan Devastator is a flying haste dragon hydra for X and a red, and it enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. So it's just a flying haster that scales with however much mana we have. In constructed, honestly, like I guess in a standard deck, it's probably like fine. It's a little slow, but I think it's still fine. And in limited, it's just going to be nuts. I mean, just like, oh, I have 7 mana, 6/6 flyer with haste, 6U. Like, it's going to be kind of crazy. I'm going to give this a 9.0 in limited. This thing just, it's good at any point on the curve. It's good in any red deck. You just splash this thing. It's 1 red X, so like any deck that plays red can play this reasonably. And then, you know, it's going to be fine in constructed too. I'd give it like a 6.5, maybe a 7.0. We'll give it a 7.0 in constructed. I believe that this can be pretty good. All right. Next card here, Smash to Dust. Devastator playable and not a red, but literally any deck starting with 3 mana. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Smash to Dust. 1 generic, 1 red, sorcery. Choose 1. Destroy target artifact, destroy target creature with defender, or deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. Alright, this card's pretty good. It's a good sideboard option in constructed probably, so we'll give it like a 5.0. And we'll give it a... I'm going to give it like a 6.0 in limited, just because it has a lot of text, and I could see this being good in a lot of spots. It's nice that it's a one-sided deal 1 to all your opponent's stuff, which is pretty cool. Destroying defenders seems pretty relevant in this format, and blowing up an artifact, you never know when that's going to be handy, so... Alright, now we're going to look at Sprouting Goblin. 1 generic, 1 red, Goblin Druid, 2/2, has kicker for green. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, search your library for a land with a basic land type, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. And you can pay red and tap it, sacrifice a land, draw a card. A strange card. I think, again, it's like... I mean, this is just like better than generic 2/2, and generic 2/2 is pretty playable and limited. I don't think it's super crazy in constructed, so we're going to give it like a 4 in constructed, but in limited this card's fine. I mean, it's a solid 2-drop with a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to give it a 7. It's a fine card. It might even be a 7.5, but we're going to go with 7. All right. We got another Squee. We're going to take a look at him in just a moment. All right. Squee Dubious Monarch. 2 generic and a red. It's a Goblin Noble. It's got haste. It's a 2/2. When it attacks, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token that's tapped and attacking. You may cast Squee from your graveyard by paying 4, 3 generic and a red, and exiling 4 other cards from your graveyard rather than paying its mana cost. Okay, so this is like different than normal Squee for sure. A nice aggressive creature. Definitely something a red deck would like to have access to. Kind of like a Rabble Master in a way, but only triggers when you're attacking. But still a really cool card. And the fact that you can buy back is sweet. I think it's very playable, very constructed and limited playable. I think I'm going to give it a 6.5 in constructed. I'm going to give it a 7.0 in limited. Honestly, it's probably a 7.5 in limited, because if you like play this on the play, attack, then they play something to try and block, you kill that, attack, you just really start to swarm the board and give your opponent a lot of problems. So I'm actually gonna bump this up to a 7.5. It could even be an 8, honestly, but either way, very, very good card. All right. Temporal Firestorm. 3 generic, 2 red. It's a sorcery. It's got kicker for 1 generic and a white, and or 1 generic and a blue. Choose up to X creatures and or planeswalkers you control, where X is the number of times this spell was kicked. Those permanents phase out. Then it deals 5 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Okay, so it's a 5 mana, deal 5 to everything, and then we can phase things out to protect our stuff and make it one-sided. Kind of cool. Reminiscent a little bit of like Mizzium Mortars, because it's 7 mana if you kick it, and then it's a one-sided Wrath. So kind of cool. I think in Constructed this is like very interesting. Especially like in Standard, right? I'm going to give this a... It's weird because it competes with Burn Down the House. But I'm going to give this a 7. I'm going to give it a 7.5. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. We'll see what happens with this. But I think it's a pretty interesting card to have access to in Standard. And then as far as Limited goes, I mean, effects like this are typically kind of insane. You can set them up and just like Wrath your opponent. I'm going to give this an 8.5. Wraths are really sweet and limited because you can set up some nasty stuff with them, especially on a Wrath that you can phase out all your own stuff. So you don't even have to worry necessarily about putting your own stuff into the Wrath, because you're going to Wrath on 7 and phase everything out and just one-sided Wrath your opponent, which seems absolutely nuts. So I'm going to give that an 8.5. It seems potentially really insane. All right, Thrill of Possibilities, a reprint. We don't need to get too crazy here. I'm going to give this a 5.0 for Constructed. Maybe it's playable, maybe it isn't. It's a cool card to have in some of these prowess strategies, though, I think. So that'll be kind of nice. And then as far as Limited, I mean, it's like a 6.5. Like, it's a draw spell. It can be good, it can be bad. You're not going to play too much of this, but again, good for prowess decks. So we're going to go 5.5 Constructed, 6.5 Limited there. Twinferno. Twinferno. 1 generic, 1 red, instant. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. Okay, I like this card in the Spells Matters decks for sure, because giving like a huge prowess creature double strike is awesome, and also copying spells is awesome. So I think this also may be good in Constructed too. I think this is a really cool card. Very interesting. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Temur Battle Rage, but it's a little better because we can copy spells with this too. Attempt to replace Opus for Hinata. Opus is gone, right? After this set comes out, there's no more Opus anymore. Anyway, Twinferno. I like this card. I'm going to give this a 7.5 in Constructed, and I'm going to give it a 7.5 in Limited. This is going to be a really sweet card. I like the looks of this one. It seems to fit prowess strategies really well. All right, here's another 1 mana red creature, and it's got haste. So the mono red deck in Standard can have potentially 8 1 mana 1/1s with haste, which is pretty cool. This thing also has kicker for green, 2 and a green. If it was kicked, enters with 2+1 counters. And then it's got fire breathing. Well, not fire breathing specifically, but it's got the ability to give itself +2/+0 until end of turn for a red and 2 generic. I like this card quite a bit. I'm going to give this a 7.0 in constructed. And as far as limited, I mean, it seems pretty good to me. It scales, so it's like a 4-mana 3/3 haster that can then pump. I'm going to give it a 7.5. I'd be fine to play this in a lot of decks. Maybe it's a 7.0. I'm going to give it a 7.0. 7.5 in limited is probably aggressive. But it looks good. Alright, War Host's Frenzy. 2 generic, 1 red, instant, has a kicker for black. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, whenever a creature you control dies this turn, draw a card. Okay, so it's like a Trumpet Blast that if we put a black mana into it, every creature that dies draws a card. That seems awesome, honestly. So it's like way better Trumpet Blast. Yeah, I mean, I like this card. I think this card's pretty good. Constructed will give it like a 5.5. And in limited, I'm going to give this thing like a 6.5. Certainly better than your average pump spell. Because of the draw cards clause. That will be very, very good. Potentially. So, we'll see how that one works out. But, alright, let's move over to Yavimaya Steel Crusher. 1 generic, 1 red, Ape Warrior, enlist, 1 mana, sacrifice it, destroy target artifact. Alright, this card's fine. I mean, it's a generic 2/2 with some upside. I'm going to give it like a 5.0 in constructed, and I'm going to give it, honestly, 5.0 is probably ridiculous. There's like no way this is better than other things you could be doing. This is probably supposed to be like a 4 in constructed. So we'll give it a 4 in constructed. And as far as limited goes, I mean, like I said, it's a 2/2 with quite a bit of upside. It's got enlist and then the ability to sack and blow up artifacts. So I think I'm going to give it like a 7. Very happy to play this in a red deck. PP rating stream when? That's not going to happen, Harrison. That's not going to happen on this stream. Yoshia declares war. 1 generic, 1 red, read ahead. Chapter 1, create an O2 colorless Thopter artifact with flying named Ornithopter. Okay. Chapter 2, tap any number of untapped artifacts you control. When you do, Yoshia deals that much damage to target creature or planeswalker. Okay. Up to 1 target artifact you control becomes a creature with base, power, and toughness 4/4 until end of turn. Alright, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, Harrison. I probably deserve to be canceled after that. Anyway. But anyway, this card does not seem particularly good to me. I don't know, maybe there's a way that you make this good, but like, it seems kind of poor. Yeah, I bet you were. You know, it's funny, students used to call me that too. They used to call me Mr. Dickman just to try and piss me off. So I'm well versed in being called Dickman. But it's funny for sure. I don't think this card is good. I think if there's any chance that this card is good, it would be in limited. Or I'm sorry, not in limited. It would be in constructed. I'll be nice. I'll give it a 5 in constructed on the chance that somebody like Ginger Brute can make this card good. But honestly, I don't expect this to do very much. And then in limited, I think this card is actually pretty awful. I'm going to give this like a 4.0. I do not want to play this in most of my decks. You know, it's been really interesting. A lot of our ratings of cards so far have been... We have not had many like terrible unplayable cards, which is nice when you're playing limited in a set to just not have a bunch of garbage cards. We've had mostly playable cards, It'll be interesting to see how they all stack up. All right, we're moving on to the green cards here. We're moving on to the green cards. Before I start doing the green cards, let's go ahead. I want to give a shout out to the patrons. Thank you all so much for supporting The Swish Gaming. Really appreciate all of you. For $1 a month, you get access to deck lists and things of that nature. If you're a patron to the channel, or a patron to the Patreon, rather. And then for $5 a month, you get access to more in-depth sideboard guides, things of that nature, more exclusive content. And I'm actually going to be doing a write-up on rhinos either later this evening or certainly later this week. So that will be available on Patreon if anybody wants to check that out. Who cares about Green Impulse? That's fair. But anyway, thank you so much to those that support the Swish Gaming. We really appreciate everybody who helps make this stream and our success possible. So thank you all so much. All right, let's get back to this. You'll do it in exchange for one Swish Gaming dad visor, huh? That's nice. That is nice. All right. Bark Weave Crusher is what we've got next here. Bark Weave Crusher. And getting started with the green cards. It's a 2/5 for 4 with enlist. Nothing else to say. This card's fine. I'm not... Yeah, obviously it's not constructed playable. We'll give it like a 3. And then, as far as limited goes, I mean, it seems fine. It's got a lot of toughness. It'll be able to attack pretty heavily after a few turns, which is cool. I'm going to give it like a 7.0. Some of these cards, like, because of the new mechanics, some of these cards are a little hard to evaluate for me. I'm not sure how good or bad the enlist mechanic will be. So it'll be interesting to see. But we'll give it a 7.0. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Pretty okay body for 4 mana anyway. 2/5 is not that bad. How about Bite Down? Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. Oh, or planeswalker, huh? This card is really good. Bite Down might even be constructed playable, to be completely honest. So I'm going to give this like a 6.0 for constructed. And this is getting probably an 8.0. And maybe a 7.5. But this is like very sweet. I'll give it a 7.5. We won't put it higher than some of the other removal spells we've had. I don't think that makes sense. But this card is very, very good. All right. Got a little bit of Badger action coming with the next creature here. Bog Badger, 2 generic and a green. Kicker for black. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. All right, that's not that exciting. It's a 3 mana 3/3. Obviously constructed, not very good. I'm going to give it like a 3.0. The Badger looks awesome and limited, huh? It could be. It could be. I think I would give it a 7. I might be underrating it a little bit, but it's like a fine 3-drop. I guess giving everything menace and green is probably pretty good. So, yeah, maybe it's better than I'm giving it credit for. Either way, I'm going to give it a 7. I think it's a fine card. That's about what I have to say with it. All right, Broken Wings. This is just a reprint. 2 generic and a green. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. I'm just going to give this a 5.0 in constructed. Good thing to have. And I'm going to give it a 5.5 in limited because I think it's a very good sideboard card. And it might be a good main deck card too, depending on how the format looks. But either way, cool card to have access to. Colossal Growth. 1 generic, 1 green, instant. Kicker for red. Target creature gets +3/+3. If it was kicked, it gets +4/+4 and gains trample and haste. It's like a pretty darn good pump spell, to be completely honest. I'm going to give this a 6.0 in limited. I think it's better than some of the pump spells we've seen today for sure. And I'm going to give it like a 3 in constructed. Don't think it's a very good constructed card, but certainly solid in limited. Death Bloom Gardener. A 2 generic, 1 green, death touching mana dork. Adds 1 mana of any color. I think a card. Excuse me. I think a card is fine. Constructed, I'm going to give it like a 4. It's a mana dork, so it's hard to give it less than that. As far as limited goes, though, it's quite good, I think. It's got Death Touch, so it can trade with anything on the ground. So it's good, like, early and late in the game, kind of. And then being a mana accelerator is just nice. So I'm going to give it a 7.5. Might not quite be a 7.5. Might be a 7.0. Would I consider this on the level of Bite Down? I think I kind of would, to be honest. They go really nice together, too. Bite Down with Gardener is awesome. We're going to make it a 7.5 in limited. Alright, so we got another Defiler. It's a Phyrexian Worm. Defiler of Vigor. 3 generic, 2 green. It's a 6/6 Trampler. And then it has the Phyrexian Claws. And then whenever you cast a green permanent, put a counter on each creature you control. Whoa, man. That's insane. Alright, I'm in for Defiler of Vigor. This thing is kind of disgusting. Oh, heck yeah you are, Stormy Golem. This is ridiculous. This card seems really good in the fight rigging deck, actually. That is pretty stupid. It's also really cool with Winding Constrictor, this card is. You have a Winding Constrictor in play, every green card you play just puts 2 counters on your entire board. It's pretty stupid. This card's awesome. I'm going to give this a 9. I'm giving this a 9 in constructed. I think this is going to be the best one. Of them all that we've seen, I think this is the most busted. And has the most potential. Surprise, the green card's the broken one. That's how it's been the last few years, it feels like. But anyway. And in limited, I think this card is absolutely ridiculous, too. I'm going to give this a 9 in limited as well. This thing is crazy. It's huge, first of all, and then it also just has trample, and then you just start putting a bunch of counters on stuff. This thing looks really, really... And the art on this is absolutely awesome, too. Gotta love this card. Big fan of it. Anyway, let's move on to a less busted worm. The Elfheim Worm. 4 generic and a green. For a 5/4 worm, Vigilance Trample. Alright, well, I mean, this card's just kind of what you see is what you get. Nothing crazy here, but I still think it's a pretty solid card. I mean, a 5-mana, 5/4 Vigilant Trampler, not bad. So I'm going to give that a 7.5 in limited, and obviously, you know, this is not a constructed card. We're going to give it a 3.0. Okay. Let's look at the Hydromancer now. So it's a 3/2 for a green and 2 generic. Elf Wizard. It has kicker for blue and 3 generic. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. Alright, so this thing like really pays you off for having a ton of mana, which is kind of cool. But overall, I think it's like kind of whatever. It's a 3 mana 3/2, which at the end of the day is fine. And then the kicker, you know, the kicker could be really busted if you have something insane to copy in your deck, like a Defiler or Vigor. So I guess we'll give this a 7.5 in limited. Will be nice. And we will give it like a 4.0 in constructed, just because I could see that kicker being kind of cool in something, maybe. Alright. Next one, Floriferous Vine Wall. 1 generic, 1 green. 0/2 Defender Plant Wall. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards. You may reveal a land card from among them, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a order. Okay, so this is a pretty good defender because it gives you some value when it enters, which is nice. It doesn't have much toughness, though, so it's not actually going to block anything. So it's kind of a weird card. This one's hard to evaluate. I don't really like a defender that doesn't block effectively, but I also like putting lands in my hand and getting some card advantage. So I think it's like fine. We'll give it like a 3.0 in constructed, and in limited, honestly, I'm only going to give this like a 5.5. I think this is like, it's got a good ETB. But it's not going to do much in play. It will be cool in the Defender Matters decks if you have other defenders that can like actually defend you, but this card really can't put up much of a resistance, which I don't like. Alright, on to Gaia's Might. It's a green, it's an instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 for each basic land type among lands you control. Oh, that's a reprint too, I believe. Pretty cool card. There will be decks where it's really sweet, and there will be decks where it's like really bad. At face value, it's typically going to be 1 mana +2/+2 in limited, which is fine. I'd give that a 5.5. And then as far as constructed goes, it's okay. I'd give it, you know, not a great rating. I'd give it a 3.0. Pump spell is typically not what you want to do in constructed. All right, let's look at Herd Migration. It's another rare. 6 generic and a green. Sorcery. Domain. Create a 3/3 green beast for each basic land type among lands you control. Okay, interesting. And then it has green generic. Discard this. Search your library for a basic land card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand, then shuffle. You gain 3 life. Alright, so that's kind of a cool card. 7 mana, make 5 3/3s. Would be very busted. If there's any way that this is good, it would be constructed, but I'm not certain it will be good there either. But it could be. I'm just going to be kind. I'm going to give it a 5.0 in constructed. In limited, this is a lot of mana, and it's only going to give you, like... I mean, I guess you could build your deck around this. It might give you, like... But the problem is you can't use this to cycle in your limited deck, more than likely, unless you can rebuy it. So you're just, like, naturally going to have to draw these land types. I don't know. I don't think this is very good in limited. I think, on average, it's going to be 7 mana, 2 3/3s, which is just terrible. So I'm actually going to only give this a 5.0 in limited. I don't think this card's good. I'm sure somebody will beat me with this card at some point in limited, and it'll look great, but I think typically this card is not very good. Hexbane Tortoise. 2 generic, a green, ward 2. It's a 3/2 turtle, and it has enlist. Alright, fair enough. This card is fine. I would give it like a 7.0 for limited, and constructed. Obviously, it's not very good. 3.0. But not bad. Yeah, very serviceable. 3 cost creature. All right, Leaf Crowned Visionaries. So another one of these lords. This one's for elves. It's 2 green. Elf Druid. Other elves get +1/+1, and whenever you cast an elf spell, you may pay 1, or you may pay green if you do draw a card. This card's nuts. This card is actually nuts. I think this one is going to be a big player in Pioneer, potentially. Pioneer Elves might actually be a thing you can do now, because you have 8 2-mana lords. So this, as well as the Merfolk Lord, I think are going to really potentially add new archetypes to Pioneer, which is cool. And this could even be good in Standard, who knows. But I think that this card, I would give an 8.5 in Constructed. I think this is going to be a big player. I really do. And I think that in Limited, depends how many elves you have next to this. If this follows the pattern that the other lords have had, there actually are not a ton of creature types matching the lord types in this set. They probably did that on purpose. But, so I'm only going to give it like a 6 in Limited, funny enough. Because I'm not sure that we'll have a bunch of elves with it, but I don't know. I'm just kind of scrolling through. Let's see how many elves. Not that many. Yeah, they seem to be following that pattern of just making it really hard to... Okay, so we had like 5 elves total. That's just not very many. It's not likely you're going to have this and then also a bunch of elves. Certainly possible, but... I guess the elves, so we have, I think I counted a total of 8 elves, so it's more elves than we've seen of the other creature types at least. So it might be a little better than a 6.0. It might be like a 6.5 or 7. Alright, let's move on to Linebreaker Baloth. Linebreaker Baloth. 3 generic, 2 green. It's a beast. It's a 4/5 with Enlist, and it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So it makes sense why they call it a line breaker. It is going to slam in and really crush people if they don't have good blockers for it, especially with Enlist. I don't think it's particularly good in Constructed, but I'm definitely giving it a 7.5 in Limited. Solid card. I will be right back, chat. I'm going to use the bathroom, and while I do that, shout out to these patrons again. Okie dokie. Let's get back to our set review here. Alright, we just did Linebreaker Bailiff. Onto Llanowar Green Widow. It's a 2 generic green, 4/3 spider. Has reach and trample. And then has domain, 7 generic green. Return this from your graveyard to the battlefield tap. It gains if this permanent would leave the battlefield to exile instead of putting it anywhere else. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each basic land type among lands you control. Alright, so this card's pretty sweet. It's a 3 mana 4/3 trample reacher, which is already like very solid. And then you're able to buy it back for presumably 6 mana in limited. So that's pretty awesome, honestly. This is going to get an 8 in limited from me. It's just got a lot of good keywords. Reach, trample, the ability to rebuy it later is sweet. So I think this card's pretty strong. I'm going to give it an 8 in limited. And in constructed, honestly, this card might be playable in constructed too, to be completely honest. I'm going to give this a 7.0 in constructed. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Alright. Llanowar Loam Speaker. 1 generic, 1 green. Elf Druid. It's a 1/3. Can tap to add 1 mana of any color. And it can also tap. Target land you control becomes a 3/3 with haste until end of turn. You can only activate this as a sorcery. Okay, well, at the end of the day, it's just a really good mana dork. It's got a lot of toughness. Constructed, I'm going to give this a 7.5. And in limited, I'm going to also give this a 7.5. Mana dorks are pretty cool and limited. The fact that we can turn lands into 3/3s every turn, sweet. But not a bad card at all. Llanowar Stalker. 1 green. Elf Warrior. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, I mean, this card's, like, fine. I don't think it's particularly good in limited. So I'm actually going to give this, like, a 6.0 in limited. And in constructed, if there's, like, a really good, aggressive green creature deck, then this will be fine. But otherwise, it's pretty lackluster. I'll give it a 5.0. Although, this card's interesting because there is, like, a green aggro deck in Standard. So this might actually be good. Who knows? So maybe that 5.0 is a little... Yeah, I'm actually going to change that to a 6.0. Just thinking about the way the green deck looks. Like, this seems okay in the green deck, maybe. Alright, 4/4 for 4 with reach. Magnagoth Sentry. 3 generic and a green. Treefolk. Yeah, I mean, that's a 4 mana 4/4 with reach, which is not very constructed playable. We'll give it a 3.0, but as far as limited goes, it's a pretty good card. I'd give it a 7.5. I'd be happy to play this in pretty much any green deck ever. So, yeah, looks good. Next one, we got Mossbeard Ancient. 5 generic, 2 green. Treefolk, trample, 7/7. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 5 life. Alright, well, it's a fine card. Pretty good finisher in a green deck. I'll give it a 7.5 in limited. Constructed, I mean, there's just like no way this works in constructed. 7 mana, 7/7, but it's certainly doable in limited, that's for sure. Alright, Nishoba Brawler. 1 generic, 1 green. It's a star 3 trampler, cat warrior, and its power is equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. This card's interesting. This could be like a cool modern creature, because it can be like a 5/3 trampler for 2 mana, which is kind of disgusting. Yeah, this thing's like actually sweet in modern. We could play this next to Wild Nicottle, which is kind of funny. I feel like that's part of the design space here is they were thinking, let's make a slightly bigger wild Nacatl with trample, but that's kind of what's happening here. Either way, in limited, this is going to be a 2-mana 2/3 trampler a lot of the time, which is still pretty good rate. And then sometimes they'll be even better than that, but I'm going to give this like a 7.5 in limited. And in constructed, if we're counting modern, where this is just going to potentially be a 2-mana 5/3 trampler, I'm going to go 7.5, but I could see this being an 8. The only thing about it is, like, this, even a 2-mana 5/3 trampler in modern is just not, it's just not what it used to be. Like, in the past, this card would have been cracked in modern, but now it's just like, is this even playable? Who knows? But it's interesting to think about. All right, Quirion Beastcaller, 1 generic, 1 green, creature, Dryad Warrior. It's a 2/2. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Quirion Beastcaller. When it dies, distribute X +1/+1 counters among any number of target creatures you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Quirion Beastcaller. All right, so this card's sweet. It's a very good 2-drop. I think it's certainly constructed playable. In fact, I think it's going to be a very good 2-drop in constructed, especially in a green aggro deck. I think I would give this like an 8 in constructed, and maybe even an 8.5, because like this thing just gets bigger and bigger, and then even when your opponent kills it, you just throw the counters on the creatures that you were casting to make it bigger and bigger. So it seems kind of insane. I'm actually going to give this an 8.5. I like this card a lot. This card is very strong. And same thing with limited. I think this card's cracked and limited too. We'll give it an 8.5 there as well. But that's kind of crazy. All right, let's look at Scout the Wilderness here. 2 generic and a green. Sorcery. Generic and a white is the kicker here. You can search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. If the spell was kicked, create 2 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Yeah, Stormy Golem, that sounds fun. That sounds fun, for sure. And maybe we can, like, work on that together in chat at some point. That'd be fun. But I agree, that sounds very powerful. So Scout the Wilderness, I mean, this is just like a ramp spell that gives you some bodies if you draw it late. Card's fine. Constructed playability, it's like a 3.5. As far as limited goes, it's fine. I'd give it like a 6.0, I think. Okay. Let's look at Silverback Elder. 3 green, 2 generic, Ape Shaman. It's a 5/7. Whenever you cast a creature spell, choose 1. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Or you gain 4 life. Alright, so constructed playability. This card is certainly constructed playable, especially in standard. I'm going to give this an 8. This card just does everything. When you're casting creatures, you're either gaining 4, naturalizing, or finding lands and putting them into play. I mean, this card seems ridiculous, to be completely honest. And then in limited, this card just... In limited, this thing is also going to be insane. For every creature your opponents draw, they're either gaining 4, naturalizing you, or finding more lands. They're probably typically just gaining 4 off all their creatures in limited. That's a huge swing. Either way, though, I'm giving this like an... this might be a 9.0 in limited. I mean, this thing is going to be so annoying. I'm going to give this a 9. I think this card in limited is ridiculous. It's all right. It's just an insane body, a 5/7 for 5, and then just all the things it does is just crazy. So, I'm giving that a 9 in limited. Okay, Slimefoot's Survey. 4 generic, 1 green, domain, sorcery. Search your library for up to 2 land cards that each have a basic land type. Put them onto the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Put one of them on top of your library and the rest on bottom in a random order. Okay, very interesting card here. Man. The card could be really cool. I don't know that it's really very good in Constructed. I'm going to give it like a 4.0 in Constructed. I don't think it's playable, but maybe someone can do something with it. And then in Limited, it doesn't seem particularly good. It seems very slow. I'm going to give it a 5.5, but if it ends up being better than that, great. I don't think most of the time it will be, though. Snare Spinner. 1 generic, 1 green. Another reprint here. 1/3 with Reach. Spider. Whenever it blocks a creature with flying, it gets +2/+0. That actually is like a constructed playable card some of the time. We'll give it like a 4.5. And then in Limited, very serviceable 2-drop. We'll give it a 7.0. Strength of the Coalition. 1 green, instant, kicker, 2 generic, and a white. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Alright, so this kind of card is going to be really good in like a token strategy. It could honestly be constructed playable. It's not like that heinous to pay 4 mana to put a counter on all your things and then pump something else. But we'll give it like a 5.0 in Constructed. I don't expect it will be good, but it could be good. And then as far as Limited goes, I mean, it's just a really nice trick. I'm actually going to give this like a 6.5. Certainly in the upper tier of combat tricks. Alright, Sunbathing Root Walla. 1 generic, 1 green, a lizard. It's a 2/2. It has domain, 3 generic, and a green until end of turn. It gets +1/+1 for each basic land type among lands you control. So typically this is going to be a 2-mana 2/2 that you can pay 4 mana to give it +2/+2, and you can only do this once each turn. Which is like fine. It's not impressive, but I think it's fine. At the end of the day, it's a 2-drop with upside, which I typically do 7 points or higher, so we'll give this a 7.0. Excuse me. And then as far as constructed, I don't think this is good. 3.0. Alright, Tail Swipe. 1 mana. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you cast a spell during your main phase, creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. They fight each other. Alright, Tail Swipe is very good. It's like close to constructed playable even. That's how good I think this card is. I think this might be constructed playable. I'm going to give this a 6.0 in constructed. And then in Limited, I mean, this is just like a premium fight spell for a green deck. I'll give it a 7.5 though. Most removal spells don't go above that for me. There are some of them that do, but this is not quite one of them. Tear Asunder. 1 generic, 1 green. Instant. Kicker for a generic and a black. Exile target artifact or enchantment. If the spell was kicked, exile target non-land permanent instead. I see. Okay, so if you're a black deck, this is just I guess you need to be black-green. This is still pretty good. I don't know how constructed good it is. It's like fine. I'd give it like a 5. It's just a clean answer for 4 mana in a green-black deck to anything you want. As far as Limited goes, it's a 7.5 again. Just a clean answer. Territorial Morrow. This guy looks like the pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean to me. Like, a lot like him. Anyway, Territorial Morrow. 4 generic and a green. Domain, power and toughness equal to twice the number of basic land types among lands you control. And, yeah, it's a star. Okay. Well, this card is fine. I think on average and limited, it's going to be a 4/4. When it's a 6/6 for 5, it's pretty sweet. And if you get any more than that, it's really cool. But I think in limited, I'd give it like a 6.5. I don't think this one's actually that good in limited. And I certainly don't think it's very good in constructed. So let's go ahead and 3.0 that in constructed. And we're going to move on to threats undetected. Alright, threats undetected. Sorcery, 2 generic and a green. Search your library for up to 4 creature cards with different powers and reveal them. An opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Shuffle the chosen cards into your library and put the rest into your hand. Huh. I cannot tell if this card is good or awful. It doesn't seem particularly good, but it's interesting to me. I'm gonna give this like a 4.5 in constructed. I could see someone figuring something cool out with this card, but I don't expect it, I guess, would be what I would say about it. And then in limited, you don't typically have the time to take this off, but this is gonna like correlate to how many like sick creatures you have in your deck. If you have like 3 rare / uncommon creatures that are all really messed up, and you just get to cast this and guarantee that you get one of them into your hand and then shuffle the others back, this is probably good enough in limited. I'm going to give this actually a 7.5. Well, honestly, Golem, that makes it better in limited, I think. I don't think you want them to go to the graveyard in limited as much as you would in constructed. I think just like finding really good creatures, guaranteeing you get 2 of them, and then having the other ones in your deck is probably beneficial. But regardless, we'll give this a 7.5 in limited. I think it should be pretty cool in limited. All right, next one here is the Urborg Lurgoyf. 1 generic, 1 green. Lurgoyf. Kicker, blue and or black. As Urborg Lurgoyf enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards for each time it was kicked. Urborg Lurgoyf's power is equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that number plus 1. Okay, this card does not seem that good to me. In limited, at least. In constructed, there might be some ways to make this kind of cool. I'm going to give this the benefit of the doubt in constructed, and I'm going to actually give it a 6.0. Maybe someone can figure out something cool to do with this. And as far as limited goes, I'm really not a fan of this, I don't think. Again, you could like make it work, but it just seems on average probably not amazing. I don't know, though. There could be spots where it's good, but I'll give it a 6.0 in limited. Excuse me. I'll give it a 6.0 in limited as well. Vine Shaper Prodigy is the next card for us here. 1 generic, 1 green. Elf Druid, 2/2. Kicker, 1 generic, 1 blue. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, look at the top 3 cards of the library, put one of them in your hand, the rest in the bottom of your library in order. Alright, so this is just a 2-mana 2/2 that scales. It gets better as the game goes on. You can use it to take a look, rest on the bottom of your... So you basically get to anticipate. This thing anticipates if you kick it, which is pretty good. It's not really a constructed playable card, I don't think. It's like a 4.0, I guess. And then limited, it's like okay. I'll give it a 7.0 because it's a 2-drop with some upside. So that's kind of cool. But the Weatherseed Treaty is the next card we're going to take a look at here. It's got read ahead. Search your library for basic land on Chapter 1. It's 1 green, 2 generic. Search your library for basic land, put it on the battlefield, tapped on shuffle. Chapter 2, create a 1/1 green sapperling. Chapter 3, target creature gets +X/+X and gains trample, or X the number of basic land types among lands you control. Alright, not a fan of this one. Let's like fine at best. Not playable and constructed, I don't think. 3.0, as far as limited goes, I really don't like this one that much. I'm going to give it like a 5. Like, some decks will play this, but I don't think it's very good. One of the worst uncommons we've seen, in my opinion. Alright, the World Spell. A Mythic Saga. Let's see what happens with this thing. 5 generic, 2 green. It's got read ahead. Chapters 1 and 2 are both. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-saga permanent card from among them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Then, Chapter 3, put up to 2 non-saga permanent cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Alright, kind of a cool card. There's got to be something broken you can do with this card. Very cool card. Anyway, we're going to say constructed. I mean, I feel like if there were anything that was busted with this, that's where it's going to be. And honestly, this is going to be a really sick EDH card, I think, too. But I'm going to give this like a 7.0 in constructed. This is a very interesting card. Could be sweet in something, but who knows. And then as far as limited goes, if you get to do this and you have some sweet bombs to hit and put into play, it's pretty cool. I'll give it an 8.0 in limited. Again, I'll be willing to eat my words on this later, but I think this effect is very, very powerful and can definitely win a good amount of games in limited. So we'll give it a 7.0 in constructed, 8.0 in limited. All right, Yavimaya Iconoclast. 1 generic, 1 green. It's got kicker for red. It's got trample. And when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it gets +1/+1 and gains haste until end turn. My god, this card is like really good, actually. This card's at worst a 2-mana 3/2 trampler. And then if you have a red mana, it's a 3-mana 4/3 haste trampler. This card's like nuts. This card's actually going to be good in constructed too. I would be shocked if this thing's not good in constructed somewhere. And it's an elf, which is cool with that lord, I guess. But I'm going to give this a 7.5 in constructed. I think it's a very real card. And then in limited, I'll give it a 7.5 as well. But that's a very good match card right there. All right, Yavimaya Sojourner. It's a 7 generic green, 4/6 tree folk, and it costs 1 less to cast for each basic land among lands control. So again, in limited, I feel like this is typically going to be a 6-mana 4/6, but we haven't gotten to the lands yet, and maybe there are some lands that make these domain payoffs a little easier to get 3 and 4 colors. You have to assume there are, because domain's pretty boring if they're all just two types in everybody's decks. I think you want to try and promote more than that, but regardless, I think this card's completely unplayable in constructed. And I think that in limited, it's like fine. Probably pretty weak, though. I'm going to give this a 6.0. I think this is definitely one of the weaker commons we've seen. All right, let's look at a Johnny Sleeper Agent. 1 generic, 1 green, 1 Phyrexian green-white, and 1 white. It's got completed, which is what that mana symbol is there. 4 loyalty is what it starts with. We can +1 to reveal the top card of our deck. If it's a creature or planeswalker, put it in the hand. Otherwise, we can put it on the bottom. -3, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among up to 3 target creatures. They gain vigilance until end turn. And -6, you get an emblem with whenever you cast a creature or planeswalker spell, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. Okay, this card's really interesting to me. If you can, I mean, it's a 3-mana walker, which is already like pretty good. 3-mana walkers are typically kind of sweet. And this one honestly reminds me a little bit of Domri Raid, because you play it on turn 3, and then you just start plussing, and if you hit creatures or planeswalkers with this card, you're just drawing cards. So it's just like a 3-mana planeswalker that starts drawing cards. And even if you don't draw a card or hit a creature or a planeswalker, you also just get to bottom the card on top if you don't like it. So yes, Ajani can't really protect itself that well, but you're in a green deck, which is probably going to have bigger creatures than your opponents most of the time anyway, so they'll probably be able to defend it in both constructed and limited. I actually think this card's really good. I don't love the -3. The ultimate wins the game in 5 cast triggers, so I mean that's pretty real. And considering Ajani's +1 just feeds you with creatures, it's pretty sweet. I think this card will be quite good in limited, and I actually think this thing might be playable in constructed too. There needs to be like a good green-white deck with a pile of good creatures that can support it, but I think this card has a lot of potential. It reminds me quite a bit of Domri Raid. Its minus is less good, but its plus is arguably a little better, and it ultimates very quickly. You play it on turn 3. If you're on the play, your opponent has 2 lands in play, and you have a planeswalker that's going to ultimate in 2 turns. So, you know, it might not look that good on the surface. Honestly, it even looks kind of good on the surface, in my opinion, because it's a 3-mana walker with a plus that can generate card advantage, and an ultimate that will certainly be able to win the game in a deck with a good amount of creatures in it. So I think this card's actually really good. I think this card is going to be a 8.5 in constructed. Might even be better than that, to be honest. I like this card a lot. I really do. I know it's like kind of weird, but and then in limited, this card's kind of ridiculous. Can you imagine just playing this on the play in limited and just starting to roll it up? Like, limited, you play a pretty high density of creatures no matter what you're doing anyway. I think I'm going to give it a 9.0 in limited. And I know it's like maybe a little aggressive. It might be a little worse than some of the other stuff earlier. But just like this on turn 3, if your opponent didn't play a 2-mana threat, you're just threatening ultimate in 2 turns. Like, I think that's really, really nasty. I'm going to give it a 9 in limited. I'm going to get it 8.5 in constructed. And I know it's like kind of weird because some people, I've seen a lot of people talking kind of bad about this card, but it actually seems potentially very powerful to me. Can you imagine this? Imagine in Pioneer, we go turn 1 Mana Dork go, on the play, turn 2 Ajani. So we just have Ajani in play on turn 2, opponent has a single land, and we're 2 turns away from just ultimating, and then in our, you know, in our Mana Dork deck, we're just like getting close to an ultimate where whenever we're casting creatures, we're able to kill them in 5 casts. I think that's pretty good. I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating this a little bit. The ultimate's kind of hard to analyze because it is a win the game ultimate, but it doesn't do it crazy quickly unless you're like an aggro deck. I don't know. I think this card's good. I think this card's going to do some good stuff. And honestly, the -3 is quite good in an aggro deck. So, like, maybe some sort of white-green aggressive strategy is where this will fit the best. Because if you're an aggro deck, you really punish your opponent for even trying to deal with your Planeswalker. I don't know. It'll be sweet. But I think this card's good. I really do. All right. Iran Bernalilla's Ruin. 2 white and a black. Legendary creature, Phyrexian human. Menace. Has black, white, sacrifice another creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Okay. I mean, this card seems fine. Nothing too crazy. Nothing bad either. In constructed, I mean, this could see play. I don't expect it to. I'm going to give it a 5.0. And in limited, it's actually very hard to cast this in limited, so you have to take that into consideration. Like 3 specific pips like that is really a little bit awkward, but we'll still give it like a 7. I mean, it's a 3-mana 3/3 menace at the end of the day, and it can do some really messed up stuff if you like have a lot of tokens and whatnot. So I'm gonna actually give it a 7.5. If you're able to reliably cast this thing, you're going to be in really good shape. All right. Astor, Bearer of Blades. 4/4, 2 generic, red-white, legendary creature, human warrior. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 7. You may reveal an equipment or vehicle. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Equipment you control have equip 1. Vehicles you control have crew 1. I don't think it'll be that good in Limited, although we haven't gotten to the artifact section yet, so I don't know what vehicles and or equipment are in the set yet very well. But either way, I don't expect it to be too crazy in Limited, but at the same time, it's still a 4-mana 4/4 in red-white, and it's got, you know, some cool stuff going on with it. We'll give it a 7.5 in Limited, and then in Constructed, it's interesting to think about this card in like a Pioneer Hammer deck. I'll just give it like a 6.5 and say there's a lot of potential with this guy. We could do some cool vehicle shenanigans too. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see on this guy. But I think there's certainly some potential in Pioneer, especially. And who knows, maybe Standard will have something cool with him too. All right, next legendary creature here. Baird, Argivian Recruiter. Red-white, human soldier, 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power greater than its base power, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Interesting. So, if we have this guy with the Lord, that's awesome. We just get a 2/2 every turn because we control creatures with base power greater than normal. I don't know how good this card is. It's interesting. It's also a human, so human soldier is like really good creature type to have. I think this card's like pretty good. I certainly would play it in Limited. I mean, it's a 2-mana 2/2 at worst value in your red-white deck. So we'll give it like a 7.0 in Limited. If you don't have a way to like get the end step triggers on this guy, it's not that impressive. But if you're getting 1/1s every turn, this thing is ridiculous. So in Limited, it's either going to be like just whatever, an average 2-drop, or it's going to be nuts because you're just going to get guys on every end step. Your opponent has to kill this. And it's only at the beginning of your end step, so that's good to know. As far as Constructed goes, I'll also give it a 7.0. I think there's a lot of potential for this in a Constructed deck. Ah, yes, Balmor, Battle Mage Captain, another one that Apex Gaming was really excited about when they hit us up last week. But we got a blue and a red for a 1/3 legendary bird wizard with flying. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain trample until end of turn. One of the big things I've been thinking about with this card is Young Pyromancer. This card seems really, really cool with Young PZ. You get a big amount of tokens, and then you give all those tokens +1/+0 and trample until end of turn, which is pretty nuts. How consistent is it? I have no idea, but it seems very potentially powerful. I think Constructed playability, this thing's like a 7.5. I want to believe this thing's good, and I do believe this thing will be good, to be completely honest. And then, as far as Limited goes, this could be very good in a Limited deck. It also could be medium. It really just depends. But at the worst, if you're playing it in blue-red, it's a 2-mana 1/3 flyer, which is already like okay rate, and then you're just going to get an upside on it later. So I think it's certainly a 7.5 in Limited, if not better than that. All right. So let's move on to the next guy here. We got a Bortuk Bone Rattle, 4 generic, 1 black, 1 green, Troll Shaman, legendary creature. It's a 4/4 domain. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, choose target creature card in your graveyard, return that card to the battlefield if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control, otherwise put it into your hand. I don't think this card even seems that good. I guess, you know, it's fine, but I'm not very impressed with it. So I'm going to give it like a 4.5 in constructed, and in limited, I mean, in limited, it's a Gravedigger at worst, but it's a ton of mana. But it's still like a 2-for-1 in limited, which is pretty good. So I think I'm going to give this a 7.5. All right. Elas Ilkor, Sadistic Pilgrim. White, black, Death Touch, Phyrexian Core Cleric, 2/2. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. And whenever another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay, this is kind of a sick card. Very interesting card to me. I think it's pretty good, honestly. Especially constructed, I think there are some cool things we can maybe do with this thing. For now, I'm going to just rate this like a 7 in constructed. I think there's definitely there's a lot of good stuff on this card. Death Touch, the ETB gaining a life, and then whenever a thing you control dies, your opponent loses. Like, all that is pretty nice. And then as far as limited goes, I mean, it's a very, very good 2-mana play. It's certainly a 7.5. It might even be an 8.0, to be honest, because this thing trades with everything, and then it also just has multiple good effects. I think I'm going to go with an 8.0 on this one. I think it's a very, very good card. All right, let's get over to Airtie here. So, Airtie Resurrected, 2 generic blue and a black. It's Phyrexian Human Wizard, 3/2 with Flash. When it enters the battlefield, choose up to 1 counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. Its controller draws a card. Okay, that's interesting. Destroy another target creature or planeswalker. Its controller draws a card. All right, I think this card is pretty good. It's not amazing, but I think it's fine. It's serviceable. I'm going to give it a 6.0 in constructed. Definitely has some potential to be good. And as far as limited goes, I mean, it's honestly probably more interesting in constructed than limited. I think letting your opponent 2-for-1 you is very poor in limited, and its body's pretty bad in limited. But it's cool being able to just like kill a creature, especially if it's busted. So, you know, we'll give it like a 7.0. Sometimes you just got to give your opponent a card to blow up a bomb rare, which is pretty sweet. So, all right, let's move on to the next one here. Garna, Blood Fist of Keld. It's 1 generic, 1 black, 2 red, human berserker, legendary creature. It's a 4/3. Whenever the creature you control dies, draw a card if it was attacking. Otherwise, Garna deals 1 damage to each opponent. All right, pretty cool card. And this triggers on tokens, which is pretty cool. All right, then I think I like... This is potentially constructed playable. I don't think so, but I'm going to give it like a 6 just in case. How about limited? I think in limited, I like this quite well. I'm going to give this an 8 in limited. Alright. Ivy Gleeful Spell Thief. 1 green, 1 blue. Fairy Rogue, 2/1 flyer. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets only a single creature other than Ivy, you may copy that spell. The copy targets Ivy. This card seems pretty awesome, actually, if I'm being completely honest. Because you can redirect things targeting your opponent's stuff. You can copy your own stuff targeting other creatures. I mean, at base, it's a 2-mana 2/1 flyer, which is already like very good and limited. I think I'm actually going to give this an 8.0 in limited. I think we can do some really cool stuff with this thing. And then in constructed, it's less good, but still a pretty good card. I'll give it like a 6.5 in constructed. All right, Joyra. Ageless Innovator, blue-red, Human Artificer, 2/3. Tap, put 2 Ingenuity counters on Joyra. Then you may put an artifact card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield, where X is the number of Ingenuity counters on Joyra. Right, this feels a lot like an EDH card to me. Constructed, we'll give it like a 5.0 and limited. At the end of the day, it's still a 2-mana 2/3. Got a pretty good body and can do some cool stuff. We'll give it a 7.0. Two-mana 2/3 is pretty good, regardless of how you put it in limited. Not terrible. All right, Joda the Unifier. It's white, blue, black, red, green. One of every color. Legendary creatures you control get +X, where X is the number of legendary creatures you control. So I guess it's basically a 6/6 automatically. It enters as it's a 5/5, but it's automatically pumping all legends by +1/+1, where X is the number of legends. You control 1 if this is in play. So it's basically a 5-mana 6/6. Whenever you cast a legendary spell from your hand, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a legendary non-land card with lesser mana value. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Put the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. Okay, this card is really interesting. This card's really cool, actually. I like this card with, like, Omnath, Oath of Nissa. We could do some really weird stuff with Joda. I almost want to just, like, put this in Modern. Just throw this in the 4-color deck, because why not? And then whenever we cast a legend, we basically spin into Omnath. And we can, like, I don't know. It's pretty interesting. But I think this card's, like, kind of cool. It's certainly a cool, like, EDH type card, too. But this card, like, might have some amount of constructed playability. We might screw around with this card at some point. I think this card is neat. Definitely goes well with Omnath. That's for sure. But in any case, maybe a Nib Mizzet deck, too. Who knows? I don't know. We'll have to... In any case, is this good in limited? Almost certainly not. It's 5 of a different color pip, which just seems impossible to cast. So I'm actually going to give this like a 4 in limited. You're just not casting this card ever. And then getting the legends off it's going to be awkward too. But as far as constructed goes, I'm actually going to give this a 7.5. I think there's some space for interesting deck design here. King Darien. I'm not even going to worry about what number this is. I think that's 50. I think X is 50. This is 5. I don't know what this is in Roman numeral. I'm not gonna act like I do. But King Darien, 1 generic, 1 green, 1 white. It's a 2/3 human soldier. Other creatures get +1/+1 that you control. And then it's got 5 mana. Put a +1/+1 counter on King Darien and create a 1/1 white soldier creature. You can sacrifice King Darien, create creature tokens you control, gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. This card actually seems quite good to me. It's a very strong card. antheming all your dudes is pretty sweet. Having a good mana sink is sweet. And then it has a good sacrifice effect too. Pretty sweet card. So pretty big fan of this actually. In constructed, I'm gonna give this an 8. I think this card could be really cool. And then in limited, I'm also gonna give it an 8. A card like this in limited is ridiculous. Just a mana sink that continues to make itself bigger and provide you with an army of dudes that are getting anthemed. Pretty nice. Alright. Legomos, Hand of Hatred. 1 generic, 1 black, 1 red. Human Shaman, legendary creature, 1/3. Beginning of combat on your turn, create a 2/1 red elemental creature token with trample and haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. And then tap, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Activate only if 5 or more creatures died this turn. Okay, I don't think this card's very good. This is so unlikely that you can activate this thing's ability. And like getting a 2/1 every turn is cool, but this is 3 mana. I want like a little more than that. Out of my card. I don't think this one's actually all that good. In constructed, we're going to give it like a 6. And in limited, we'll give it like a 7. Might be a 7.5, but I guess it's probably a 7.5 thinking about it more. Again, just like comparing it to the 2/2 that makes a 1/1 earlier. This is better than that, but not by a ton, but it is better. 7.5 is what we'll give it for limited. All right, Maria, Scholar of Antiquity. 1 generic, 1 red, 1 green. Legendary creature, Elf Artificer. It's a 3/3. Tap an untapped non-token artifact you control. Add green. Tap 2 untapped non-token artifacts you control. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. This card's hard to analyze, but I think it's like pretty reasonable in some sort of artifact deck, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I think this seems okay. I'm going to give it a 6.0 in constructed, just because who knows what this thing can do. It can probably do something busted, but it's hard to know for sure looking at a card like this. And then in limited, I mean, it's a 3 mana 3/3 at worst, which is still completely fine. So we'll give it a 7.5. All right, Nael. Avizoa Aeronaut. 2 generic, green, blue. Flying, legendary creature, Elf Scout, 2/4. It has domain. When it deals combat damage to a player, look at the top X, where X is the number of basic land types. Put up to 1 of them on top of your library and the rest on the bottom. Then if there are 5 basic land types among lands you control, draw a card. Well, it's a cool card. It's a fun card. I don't think it's a particularly good card. I'll give it a 4.0 in constructed. And, I mean, in limited, it's a nice bodied flyer, so it's probably good enough. It's going to be no lower than a 7.5, so we'll give it a 7.5. We've had a lot of those in this set, but... Alright. Najal the Storm Runner. 2 generic, 2 blue, and a red. It's a 5/4, a Freet Wizard. You may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. When it attacks, you may pay 2. If you do, when you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Alright, this card's sick. I don't know how good it is in constructed. We'll give it like a 5.0 just to be respectful. This card in limited is kind of cracked. I like this a lot. I'm going to give this an 8.0. I like this card a lot. I think it'll do some really powerful stuff. Let's go to the next card here. Namada Primeval Warden. 2 generic, a black, and a green. It's a tree folk with reach, a 3/4. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile instead. When you do, create a 1/1 green Saproling creature token. Okay. Sacrifice a Saproling. Gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay. Sacrifice 2 Saprolings. Excuse me. Draw a card. This card's really good, actually. This is probably another 8. It's also just got reach. It's a 4-mana 3/4 reach. It's already pretty good rate. Exiling our creatures, not exiling our opponent's creatures, not letting them get die triggers is huge, and then replacing them with 1/1s is awesome. And then having a lot of ways we can utilize those 1/1s. Pretty sick. So I'm gonna give this an 8 in limited, and I think in constructed we'll give it like a 6. Alright, Queen Elenal of Rudok. Green, 2 white. Power and toughness equal to the number of creatures we control. And if one or more creature tokens would be created under our control, those tokens plus a 1/1 white soldier creature token are created instead. Okay. Very interesting. Seems pretty good to me. Don't hate this card at all. I'm going to give it like a 7 in constructed. I think there's some potential there. And I really like it in a token-based deck in limited too. So let's go ahead and give it an 8.0. Alright, Rada Coalition Warlord, 2 generic red-green. Legendary creature, Elf Warrior, 3/3. When it becomes tapped, another target creature gets +X/+X, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. This card's fine, but it's only a 7.5 in my opinion. In limited, and in constructed, I don't think it's particularly good. So let's just go with like a 4.0. Alright, Wrath, Weatherlight Stalwart, white, blue, 1/3, human wizard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control. If you do, draw a card. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn if you pay 2 white and 3 generic. That one's kind of interesting. I think it's fine. I don't think like it's super good. I'll give it like a 4.0 in constructed, and I honestly only think I'm going to give this a 7 in limited, just because you tap, I guess, I don't know. No, this is like pretty good, right? Like if you just have 2 creatures, any instant or sorcery, like if you just play an instant on your opponent's end step, then you tap 2 of your guys and just draw a card, that seems actually kind of insane. And maybe it's actually a good constructed card too. Don't know. I'm gonna go with 8.0 because I think this is pretty busted. If we just like have a couple creatures and then start playing spells, we get to draw cards. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Alright. Rada Drabik of Urborg. 2 generic, 1 white, 1 black. Vigilance, Ward 2. Other zombies you control have Vigilance. It's a zombie wizard. Whenever another legendary creature you control dies, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's not legendary, and it's a 2/2 black zombie, in addition to its other types. What a weird card. I don't think this seems very good. It seems very oddly specific. So I'm not the biggest fan of this one. Maybe something cool can be done with it in constructed. I'm going to give it a 4.0 in constructed. And as far as limited goes, I don't even think it's that good in limited, to be honest. I'm going to give this like a 5.5. I do not think this is a very good limited card. Like, a 4-mana 3/3 Vigilance is a little below rate, and then Ward 2 is fine, but it doesn't matter if it's on a creature your opponent doesn't care about. And like other zombies get Vigilance, so we can give some of our zombies Vigilance, presumably. But we have to have other legends to be getting this trigger. I don't know. It might be good. It might be able to work out in limited, but it seems kind of medium and limited to me. Although we do have a lot of legends in this set, so Maybe it's better than it looks. Riff Liberated Primeval. 2 generic, and then Naya, red, green, white. 5/5 flyer with Ward 2. Other dragons you control also have Ward 2. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature or planeswalker an opponent controlled was dealt excess damage. If a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls was dealt excess damage this turn, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. Interesting. This card seems very cool. Very powerful. It's Naya, so it's kind of hard to cast, but it's certainly powerful. I'm going to give it an 8.5 in limited. It might even be a 9.0 to be honest, but it's a little, the mana is certainly a little restrictive. But honestly, you're a green deck, so you should be able to like splash pretty easily for this. I'm going to give it a 9.0. This thing just seems really, really powerful. And then in Constructed, like, if there's a Naya deck, this card's definitely going to be in it. We'll give it an 8.5. Alright, Rivaz of the Claw. 1 generic, 1 black, 1 red. Viashino Warlock, 3/3 Menace. Tap, add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this only to cast dragons. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a dragon creature spell from your graveyard. Whenever you cast a dragon creature spell from your graveyard, it gains when this creature dies. Exile it. Alright, so again, this card's like very specific. It is a 3 mana, 3/3 Menace at face value though, so I'm going to give it a 7.5 in limited. Constructed, it might be cool in something. I'm going to give it a 6.5, and we're going to move on. Rona, Shield of Dread's Faithful, 1 generic, 1 blue, 2 black, human wizard, legendary creature. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 1 life. And you may cast this from your graveyard by discarding 2 cards in addition to paying its other costs. Alright, so this thing is fine. Somewhat difficult to cast in limited. Not too bad, but maybe to give this a 7.5, and then that is for limited. And then in Constructed, I think I would give it like, does not seem very good in Constructed. We'll give it a 4.0. Rulik Mons, Warren Chief. 1 generic, 1 red, 2 green. Legendary Goblin. Menace. When it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you may put it on the battlefield tap. If you didn't put a card on the battlefield this way, create a 1/1 Goblin creature token. Okay, this card is fine. Probably a 7.5 in limited. And then in Constructed, I don't see this seeing play. 4.0. Alright. Let's keep moving here. Shayna Purifying Blade. 1 green, 1 white, 1 blue, a lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, it's a 3/3. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay X. If you do, draw X cards. X can't be greater than the amount of life you gained this turn. Whoa. Alright, that seems pretty powerful to me. Certainly going to be hard to play on curve in limited, but honestly a pretty cool like thing to hit with Collected Company, honestly, and it's a human, so this is a pretty interesting card. You wouldn't play many of this in humans, but like kind of cool to just have a big draw button. Anyway, I think Constructed, I'm gonna give this thing like a 7.5. And in limited, I'm going to give it, Because of how hard it is to cast, I'm going to give it actually like a 6.5. It's obviously very good if it like can make it onto the battlefield, but you're not playing this for a while. You might be able to get it out there on turn 4 and like attack with it, but it has to stay in play and not die. I don't know. It's still at worst. You can't really call it a 3-mana 3/3 lifelinker though, because you're not going to play it on turn 3 like ever. If it were the case, this would be like a 7.5, 8.0, but because it's really, really hard to cast, I'm going to give it a 6.5. There are decks that are going to make this work really well, but generically, this is going to be a card that I'm going to be a little frustrated to have in my pool because it might be hard to make work. Anyway, who knows? It could end up just being really easy to splash for, and I'm overestimating how hard this is to cast, but it's certainly a powerful card, no question there. All right. Soul Kanar the Tainted. 2 generic, blue, black, red. Elemental Dragon. 5/5. At the beginning of your end step, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Draw a card. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Deals 3 damage to up to 1 other target creature or planeswalker. Exile it. Return it to the battlefield under an opponent's control. Wow. Okay, well, I was about to say this card looks awesome, but then that last clause, really awkward. You have to pass this thing over to your opponent, so we really need like a way to like flicker this thing. I still think you get a lot of advantage off it before you have to pass it over. So in Limited, I think I'm going to give this thing an 8.0 because I think we can get most of the value off of it before we give it to our opponent, and hopefully we have a way to flicker it or just kill it or something. Let's give it an 8.0, and then in Constructed it's actually more interesting because we can like blink it with plenty of effects. I think I'm gonna give it a 7.5 in Constructed. Very cool card. Man, just legends everywhere in this set. Soul of Windgrace. 1 generic, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green. So our Jund creature here. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, we put a land card from a graveyard onto the battlefield tapped under your control from a graveyard. That's pretty relevant there. Discard a land card. You gain 3 life for a green. Red and generic. Discard a land card. Draw a card. This card is nuts. 2 generic and a black. Discard a land card. This gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. This card seems really sweet to me, and it also seems really cool with like, oh god, what's the 5-mana green planeswalker in Standard that puts lands in your hand? Blanking on the, oh, it's Ren. Ren and 7. Yeah, Ren and 7 in this seem really sick together. But anyway, this card looks really, really cool. I'm actually going to give this an 8.0 in Constructed. I think there's strong potential for this to be good in Constructed. And I also think that it could be pretty good in Limited, too. I'm going to give it an 8.0 in both. Very annoying card in Limited to just have your opponent continue to pitch lands, draw cards, pitch lands, gain 3 life. They can attack and get lands back that they're pitching, put them right into play, and then they can keep this thing in play by giving it indestructible. It seems like a very annoying thing to deal with, so looks sweet to me. Next card here, Sten, Paranoid Partisan, 1 white, 1 blue, human wizard, legendary creature, 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, choose card type other than creature or land. Spells you cast of the chosen type cost 1 less. And then you can pay 3 to exile or return to the battlefield beginning of the next end step. Alright, so this card is like fine. I'm going to give it a 6.5 in Constructed because mana reducing effects can be broken. As far as Limited goes, this is basically just a 2-mana 2/2. I like that it can flicker itself out though. I'm going to give it a 7.5. It's like fine. I'd still be happy to have this card in my deck. It's still better than a base 2-mana 2/2. You can like block and then exile it over and over, so it can kind of just like infinitely block things, which is kind of nice. And then when it enters, you can rename stuff too, which is cool. All right, let's look at the new Tatiova. Tatiova, Steward of Tides. 2 green and a blue. Merfolk Druid. Land creatures you control have flying. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, if you control 7 or more lands, up to 1 target land you control becomes a 3/3 with haste. It's still a land, and this is a 3/3. All right, so this card is like fine. I liked old Tatiova a lot better than this 5-mana Tatiova. This thing is, like, at base value, it's a 3-mana 3/3. It certainly has some good text. We'll make it a 7.5 in limited and like a 5 in constructed. 5.0 maybe. All right. Tori de Avenant Fury Rider. 1 generic, 2 red, a white, Vigilance Trample, 3/3, Human Knight. When it attacks, all other attacking creatures get +1/+1 until end of turn. Other red attacking creatures gain Trample, and untap each other white creature. Okay. In limited, this thing is fine. It's not going to be able to attack and do a lot of things very well, and it doesn't have haste or anything. So on turn 5, you're going to need your 3/3 to be able to make a profitable attack, which is awkward. I'm going to just give it a 7. This card's kind of medium, actually. And then in Constructed, I don't love it. I'm going to give it like a 5. Alright, Tura Kenarud, Sky Knight, 2 generic, white, 2 blue, 3/3 flyer, Human Knight. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, make a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Okay, so kind of a big flying young pyromancer. Sure, I mean, this card's like fine. We'll give it a 5.5 in constructed, and in limited, it's certainly a 7.5, if not an 8. But I think it's a 7.5. You have to build around this thing a lot. Urg, Spawn of Turg. 2 black and a green. Frog Beast, legendary creature. Star 5. Its power is equal to the number of land cards in your graveyard. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library and put that card into your graveyard. Sacrifice a land, you gain 2 life. Alright, this card's kind of cool. It was like an 8 in limited, honestly. And I just think it's like doing a lot of pretty powerful things. No, it should not be higher than some of the other stuff we've looked at. We'll give it a 7.5. I think it's a strong card, but not quite that high. I really like its body, though. Huge toughness. Won't take too long to get some amount of power. For 3 mana, pretty good rate. And then the sacrifice is nice, too. But as far as constructed, don't think it's super good. Give it like a 5. Alright, Vohar, Vodalian Desecrator. Black, 1/2. Tap, draw a card, then discard a card. If you discarded an instant or sorcery card this way, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. You can sack it. You may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard this turn. Be put into your graveyard, exile instead. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, not too bad. Phyrexian Merfolk Wizard. This card's like solid. I mean, it's a loot effect, which is nice. I'm gonna give it a 7.5 in limited, and in constructed, we'll give it actually a 5.5. I think looters are maybe playable in constructed, so who knows. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. Zar Ojanen, Scion of Ephrava. 3 generic, 1 green, 1 white, 4/4 domain, cat warrior. When it becomes tapped, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with toughness less than the number of basic land types among lands you control. Okay. So pretty cool card. But I don't know, not not the most exciting. You know, I don't think this is actually very... I guess any 1/1s you have, it'll put a... I think this card's fine. In Limited, I'd give it actually a 7.0. I'm not very impressed by this. And then in Constructed, maybe you could do something with it, but I'm going to give it a 4.0. Alright, Zur Eternal Schemer. 1 white, 1 blue, 1 black. Human Wizard, Legendary Creature, 1/4 Flyer. Enchantment creatures you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. And then you can pay white and generic. Target non-aura enchantment you control becomes a creature in addition to its other types, and its base power and base toughness, each equal to its mana value. Alright, this card's cool. I'll give it a 5.0 in Constructed. Maybe someone will be able to do something with it. As far as Limited goes, it's a 3-mana flyer, but it's pretty hard to cast. Kind of a cool activated ability, though. Pretty powerful. We'll give it a 7.5. Alright, and we've got some artifacts to make it through here, and then the lands, and then we're good. Automatic Librarian, 3 generic. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2. It's a 3/2. This card is fine in Limited. It's a 7.0. And in Constructed, it would be pretty unplayable. So we'll give it a 3.0. Next card, Golden Argosy. It's 4 generic for a 3/6. When it attacks, it's also a vehicle. When it attacks, exile each creature that crewed it this turn, return them to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. And it's crew 1. Alright, kind of cool. Kind of cool. A fun card for sure. I'll give it like a 4.5 in Constructed. In Limited, I think it's pretty medium. I'm going to give it a 7.0. Hero's Heirloom, 2 generic. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 as long as it's legendary. It has trample and haste, and it's equipped 2. Card's fine. We'll give it a... we'll give it a 6.5 in Limited, and in Constructed a 3.0. Alright, on to the next one. Inscribed Tablet. It's an artifact for 1 generic mana. You can pay 1 and tap, sacrifice it, reveal the top 5, put a land from among them in your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card in your hand this way, draw a card. That's nice. You can never miss. That's pretty sweet. So we're going to go... It's pretty glacially slow, but I think it's still fine. We'll give it a 5.5 in Limited. I'd still play it in plenty of decks. And Constructed... 3.0. Not super impressive. Alright, Joda's Codex. 5 generic mana, artifact, domain 5 tap. Draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each basic land type among lands you control. Interesting, okay. This card's pretty good. It's especially pretty good in Limited if you have like a control-y kind of deck. I'm actually going to give it a 7.0. I could see some decks really utilizing this thing well in Limited. Takes a specific deck, but it can be very good in that kind of deck. And as far as Constructed, it seems a little too expensive, so we'll say 3.0. Alright, next card, Karn Silex. 3 generic mana, legendary artifact. Enters the battlefield tapped. Players can't pay life to cast spells or to activate abilities that aren't mana abilities, so you can't fetch with this thing in play. Kind of cool. For like Modern. Exile Karn Silex, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value X or less. Activate only as a sorcery. This might be a good Karn tutor target, so in Constructed I'm going to say like 7.0. And in Limited, it's fine. In Limited, I'll also give it like a 7.0 because it can be a sweeper, but your opponent knows about it, which is awkward. Meteorite. This is just a clean card. 5 generic mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, deals 2 damage to any target, and then you can tap to add 1 mana of any color. Classic reprint here. I'll give it a 7.0 in Limited, and we'll give it a 3.0 in Constructed. On to the next one. Relic of Legends. 3 generic mana. Artifact. Tap. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap an untapped legendary creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. That's just a nice mana rock. We'll give it like a 6.0 in limited. Mana rocks can be good. And then in constructed, we'll give it like a 4.0. Salvaged Mana Worker. 2 generic. Construct. 1/3. 1 mana. Add 1 mana of any color. Activate only once each turn. Okay, I don't think that one is particularly impressive. I really don't want to see this in many of my decks. We're going to put a 5.5 for the limited rating. And in constructed, no thank you. Give it a 2.0. All right, on to the next one here. Shield Wall Sentinel, 4 generic defender. It's a golem. It's a 1/3. When it enters the battlefield, when you search your library for a creature card with defender, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Okay, I kind of like this one. Initially, I was hating it, being a 1/4 or 1/3 for 4. But it's got a good... Hey, thanks a lot, BJ Sarney. Appreciate it, man. But I think the ETB on this is cool enough that it might be worth playing in some decks. Still, though, its body is really bad, so I'm going to give it a 6.0 in limited. It's only going to work in a few specific decks. And then in constructed, don't play this. Would not recommend. We'll give it a 2.0. All right, Timeless Lotus. Enters the battlefield tapped. It's a 5-mana card, and you can tap it to add 5 of all colors. Okay, that's a pretty interesting card. I don't think it's very good in limited. I'm going to give it like a 4.0 in limited. Probably bad most of the time. But it is a huge mana rock. I mean, it does just ramp you to 11 mana. Typically not what you want to do in limited, but interesting nonetheless. And then in constructed, I mean, it's like... I don't know, it's kind of similar in the sense that you could maybe like abuse this thing. We'll do a 5.0. Alright, on to Vanquisher's Axe. 1 generic mana, +2/+0. It's an equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0, and it's 2 to equip. This card's like fine. We'll give it a 5.5 in limited, and we'll give it a 3.0 in constructed, and we will move on. Walking Bulwark. 1 generic mana, Golem, Defender, 0/3. 2 mana, until end of turn, target creature with Defender gains haste, can attack as though it didn't have Defender, and assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Activate only as a sorcery. Alright, that's pretty sick. I like this card quite a bit. We're going to give this a 7.0 in limited. Honestly, this one could be cool in constructed too. We'll give it like a 5.5 in constructed. And the last actual spell we're going to talk about is Weather Light Completed, which is 2 generic mana, a vehicle. It's a 5/5 flyer, and it does not have crew on it, which is really weird for a vehicle. But as long as Weatherlight Completed has 4 or more Phyresis counters on it, it's a Phyrexian creature in addition to its other types. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a Phyresis counter on Weatherlight Completed. Then draw a card if it has 7 or more Phyresis counters on it. If it doesn't, scribe 1. This card does not seem very good to me. It seems really slow to set up, but maybe I'm missing something. Regardless, I'm actually only going to give this thing a 5.5 in limited. It seems bad. And then in constructed, not a big fan. I'm going to give it a 4.0. And that's it for the actual spells. Obviously, lands are good, but I'm not really going to rate them. I don't think that's necessary. But yeah, this format looks really fun. I'm excited to kind of... Oh, and what's interesting is we've got guild gates in this format that check both land types. So that's going to be kind of cool in these with these domain spells. I didn't know that. But either way, the pain lands are going to be nice to have, especially for Pioneer. Getting some new ones will be really cool. But either way, that's my my set review. I'm excited to play with this set. A lot of cool stuff going on. And I think, chat, we're going to stop the stream a little bit early today. We'll go ahead and raid someone else, but I have a pretty bad sore throat still, so I think I'm going to go lay down. I'm a little tired of talking, if I'm going to be honest. And then tomorrow, don't forget that we're doing the in-paper stream. Larry and I are going to play some Paper Magic together. We're going to do some Pioneer. And I am going to be in Pigtails, so that will be fun. If you want to watch me demoralize myself, you'll get the opportunity to check that out. But anyway, we're going to do some Pioneer. Should be fun. We're going to have a gauntlet of decks, and we're just going to kind of jam all day long. But anyway, I will catch you all tomorrow. Let's go ahead and raid. Let's hit up Apex. Let's see what he's got going on. Looks like they are doing some Paper Magic right now, which is sweet. So we're going to head over there. All right. I will catch you all tomorrow starting at